fake it, I can't pretend. Been spending so much time. Done faking it, I can't pretend. Double kill. I'm just being honest, I got you here. You just ride the wave till you disappear. Unrequited love, I can't take it. Kill me more than once, leave a trail of tears. Do this often, I think we lost it. I need a break. You're the monster inside my closet, scaring you away. Everybody goes through, we don't ever come out the same. Cause you never change. You my little psycho, kiss me in the night glow. Easy to imagine when you always have your eyes closed. We'll be going crazy if you know what I know. Where did all the happy memories go? Double kill. Double kill.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own pride. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it better to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. It all I know still leads right through to the start of the end where the path can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the miles. If it's you and I will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own pride. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it
walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. would you look at me? You're one lazy motherfucker, that's what everyone's saying. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974. Takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it, you're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How will I survive? That's the battlefield. 1974.
Triple kill. Double kill.
I was in the fighting line, living in my head. Some came in and closed the blinds. You feel it in the air. This is just a waste of time. No one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, washed all the heavy away. I washed all the heavy feeling all the noise in here. It's becoming ache. Pull me into calm and deep, and take me out to the waves. 'Cause I feel like a waste of space, breathing in the air. But you hold me like I might just break, like you want me there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, washed all the heavy away. I washed all the heavy was all your love. Wrapped in lies, oh, showing off, pretending to be nice. All I heard about was all your love, but you crossed the line, oh. But I got no heartache, heartbreak, grief about you now. No, I will keep dancing, till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. I'm going on till dawn. I'll keep dancing, when the game's still on and I'm all the way for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, dancing, oh, I will keep on dancing. Tomorrow I will see you on your knees, begging, oh, I need you. Look at me, we could bring us back. Tell me how you feel, it's your regret. Wrapped in lies, oh, 'cause I knew you would do it, mess up all again. No, I will keep dancing, till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. Oh, I'm going on till dawn. I'll keep dancing, when the game's still on and I'm all the way for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck. Oh, I'm going on till dawn. I'll keep dancing, when the game's still on and I'm all the way for more. I'll keep on dancing,
Killing spree.
It's funny how the world keeps turning.
Double kill.
Stars like lighters in the sky keep burning, burning. It's crazy how the storms keep raging. And I'm here trying to keep my heart from aching. the stars. And starlight burning in the night sky. This feels like a lifetime moment within one day things will turn out better. We could be together. We could be together underneath the stars.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
In the hills, I ain't got no service. In a white hood, I don't fuck with the Ku Klux. Old girl got mad and she switched up. So I went ahead, got me a new one. Down bad, so I had to move up. 01 like, hey, what you doing? CA plates in different states. Okay, she like how I'm moving. Step to a bag, better get with the movement. When I move, you move like that. Do more, get more, say less. So fall low, don't miss no step. Speed up now, catch your breath. Good vibe, good drink, no stress. Out of town, no GPS. In the hills, can't call, can't text. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. Swerving. But I can't pick up. Locked in, my mind's encrypted. I secure the bag like lockbox. In my zone, I can't hear much. I don't flex, I just finesse. They won't wanna come around last. Out the way where I'm too next. Out of time, can't call, can't text. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. Swerving.
Welcome everybody. It's champion. Yeah, let's do that again. It's Championship Sunday, everybody, for the HCS Arlington qualifier. Today, the top 10 North American teams will earn their pool play spots for the HCS OpTic Major in Arlington, just 3 weeks away. We're starting our day with Shopify Rebellion taking on Space Station Gaming for our first winners semifinal series. Immediately after, I'll hop on over to watch some OpTic Gaming versus FaZe. I'm your host, Alia. Joining me are Makowski and Eli. And I heard that after Championship Sunday tonight, we're gonna have a special show.
That's right. Tide the Leader Live. We've been doing the podcast for 1 year now, Eli. Can you believe it's already been 1 year? And we're really proud of it. It's been a massive joy sharing all of the cool narratives and storylines and personalities behind Halo. So we're going to bring that to life live on LVT tonight, breaking down the whole major qualifier and what you should know looking into Season 4.
Any guests we should be expecting? Guests? Surprises? Guests?
I may have some issues pronouncing their name. But I think they're a big name in the Halo community. We got McWin joining us later this afternoon.
Saying it wrong. What? How do you still say it wrong? That's actually incredible.
Maybe we can have a segment dedicated to me getting that right. But for now, we've got an absolute legend joining as our third. And then throughout the night, Aliak, if you know any Halo pros that, want to talk about their experience here today or just in Halo in general, they can come on the show too. So we're going to have some fun.
All right, y'all heard it, everybody. If you're a pro in the chat, go ahead and DM them so you can hop on the podcast. All right, let's hop on to see what's happening today. We have this winter semifinals, and we're starting with Shopify Rebellion, and they're looking so far like the top team this year with 2 back-to-back wins in the Open Series. Can they take in another win and this time position themselves as the first seed going into the major?
This is huge, and I know it's online, but this is huge. Shopify win today. They take an edge into Season 4 that nobody else can say, because if OpTic wins, it's 2-2. We have no which way to know who's the best. Rebellion win, that's 3 out of 4 on the Open qualifiers going into Arlington. So that's a clear-cut winner in my eyes. It's a clear-cut number 1, clear-cut confidence that nobody else can take. It's up for grabs for Rebellion here.
Well, Space Station Gaming had not had the start they expected this year, and they had a much-needed win, a top 3 last weekend. What can they do for us? What should we expect from them, Eli, this week?
This SSG roster, when they first formed, we all knew that at some point they would be a powerhouse roster. They've been struggling a little bit. I mean, 4th, 3rd is normally a great finish, but not for these guys. But the good news is they've been getting better every single week. And the way this tournament works, if they just win this weekend, then they take first seed into LAN. So they can right all the wrongs here today.
Well, our first game of the day will be King of the Hill Recharge. Whoever takes us gets to start the day with a win. And take it away.
All right. Here we go. Your major qualifier. Championship Sunday is kicking off here. A beautiful Sunday morning here on LVT Halo. We got Space Station taking on Rebellion. One of the first matches we saw in the off season. Now it's for real this time. Snake bite. Royal 2. Toe-to-toe. Not used to seeing that, but get used to seeing that because these are 2 teams that'll quite often play for top 4.
Absolutely. We're going to see these guys in the mix all year long. Cycle, love this starting strat. Just goes straight through pipes, gets all the way behind enemy lines. That's going to open up space on the left side of this hill, but I'm hoping that somebody anchored in A. Yes, Last Shot has anchored here in the elevator. This is the side of the map that you want for this first hill.
Nobody securing time just yet. Everybody playing for that map control, time and space that can lead you to the first blood in this King of the Hill. And it looks like Rebellion have earned that. A little drip, though, as they start the scoring. 2 go down on the side of SSG, and Shopify with numbers control. They've got the high ground control as well. They look set up here on Hill 1.
That's why this guy's name is Cycle. He literally just did a full lap around the map. He spawned here in an elevator, went through the entire perimeter. He's back. And look at this. This is how he plays the game. He's constantly cycling spawns, using his teammates' sight lines to his advantage. Look at this movement. Lucid knows that he jumped, but can't get the sight line in time. finally does get him just in time before his shields recharge. But wow, Cycle made their life so difficult off the start that Shopify have already almost completed this hill.
That's exactly what I was thinking. You spent so much time focused on where's Cycle that you get Rebellion all the way to 90% and you only get 10. So if you're SSG, however, that's part of the story. They take down Cycle. So that's that linchpin in the rotation that was really causing some trouble. 6-2 off the start. Unbelievable start for Cycle. But he goes down again, and that opens the door once again for SSG. Lucid on the bat ledge. That's that prime position on the map that if he can hold on to, Space Station might be able to make something out of this, but now he's the last Spartan standing. Now he'd have to overextend, and now Shopify do secure what was rightfully theirs from the start. 1-0, SSG. Or, excuse me, SR.
That was absolutely clinical out of Shopify. I mean, Cycle 7-3 to start. That's a great omen for this roster. I've noticed that when he's on fire, this team often does not struggle whatsoever. I mean, how often have we even seen them struggle? It's typically only against a team named OpTic Gaming, but let's see if Space Station has the answer. Stellar, one of the best snipers to ever do it, has the camo and shock rifle in hand. Snakebite's got the early position, but Frosty and Cycle are already behind the next hill.
Speaking of Frosty, Eli, you know what was most incredible to me about that first score for Rebellion? They didn't need Frosty. Frosty had no kills. Granted, he had a lot of assists, so they certainly needed his damage. But Frosty, no slays, and they still go up 1-0. So it just goes to show how deadly and dangerous the Shopify Rebellion roster can be. As a couple trade out below the glass, now it's Frosty looking to take his sights on the Snakebite. Nice cross-map shots, perfect on a dropping Snakebite. He'll drop back to the respawn screen. Clean up 360 double kill. Frosty's starting to heat up.
I love the confidence out of this man. He was basically one shot, but says, I can de-scope you and make you miss the next shot and back you down. Every time you do that, that could be another 6 seconds of hill time, and that's a big chunk of this hill. As they're already about to go up 2-0, Space Station don't have an answer yet.
Wake up! The tournament started, and going down 1-0 against the hottest, potentially best team in Halo could spell trouble and doom and a lower bracket trip if you're Space Station Gaming. We've seen moments of brilliance. We've seen glimpses of glory from this roster, but they just haven't been able to put it together with the efficiency and the consistency like we've seen from the OpTics and Rebellions of the world. Space Station, though, down 0-2. Still have some time with 3:39 left on the clock, but this has got to be their hill.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best looking position they've had all game long. They've got players in the hill, they've got players blocking the spawn in the elevator, and you've got Stellar here in the gold pipes holding down the perimeter. So if they're going to get any hill, it's probably this one. Lucid finding a kill as well means the spawns for Shopify continue to stagger. Cycle could potentially go down. A flying Royal 2 that's no shields and is going to get shot out of the sky. And what's really concerning about this entire sequence is the fact that Space Station have done a great job to hold the map, but they haven't gotten enough hill time for their efforts. They're still only halfway through this hill and still don't have feet in it.
Is the juice worth the squeeze kind of scenario, right? Like, it feels like Space Station. That's like that meme where the guy's holding on to the Chipotle burrito and it's like, you know, it's like, damn, dude, you got a good grip on that thing. But SSG, despite having a good grip on recharge, haven't been able to score ultimately. It feels like they should have already scored. Now they're losing numbers. Now it's Rebellion in the hill, and you give them an inch. They might just take a mile in a hill again that SSG gotta have. They go 3 down, and now it's Eco just cowering in fear in the back of gold.
Mikowski, all I know for sure is you and I's algorithms are wildly different. What meme of a person gripping a burrito is
You
showing
haven't seen
up
that
in
meme?
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm gonna have to find it. That way I don't seem faded. I promise you it's a meme.
All right, anyways. You need to watch more cat videos, bro. That's a superior algorithm, trust. Anyways, Space Station have done a solid job to control this elevator side, but look at this. Shopify are here now, and they might have just found a way to break in and steal this hill as well. Space Station absolutely need this one.
I think they got it. Royal 2, last player alive, and he's gonna overextend, so it's gonna cause a staggered out. Now, Rebellion do get those C-spawns, so they do have first eyes and first positioning on the next hill. But with Royal 2 going down, Space Station, as you can see, should have numbers approaching this hill, but Stellar drops. So too does Lucid, and what looked like a golden opportunity to score and then get next has been dwindled away to nothing. Rebellion gonna take this next hill up 2-1.
Space Station Oh my god, that is so funny. Someone just walks in the shroud screen, you hit him with the stick, make it 2 for Stellar.
Wow.
Back to back. But man, I was starting to say that Space Station maybe moving a little bit too fast. We saw Lucid grapple onto his teammate's grenade and die, just maybe trying to do a little bit too much. I feel like that's been the story of SSG in their struggles against teams like OpTic and Shopify, is it almost feels like they're trying to make things too complicated, and I want to see them just stick to their fundamentals, because these are some of the best fundamental players we've ever seen.
Well, they've got a chance. It's 2-1, 1:45 left on the clock. Space Station are right there in it after a pretty rough start where it looked like Rebellion might have just ran away on a freight train. It's a game again, and it's close. It's just about tied here on hill number 4. Cycle goes down, so to the Cellar. Trade out occurs in the feed. Frosty now in the sneaky box, looking to sneak below Lucid. Lucid doesn't know he's there. He's about to take a elbow to the gut, and Frosty comes out better on that. 3 go down for SSG, and Rebellion will take the next points on hill 4.
I don't know if they will, though. It feels
Interesting.
like
they're going to dwindle it down.
Yeah, it feels like they're content to play time here. Frosty, if he gets in the hill there, he reveals his location, makes Space Station's next move a bit more easier to calculate. Instead, look at this rotation, this sneaky angle that he finds. Now that he's done the damage, gets an assist, he's going to reposition, go back Hydro. If Eco can take him down, though, that could be exactly what Space Station need. But as long as Frosty's alive on this map, they can't really get in this hill, and they've somehow killed 3. Snakebite finds 1, but he's going to go down as well, and Shopify are playing this perfectly.
Oh my god, the confidence to say with 1:20 left on the clock, yeah, we're gonna keep you out of the hill for that long. 1:20 was on the clock. Usually you see that about 50-second mark, 30 seconds less on the clock, and you might see him play for time. Rebellion are doing so with 1.5 minutes, and there's only half a minute left now. They're securing what seemed like an audacious strategy, but it's working out for them. They aren't letting SSG take the hill. They aren't letting SSG take the win, and 3 go down. It looks like Rebellions might just come out on top with the confidence to say we're gonna play for time.
Look at this. Last shot crouches behind the box. There's a player behind him, but who cares? All he has to do is kill the guy in the hill, and just like that, it's over. I mean, Lucid's not going to be able to get into this hill. Okay, he will get into this hill, but for how long? Yeah, that's... What an impressively played game from Shopify. Every single hill was so calculated, the way they move around the map to manipulate the spawns, the setups. They're just playing access, aerial denial, and Space Station does not have an answer yet.
Unbelievable. I was absolutely shocked when I saw Frosty clear C, had every opportunity to just take it and take what looked like a score, but they played for time. And SSG, I don't think they got any time. It would have been one thing to cycle in and take a little bit of time and then go back, but they didn't get any, Eli. It was all out domination. And how often have we talked about Rebellion's endgame execution? That's what makes them arguably the best team in the HCS. When it comes down to it, when it comes down to hitting your shots or executing on the strategy, when there's 10 seconds left, it seems like that's when Rebellion's at their best.
I have to agree, but also this Cycle guy he's different, bro. His stats are off the charts already, but if you just watch the way he's manipulating the game to play into his favor, it is unbelievable. Hopefully we have the perfect reversal last shot that he had earlier toward the end of this game. I mean, he's winning gunfights that he has no business winning. This is the one stage of the game that it felt like Space Station had some control, but it took them so long to cap this hill that they burned so much time up. Right here, Stellar gets a nice double stick, which felt like they might have a chance to get back into it, but let's be honest and not sugarcoat it. Snakebite and Eco had a rough first game. They both went more than double negative, and against a team like Shopify that are all not missing their shots, you've got to start winning your pibs if you're Space Station.
Yeah, stats aren't everything, but when there's such outliers, they do hurt you, and they do matter. That is something that you do have to take a look at as we head to the streets for game number 2.
Man.
Opening break, flawless start. 3 go down for SSG. Nobody goes down for Rebellion, making a clean team wipe as SSG got to be licking their wounds a little bit, losing confidence kill by kill. This is getting out of control, and it's only 30 seconds in. 6-0 start. Where's SSG?
I gotta say something about Shopify, man. Typically when a team is like dominant in the way that they are, everyone else in the league is like, they're gonna mess up some point, right? Like they're gonna get lazy, they're gonna start pushing too much, or are making some mistakes. Shopify are so disciplined. Even when they have this strong lead, they don't want to give their opponent any chance to come back into it. And it's very clear. I mean, 8-1 off the start. They have their opponents pinned in C, but they're not just running it down. They're waiting meticulously for their moment to strike. I mean, this is such good gameplay.
It's just smart recognition of the situation, knowing, hey, 8-1, they're a little thirsty for some slays. We'll let them come to us. Now, Cycle's patience doesn't pay off as he goes down, but it does in the net advantage of taking down one more member of SSG than you lost in the process. Eco finally wins a 1 against Last Shot, but he'll get cleaned up quickly after by Frosty, and the lead continues to grow. It's a 2-team wipe lead, and we're not even 2 minutes into the Slayer.
Let's see the way they approach this next situation. They know where the opponents are. It's a 4v4 situation. No one dead yet. Frosty finds an opening. I think overextends a little bit. Maybe that's the mistake I was talking about. They do finally push in, but how do they respond to it? Is there anyone that will clean up the damage here that's been done onto Lucid? Doesn't look like it. I mean, look how much map coverage they have. Royal 2 all the way on the opposite side. Over here in Ivy. Frosty hitting some insane shots on his Stellar. But after that one mistake, Space Station do take advantage of it. They've come back a little bit, but it's got to be more than that.
Love to grab a camo here, but it's going to be Last Shot making away with it instead. And now he's got it with full use of the power-up. Nobody, I think, even sniffing him out just yet. So he's going to come in, help out Royal 2. Stellar, bait and switch potential. Got to watch the corner. Lucid, got to watch out for a roaming Last Shot who has the camo. Now some chase grenades go out to try to identify his location, but my God, rather easily. Lucid goes down, and Last Shot finds a way to turn it into a +1. Already up 10, Eli. We know what that means. Trade win condition is available for Rebellion, and they're already taking advantage of it.
Getting a trade in that situation is absolutely ridiculous. The other man had a repulsor, and he's half shields before he started shooting him. He finds a 3-shot beatdown for the trade, which is unreal. Frosty, by the way, 12-3. Doesn't have any assists to his name, but he's been in the right spot at the right time to follow up on his teammates' damage. We've got a 10-kill lead, and I feel like Street's one of the harder maps to make a comeback on, but it's not impossible. They just need to play disciplined here. They need to start keeping each other alive. These trades will not play to their favor.
Well, even with a big lead like this for Rebellion, it still feels hard to not form some kind of a path, right? Or even some just kind of open belief that Space Station, as the defending world champs, with nothing but world champs on the squad, multiple world champ winners even, that they could do this, that they could come back. But wow, man, Rebellion just seems so good that, it feels like they'll manipulate the game state into where they'll trade out everything for the win. That's what you afforded them when you gave them an 8-1 advantage off the start. That's a team that's going to take every advantage of it, and that's what they're doing here, playing for these trades. What do you know? 3 go down for Rebellion, but 3 go down for Space Station, moving that goal line even further in Rebellion's favor. They are just not letting go of any of this control. I don't see a path, I think, Eli, for SSG to come back, and that sucks because it's still pretty early in the match.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify are just so good at finding their trades. Even when they go down, there's always someone there to clean up the pieces. Rarely do you see Shopify go down without trading. And at this point, the lead has grown to 11. Every time they trade, they get even closer. But honestly, it's been mostly just kills straight up in Shopify's favor. That's right. 2 now. Frosty finds one on a Stellar. Eco and Lucid, unfortunately, trapped in the back of Tram. They've got nowhere to go, can't work together with their teammates. I mean, how do you escape from this situation? You know the collapse is coming in. There's just, I don't even know what the answer is at this point for Space Station.
That's the kind of narrative I'm trying to discuss here, as Last Shot looks out at a triple kill, earns the assist nonetheless. And yeah, it's I can't remember the last time I watched Space Station Gaming and felt like they had no hope or chance. And this has been one of those games. And it's with Cycle and Royal 2 not even really popping off. It's mainly the Last Shot and Frosty show, both with about 2.0 KDs, both with 14 slays. Man. Eco with 13, but everybody below 7 for SSG. The numbers, they just don't add up.
Yeah, Lucid is the type of player that you kind of count on to pop off in games like this. But when he's just getting shut down on repeat, doesn't feel like people are supporting him the way that maybe he's expecting them to in certain spots. It feels like they are playing a little bit scared too. Like they're often sitting still and waiting for the fight to come to them. But that's just the way Shopify plays. They force you to play on your back foot and give you so few options that it feels like you're just being smothered repeatedly. And This one's over, Hunter. I mean,
It's been over.
It's been over for a while.
It was over at 8-1. And usually that's early enough to where, you know, you can come back. But we never saw it, man. We were trying to break it down in real time live for you guys all throughout the Street Slayer game, too. And there has just never, ever been an opening for SSG. This has been a suffocating control match. It's almost like we're playing Strongholds, Eli. That's what I was kind of thinking of earlier. This feels like a Strongholds game where the other team is trip capping the entire time. And we're in a Slayer, by the way, game 2. So there's no caps to secure. But it feels like Rebellion's been doing that nonetheless. They're just, I don't know, man. Objectively efficient, Slayer efficient. We might be looking at the best team in Halo right here.
It also feels kind of like Space Station might be trying some new things. Like, okay, they play really aggressive. Let's maybe use their aggression against them and start trapping them. But problem is when you're this far behind, that doesn't really work. You have to somehow find these kills without trading out. I've been setting a few traps here and there, and they've brought this to now 37, but you just never give yourself a realistic chance to win the game. And I think you're right, Hunter. I mean, they're so far statistically are the best team. OpTic are right there, though. I mean, these guys have played so many games against OpTic and are literally one game difference. So the last few times Shopify have ran into Space Station, though, it hasn't been close.
I am of the belief that we're going to see a lot of Rebellion and OpTic in the grand finals this season. I think more often than not. But I do think there's going to be one tournament where a FaZe or SSG sneak their way into the grand finals, and it almost feels disrespectful to say that they've snuck in, right? Because there are guys that could blow the door down. Again, they're all world champions. But what is up with the skill gap, Eli? What is up with that, to where you have two teams, it feels like, in the top 2, and then 3, 4, just as many rings as 1, 2, maybe even more, because Cycle and Last Shot don't have any, by the way. What type of tier is forming here in Halo where it feels like top 2 and then 3, 4?
To me, it just feels like a comfortability thing. Like the two top teams, OpTic and Shopify, are so comfortable playing around each other. They know each other's timings. They know how to engage and disengage with flawless timing. Space Station are often hesitating. They're stutter stepping. They're missing full second timing windows and finding themselves isolated and just going down to teams like OpTic and Shopify, who are just honestly using better teamwork. So I don't know. I don't think there's an easy cookie cutter solution. It's going to take a lot of VOD review to get on the same page, but right now it doesn't quite feel like Space Station's there yet.
We know they have the 4 individual players, but do they fit as a cohesive team of 4 together? That's the question, and that's always been Shopify's advantage. Remember when we talked to World 2 in the podcast? He said, what did he say, man? I'm going back to this because this is like prophetic from him. He said it feels like every team formed like they let Twitch chat choose their roster.
Yeah.
And we went after composition. We went after the base foundation, the structure around 2 world champions, multiple world champion winning players in Frosty and World 2, and then 2 rookie of the year, high upside, high ceiling guys who with 2 world champions could maybe become that themselves. And I don't know, man, when you look at the way the composition breaks down for Rebellion, everybody complements each other. When one player doesn't have a great game, the other's picking the other up, and then the next game is their turn to fry. I mean, it is just, I truly believe that the best composed team in Halo is Rebellion.
I got to give credit to my man, Best Man. Known this guy since we were, 15 years old, something, back in the Halo 2 days. Best Man.
Yep.
He's got an eye for talent, right? So he's been paying attention to all these different rosters as they've come up. He was an advocate for Cycle last year to get picked up onto this Shopify roster, and ever since hasn't really looked back. I think Bestman is a big part of the current team composition that we see on Shopify as well. It's kind of his brainchild. So,
oh yeah,
this roster, so well put together, like you said, and it feels like they're getting better, which is even scary.
Now we'll peel back the curtains a little bit here. Remember talking to Bestman and in the hotel lobby of one of the, I think it was SLC last year, and we told him, we said, Nick, watch out, man. Those top 3 teams are going to be gunning for Cycle. And he kind of smiled, and that cheeky side grin where he's like, I know, man, they're gonna want Cycle as their 4th. But it's Rebellion who held on to Cycle. Cycle's I believe the only member of Rebellion that stuck through from last season. So good on Nick, man, to not only see the talent, but to harness it, to nurture it, to develop it, to where Cycle said, nah, man, I don't need to go to OpTic, SSG, FaZe. Yeah, those are great orgs, big orgs, but I'm home with Rebellion. And I think Nick, best man, the coach, is the one who, to your point, Eli, made it feel like home for Cycle. And now look at what they've built. This roster is sick, on the verge of a trip to the winter final if they can take down SSG in Game 3.
I think that's the key to harnessing young talent too, right? You got to make them comfortable. You don't want to intimidate them. You don't want to make them feel out of place. You want to make them feel right at home. And I think Cycle and Last Shot have not felt more comfortable than they feel on this roster. But let's stop talking about Shopify for a second. Can Space Station bounce back? They have been making strides over the last couple of weeks, not just in the tournaments, but also in scrims. But problem is they're going up against Shopify, who, in my opinion, are without a doubt the best team on Aquarius. They just look so comfortable on this map, but Space Station has to have been working on this. Let's see if they can find an answer.
Well, one area we know Elamite and the rest of SSG got to work on, at least as it relates to their matches head-to-head with Rebellion, are the opening strats, because in most cases, that 50-yard line, that line of scrimmage in the middle of the map, has been pushed forward by the blue team. As Frosty does earn kill off the star, but Stellar picked it out. I thought Frosty had something cheeky brewing, but Stellar, the veteran, says no, no, no.
I really feel like Frosty laughed after he died right there, because like, he's literally getting hunted, and then he's like, they're looking for me. They see me. I'm dead, guys. I'm dead. He tried to go for the thrust ninja. I respect it, but Space Station do a good job to cut him out of the equation. That's going to make it a little bit easier for them to push forward. They've now pulled the flag. They've got both Lucid and Stellar in the base of Shopify. This looks like a very easy cap, I think, for Shopify. I mean,
Here we go
for Space Station.
Oh, this should be home. 3 dead for Rebellion. Cycle has to ask, do I want to try to be in hero, or do I want to extend the line of scrimmage? He's going to try to play a little hero ball here, taking Snakebite down to 1 shot, but man, you can see that flag was long gone, and Space Station have life.
Okay, this is exactly the start you need for some type of reverse 3-0 performance. Get underway. Shopify have done a good job to clear the map, though. We got 3 dead. Momentarily was Snakebite versus Last Shot on the map. And Snakebite's all the way behind enemy lines. He knows that his presence here is forcing the spawns into the utility side. Now he's just going to be a thorn in the side of Shopify to give space for his teammates to move forward.
Snakebite alive in the fridge, but not for long as Frosty takes him down with the frag. Now pushing up towards P2, has Eco right before him. Now we're starting to see a little bit of bounce back here from SSG. Just based on the eye test, Eli, it seems like they've mustered up a little bit more of a fight here in Game 3 as Eco stays alive. Bottom P1, cross map shots, so he's still doing some damage. Now Royal 2, oh my god, it's nuked by Lucid. And this is the aggression that we are looking for out of SSG. They're going to counter cap here and potentially make it 2-0.
Yeah, what an impressive stop here. They get the flag out. Not quite a secured counter cap as Last Shot finds 2 here. But I was going to say something about Space Station. I mean, keep in mind, Stellar and Eco have made some of the most heroic losers bracket runs in Halo history, showing that when their back is against the wall, they absolutely can kick it into another gear. They need to do that here, though. Don't want to have to fight their way through the lower bracket. But this kind of feels like it, right? This is a very similar feeling back against the wall. If you don't win right here, right now, your seed might be worse at the next tournament.
Another flag run here for Rebellion, but they haven't looked too strong with it. This one should likely get reset. That flag is out in the courtyard, though, so going to be some open space that Space Station either have to step foot on or play for time. And because of that positioning of the reset, you're going to see Cycle pick it back up, but 3 more go down. Here's where the counter cap could ensue. It's just Frosty left.
No.
He gets a clutch slay. It's Royal 2 actually coming off of spawn, and that was massive. What looked like a runaway opportunity for Space Station to make it 2-0 is now still an opportunity for where Rebellion could actually score instead. This one's mixy.
This is going back and forth. Every player on the map really playing their life well. Starting to be a bit of a chess game that we see on our screen. How much damage can you output before you have to exit the fight? 3 dead, though, for Space Station. Make it 4. This flag should go home and tie up the game 1-1. Cycle now just going to look for spawners.
4 minutes off the clock and 2 scores cumulatively for both of these 2 teams as we're notched up at 1 as Cycle goes down to the back smack. Good time for Stellar to grab the camo as he's got it. Frosty down to 1 shot, but so too is Stellar. Do they predict his move? You know, some nades might come out trying to chase out his damage, but Stellar makes it away through the courtyard. Perfect shots on a cycle. Needed that last shot, otherwise cycle sneaks away into the base. Now he's looking for more. He gets it. Stellar for the double, the triple into the back of last shot. No, he sneaks away, but not for long. He goes down shortly after, and it looks like Space Station should be able to turn this into some offense.
Stellar playing this camo perfectly, moving around the map in ways that Shopify did not predict. Also, great use of the thruster here just to milk his life a little bit longer. Can't find a trade on his way out, but at least held Shopify in their base. This means the rest of Space Station should be able to push forward. Like I said, the thing that often is the bane of Space Station in these matches is their hesitation. They need to take advantage of openings that Stellar creates like that.
Cycle, so aggressive, man. He is holding forward and somehow pulling off things that you would not expect. And if he hit that triple kill, my God, talk about the boogeyman falling out of the attic. The takedown 3 does still take down 2 as Frosty wins back that mid-map control. Fridge spawns for SSG. So this is where Shopify don't have a flag out, but they do have the positioning to score next.
Great use of the plasma pistol here. Lucid, though, being a very difficult kill, finds a melee before going down. That's actually massive. Makes a huge difference in this play, but Last Shot's got the back of his teammate to make sure this flag continues. Gets a little bit extra damage before going down. Frosty likely to die here, but the flag is already in the base. Shopify, if they can find a couple slays here, should be able to take it home.
World 2, look at us sneaking around the corner. Lucid gonna earn some frag damage. Now he's gonna push in on the right side of the base. Don't know if anyone's looking that direction. Last Shot is now, but he's weak. So he takes a fist to the face, goes down. Frosty goes down as well. Cross map shots from Royal 2 are good as he looks to reset. This should go in. There we go.
Wow.
Finally, Rebellion. How methodical and patient was that, Eli? It looked like they had the score moments earlier, but planned for something else. Planned for the tie at least. 2-2.
Methodical and patient, yet Cycle still read the tiniest window of opportunity to just YOLO it in. I mean, he had 2 members of the other team top center watching him, but saw the opening as they waited for their shields. Gotta have a good sense of timing for that. But look at this. Space Station's got the flag out, trying to get a counter cap. Lucid, last man alive, though, has to leave the flag on the ground and see if he can find a slay. Looks like Last Shot was privy of his location, gets the melee after the well-placed grenade. They will get the flag returned. So now 2-all, 5 minutes left on the clock.
Feels like both teams have let some counter caps slip through. In the early goings, it was Rebellion not taking advantage of the counter. Now, in more recent memory, we see SSG not able to tilt the tide in their favor once again, as we're tied up at 2 with 4:45 left on the clock. But with 3 down for SSG, you're going to see everybody for Rebellion clamping in on the blue base.
Look at this. Last Shot sees his moment of timing to run it out. Every member of his team watching his back to try to get some of these slays, these spawn kills. Cycle does a great job to get his shield back, but he's kind of forced out of his position. And Space Station have shut this run down. Should be able to get this return, but can they convert it into a cap of their own?
Oh, another one of those counters and just simple runs that just are having a lot of difficulty here. We have seen some incredibly defensively efficient stops here on this one. That's why we have a low scoring affair, 2-2. 4:10 left on the clock. But Frosty, low scoring but high speed. How did he get that to the mid map so quick?
The sound effect of the flag being pulled had not even completed, and he's bottom center.
Where's his grapple hook? Wait, there is no grapple hook. I'm so confused. He's already got it back into the base. This might be an opportunity for Rebellion to win off of the high-flying trapeze action of Frosty.
Bro, he's still going. He's got the camo, and he's getting spawn kills. How does he turn that into a flag cap? That is the...
And now he's back in the base with the camo ready to return destruction back onto the foreheads of SSG, and he's going to do so. Lucid goes down to 1 HP. Stellar gets cleaned up. I would imagine so. Yes, double kill Frosty. He finally goes down, but not before going on a tear. 17-12, and I'm still wondering, Frosty, how the hell did you get that flag to bottom mid?
He is so in tune with the timings on this map. I mean, this is the same Frosty that was doing unthinkable things, went on that killing frenzy on this map on Assault last week. Or maybe that was the week before. I don't know. It's all running together. But Frosty...
Right, where he had 40 kills and everyone else had 18, right? And then they had great games at 18, but Frosty had... It was on Aquarius. Bomb. This is his domain.
He's looking so comfortable on this map. I mean, just finding That window of opportunity is absolutely insane. 3 minutes left though. Space Station have a chance to turn the tide. Snakebite and Lucid, last 2 players alive. Frosty off spawn, doing his best to try to kill the flag guy, but he's unable to. He finds a kill on Lucid somehow. But this flag is already across the map. Space Station look to tie this, but they need to take care of last shot.
Lucid goes down, but he gets enough counter shots into the suits of Rebellion to at least allow his teammate to get that right up into the courtyard. It's so close, but they still got a lot of work left to do. And last shot perching in the bridge here has the positioning, has the high side, has the reset. Another failed counter cap is going to keep Rebellion up 3-2. Thought that would have been a ninja, but Cycle will take the back smack nonetheless.
That's definitely a ninja. It didn't count, unfortunately, but this flag is on the move through the car side. Stellar might have a way to shut him down, but Space Station also need to get top center, I think, to truly cut this off. No, Stellar was able to get the flag on the ground, trying to return it. Can he do it, though? Frosty finds a trade. I think it will return on its own unless there's another member of Shopify there. There's not. Okay. Wow. Great job from Space Station to return that. That's they still have some fight in them.
Well, we haven't seen a goal line stand yet, at least as far as a medal popping up on your screen. But my God, it feels like a lot of these have gotten stuck in the red zone or with the goal to go within the 10-yard line, because these have been some close counter caps that just have not gone through. 3-2 still. 118 left on the clock. Eco eyeing up a potential double kill here. Instead, it's 2 going down on each side, and Eco with the camo is going to try to sneak through. Royal 2 does go down, so Eco has the positioning in the blue base, but he's got to stay alive. He's got to win one more one to get that thing going, but last shot takes him down instead. Huge defensive effort there from the young gun.
Yeah, that's a massive kill. I mean, that was, 4 dead now. That was Space Station's chance to get another flag out to keep themselves alive. Last shot shutting that down. Clutchest kill of the game. Space Station have one last opportunity, and look at Royal 2's positioning. This is the best part of the map to control. The other team's car bridge. I mean, look at this angle. Just shooting them in the back for free, forcing them to spawn exactly where he wants them. Looks like Space Station do play through and might be able to kill Frosty. They got to take care of this flag on the other side as well.
Eco stays alive, and if Snakebite can stay alive, they got hope, man. They're close enough, but they have got to get their shields back up. And last shot, the merchant of his own base, but he goes down. Perfect shots from Snakebite, but it's got to be a perfect flag run. He goes down shortly after. Lucid, this is an overextension, but he has to with 5 seconds left. He'll go down, and so too will SSG's chance. Any chance of a reverse sweep. I'm going to get the game 3 here as Rebellion reset it and take the series sweep.
Unbelievable stuff. Wow.
Shopify Rebellion moves on ahead to the winners finals. This team is just looking like they're getting better and better somehow. You all call them the best composed team so far in the scene. What is exactly making them so deadly?
Time in. I know this caused a lot of controversy when me and Eli first brought it up weeks and weeks ago. Even in the offseason, we said, guys, watch out. Rebellion's going to be the best team. Rebellion very well takes the #1 seed, despite OpTic being the favorite. And OpTic might still win everything this year. I'm not saying OpTic's not. But you cannot just count out this Rebellion squad. They have the most time in the game. They've spent time working on strats 3-4 months back. Recall on the podcast, the OpTic podcast a couple weeks ago, I think it was Bound saying we don't even know the call-outs just yet. Rebellion had that down pat 4 months ago. So there is something to time in. There is something to having more preparation, more practice, more teamwork, more chemistry. There's so much that comes from having more time in the game. And while, yes, OpTic can catch up, as long as Rebellion keeps setting the standard, they're going to be the ones that hold on to it because they put the most time in. That's just how I feel. I'm sorry.
Eli, what were the best moments here for Shopify Rebellion? If you could even choose one, because they had absolutely brilliant moments throughout the series.
I mean, Frosty somehow turning a flag cap in a situation where several members of Space Station are still alive, fighting for positioning on all parts of the map. Like, how does Frosty turn that into a flag cap? I was also confused how he got the flag as far as he did. There's a sound effect when the other team pulls the flag. The sound effect had not even completed, and Frosty has the flag bottom center. This was where they capped it right here. But like Hunter said, they've got a lot of time in, but what I think is, let's actually rewind this. and take a look here. Yeah, this is where, yeah, you can still hear the sound. He's bottom center. How's that possible? Listen to the audio rate.
Wait, and watch him in theater mode. Does he hit some kind of like Skippy G slide over the bump in courtyard? There's no way otherwise he could get here so quickly.
Lucid, I feel like, is even a little bit confused. I mean, he's landing the shots, like getting the flag all the way across. By the way, every single member of Space Station was alive in that moment. If you look in the top right of the screen,
dude. And you don't get anything under anyone's nose on Aquarius, but Frosty does.
No, they're looking so scary, guys. Space Station Gaming, we have to talk about them. They look like they seem to like turn on the engines when Eli, you said when their backs were against the wall. How as a squad do you get this team to start like that, but from the very beginning? They did this to Shopify Rebellion in the elimination finals last week, where they took Shopify Rebellion to a game 5. So we do know that this team can absolutely do it, but do they have to have their backs against the wall? And as a coach, how do you get your team to just lock in way earlier?
I feel like they need to get on the game earlier. I mean, I'm not behind the scenes. I don't know what time they're getting on in these mornings. I mean, some of these guys, it might be West Coast, so it's even earlier for them, but it's like, it feels like they're such slow starters on these Sundays that by the time it matters and they're playing better, it's already too late. So I don't know. I would say, I mean, get on the game, start warming up, hype yourself up, you know, take a triple shot of espresso, whatever you need to do to wake up and be ready to roll as soon as these games start, because that's what it feels like Shopify is doing. They're starting the game with maximum energy, and that's hard to play against.
Well, Mac, you talked about composition for Shopify Rebellion. What do you see in Space Station? I'm curious, what do you see in Space Station Gaming's composition that is different to Shopify Rebellion's?
You know, I think getting Eco and Stellar back to where they, you know, and time has passed, so that's, you know, one thing. It's hard to hold on to that level of greatness, but I'm not saying that Eco and Stellar aren't as good as they were last year. They just don't look as comfortable, and that's to be expected. They've lost Bound and Legend, who make the game pretty easy on you, right? But I think getting Eco and Stellar back into their groove, finding a way for Lucid and Snakebite to maybe change something up. I have no idea what that looks like, but Eco and Stellar just don't look as comfortable as they did last year, and I think it's affecting their results.
Well, our next series is OpTic Gaming versus FaZe Clan, and these two have gone head-to-head before in the previous weeks, and it usually ends up with OpTic Gaming taking it. Could we see anything different coming from the FaZe Clan this time? They're repping the FaZe Clan now this time. Previously, they were known as Better, and they just recently announced that their super secret roster is the Better Squad.
I mean, to me, FaZe Clan look like they're getting better, but the problem is OpTic feels like they're kryptonite right now. They have yet to look very strong against against OpTic. They were able to win the Slayer. I want to say it was on Recharge last week. They got 3-1s by OpTic, but it just feels like that brick wall right now. I feel like for them, they need to start getting a little bit more creative with the way they approach their games against OpTic.
I'm curious to know, how important is this game, is this weekend to FaZe? We've seen them sit in the top 3. They sit in that top 3, top 4 bubble, if you want to call it that. What are they looking for this weekend, and how important is it to them?
I mean, this is a very important weekend. This weekend represents the twist of fate in your Halo career. Right? Because let's say one missed flag cap, one choked game 2 Slayer could be the difference between having the pool you want and the pool of death. So this is an absolutely massive weekend. Sure, it's online, I know that, but this is about as important of an online tournament as you can get. I mean, outside of the majors, this is probably one of, if not the most important tournaments of the year, because it sets the stage, it sets the tone for all of Season 4.
Well, OpTic Gaming and FaZe will be the next series up next. Get ready. We're going to take a quick break as we get ready.
Tell me when you laugh. Yeah, she's a my only fascination. So come on over.
in the land of the living. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. There's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living.
I know that fortune favored you with treasures I don't hold, and though the shine is dulled, that's how I'll always think of you. You were a young one then, but everyone begins. We were just children, heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I wish I could say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. It's never too late. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. In time, the stars will shine for you out on the open road, like emeralds in stone. Just don't forget that I'm your home. I'm in your every breath. That's how the story ends. We were just children caught up in a tidal wave, running from monsters. I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. It's never the just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late.
Welcome back to the HCS Qualifier Road to Arlington. Our next series is the winners semifinals. OpTic Gaming versus FaZe. We just watched the winners semis against Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming. Shopify Rebellion moving on ahead. Now we talked about FaZe. Now let's talk about OpTic Gaming. We know the squad is hungry for their first spot, the first seed this weekend going into Arlington. So they got themselves Lunchbox, who is returning as their coach after 4 months. Just 4 months. What does this change for this team?
I mean, to be honest, Lunchbox brings so much to this team. This might even be the exact thing they needed to level up and to defeat Shopify, because I see so much talent on this roster, but they didn't feel quite disciplined and organized, and they didn't feel like they had a book. They're just playing off on a whim, and they're just so talented that it's working anyways. But a person like Lunchbox will kind of get them to focus up and really hone in on how they want to play Halo, because they can decide how they want to play, and he's going to keep track. He's got a notebook full of starting strats and in-game strats. He's also a confident voice to help them know when to push or when to pull back. I think he's a great addition to the roster.
Well, since we started the subject of composition, let's take a look at the entire team as a whole and what they did last week in the Championship Sunday Open Series number 3. We had a few players to talk about. Well, we can take a look at all of them. But while we go ahead and do that, Mac, Lunchbox, there was a very sudden change from one coach to another. How does this affect the team, or does it affect them at all?
Oh, this is a massive buff, and I'm really surprised. How did Lunchbox, how does OpTic let Lunchbox walk out the door in the first place, right? I was shocked when he left the team, and happy to see him back on it. Bum for Tusk, but hey, maybe that opens the door for Tusk to get back on the sticks, because we know he's damn good and can still compete. So I'd be excited to see Tusk back on the sticks, and even more excited to see Lunchbox coaching this team again. And I think Eli's right. The little bit of a gap that seems to be there with the cohesion and chemistry of this OpTic roster, you get a coach like Lunchbox back, and he can ring it. He can reel it in. He can bring it back together, and I think that's what Lunchbox was brought in to do.
I think they are going to be excited to have him back on the team. And, 3 of these players haven't actually, worked with Lunchbox before, I believe. Just formal building the squad together. So exciting to see what they can do and if this is going to be their key to winning this weekend. In front of us, we have Penguin and his stats from the previous weekend. He has joined Trippy alongside Suppressed and Falcated to form what was previously Team Better is now FaZe Clan. What do we see jumping out from here?
I mean, the damage taken per life is pretty high here. That means that he is often staying alive in positions. I think Penguin's one of the best in the world at creating openings for his team and drawing attention away. But Trippy, even better in that department, higher damage per life and higher damage dealt per life. This is the big game Trippy that we've been waiting to see. And I think that when he shows up is when FaZe is at their best.
Yesterday, I believe we heard big game Trip the entire day. So something is different about this squad. We've heard a lot about them being the underdogs coming in to this event starting the year, and they've placed third place twice, but then had a sudden drop last weekend. They have the potential, Mac. What do you see in them?
Yeah, I'm seeing a renaissance, a Trippy-sance in the man himself. He is looking great. He was like you said, Ali, he was mentioned routinely on the broadcast yesterday because you couldn't help but notice how much he was popping off. On the other side, look at Falcated, hand in hand with Trippy, and that is a lot of prowess when it comes to kill-death ratio. The only thing that's sticking out at me is Suppressed. 0.77, not necessarily, costing his squad or having an awful tournament, but Suppressed was the main slayer last year. I'm expecting him to get those numbers up.
Well, let's take a look at OpTic's numbers and see how they performed last weekend. Look at Renegades. Is it 352 there on life?
352 damage per life is crazy average. Renegade definitely, I mean, it's no surprise this guy's been considered the GOAT for a long time in Halo Infinite, or a lot of people think he's the best player. He's always in the conversation at the very least. And then you've got Legend, who has a 1.06. When this guy is playing his best, OpTic is their best. I mean, what's really different about the two teams that I've seen is everyone on the side of OpTic is performing. It's very even across the board. I mean, it's only 0.11 difference across from the highest KDA to the other, so to the lowest, I mean. But yeah, OpTic, I think, have had FaZe's number since this season started.
And now we will get to see, will OpTic Gaming take this win against FaZe, or will we see surprises coming from FaZe Clan this weekend? Recharge King of the Hill, first game of the series.
El Clasico, an old-fashioned grudge match between two of the longest standing organizations in gaming history. OpTic, FaZe, a trip to the winter final on the line, and a chance to make OpTic bleed a little bit. It was often last year at FaZe, OpTic guaranteed a game 5. I think for FaZe, I think that's a benchmark for them. Take OpTic to game 5 and then let the chips fall where they may.
I don't know if OpTic's gonna let this go to a game 5. I feel like OpTic has been leveling excuse me, they've been leveling up every single week, and FaZe just hasn't had the answer. They won a single Slayer against OpTic. I think that's it. So this is a tall task, I think, for FaZe. Looking at the series layout, though, Recharge King of the Hill, I think is a great place for FaZe to start. I know that players like Trippy and Suppressed have had some of their best all-timer games on this map, so this might be the way to start the FaZe Clan victory.
I'm just breathing it all in, Eli, because anytime you look on LVT Halo and you see OpTic on your left, FaZe on your right, this is it's the best of the best, man. This is the best possible matchup. I think the most exciting matchup, no bias, between these two teams. So as we take a look here at OpTic Renegade, the demon of HCS, and you know that's what the Covenant called Master Chief. The little grunts when they see 117 drop in out of the sky, they yell demon, and I imagine even the HCS's best feel like that when they see Renegade zipping and zapping all over the map with something like a grapple hook. He is, well, the demon.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been incredible. That grapple, shock, killing spree, damn near killing frenzy that he had was one of the most exciting plays that I can imagine on this very map. I don't know if it was King of the Hill, but I believe it was Strongholds. But regardless, I think that's going to be the plan for FaZe, is to keep the grapple shock out of Renegade's hands. If this guy gets multiple parts of the sandbox in his possession, he is difficult to deal with.
Do Trippy and Penguin get their revenge, or does Formal get to say, this is why I dropped you? As Formal gets his first shots out into Suppressed. Penguin looking to grab the camo. He's just down to the narrow's edge of health. He'll go down. So too will Formal and Bound. So it's an even 2-2 off the split here. Renegade sneaking away with a shock, and he barely has any angle to hit the headshot. Peels back the wig, and he's already looking like the demon that we were referencing.
I mean, that was perfect recognition of the situation. He says, I can cut my angle from this guy bottom center, trust my teammate to finish him off. Trippy enters the line of sight and takes his face for it. So ultimately he gets taken down, though, and all the while, I mean, we're still yapping. This hill's almost over. I mean, has Legend just went straight to the hill and not even been touched? He's finally facing some pressure, but is he even going to go down? Look at the coverage that he has from his teammates.
Oh my
By the time
God.
they show up, he's already... Okay, finally Legend goes down, but the hill is already almost completed.
And this is what we got to talk about with Legend. He's got a 1.06 based on the last open series. Hail Mary frag toss there from Renegade. But Legend's doing that while working the entire OBJ for OpTic Gaming. He is truly the objective mastermind, not only for this team, Eli, but I'd say in all of the HCS, as Legend puts up 99%. But FaZe have control of the hill. And if Trippy can stay alive, no, he will not. Formal does take him down. Renegade takes down the last member. That'll do it. OpTic cap 1-0. Here we go.
Hill incoming.
No, I have to agree, Legend, definitely the standout OBJ player, but I got to give the rest of OpTic credit. They have all kind of stepped up and started to do objective and have become quite the efficient team. It seems like they're taking advantage of their moments. I think it's often Legend who, amidst the chaos, prioritizes the objective and gives them a narrow edge in most of these, but a lot of, you know, armchair analysts have been saying this OpTic squad might struggle in OBJ, but they're actually one of the most efficient teams in the league.
And now with Lunchbox putting the headset back on, I'm noticing it. I'm seeing just a little bit faster step. That extra millisecond seems to be in OpTic's favor. And when you got good comms and good intel, that's what a coach gives you. That's what it looks like. But for now, OpTic do go 3 down. So FaZe with control of the backside of C. OpTic going to be spawning inside of A. And if Suppress can push up enough with a strategic enough positioning, they could actually spawn pinch and trap OpTic, but Formal's going to break through the tower.
This is a great looking opportunity for FaZe. What does Legend have here? Needs to win this kill. Does find a trade. So it's going to slow down FaZe. They actually get 3 dead here. Informal kill the last. No, Trippy's still alive, but a couple members of OpTic should be moving. Yeah, I don't think he even realizes how good it was because there's another member of OpTic pushing into the backside. It's bound, of course. Trying to see if he can stay alive a bit longer. This has gone back and forth. Several trades going down. Neither team really having strong control. Ultimately, though, FaZe are able to secure it. We've got ourselves a tie game now. Which team is going to get control of this elevator side the fastest?
I had to interject and say great nades, and they didn't earn Trippy the Slays, Eli, but they earned FaZe that hill. That was all cause and effect of Trippy throwing 2 chase grenades to the front and back of the White Hall, and it kept OpTic at bay. It allowed the spawners for FaZe Clan to push on through off the back wall and get there quickly to the cap point and make it 1-all as Renegade lays claim to hill number 3, but with those frag tosses coming out towards his location, he's going to back up, reshield, reposition, get back into the fight, back into the hill.
Yeah, he actually just walked towards the elevator just long enough to guarantee the spawns from FaZe do not show up here. Just being in this hill is not close enough to block the spawn. By the way, I didn't even know about that ledge bound. Jumping up and down on the outside there, see if he can catch somebody off guard. But FaZe break in. They've got complete control now. Trippy and Penguin find kills, and this is looking like a good opportunity for them to capture this hill as well.
It's always exciting when you're in year 4 of a Halo competition and you're still learning new things. As OpTic has the edge here in a 1-1 tie game. They got about 2 times what FaZe have on hill number 3, but Penguin looking to change that. Some good shots. It's FaZe in the hill. Falcated down to 1 HP. But Penguin's in position to keep him alive. Not only keep him alive, but take down a few of his own. And with the camo, Penguin's going to get it back. He's going to stay alive. 3 go down. Renegade's the last Spartan standing. And look at the triangulation. They are hunting Renegade. The demon turns into a wimpy gargoyle. And it looks like FaZe Clan might just take the lead.
It's gargoyle, but...
Whatever,
we're mixing the Halo map and gargoyle, all good. All right, so FaZe have done a great job to tie this, or I mean to now take the lead. But OpTic are in position for next. Suppressed, taken down with the shock rifle. It's going to go into Bounce hands, and Mikowski's going to come up with more ways to blow my mind the rest of the day. I'm sure of it.
Well, hey, that's because FaZe are blowing my mind right now. We said if we could just get a game 5. Come on, OpTic, FaZe, just give us a game 5, and Penguin looking to ensure that this might even go shorter than that. Based on what we're seeing from FaZe Clan so far, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I know everybody in the chat was hoping and dreaming for a game 5. Some said it wouldn't be possible. OpTic are too strong, but FaZe Clan came to play here on Championship Sunday. Major qualification on the line, and Penguin's playing smart. Noticing the numbers dwindling at the backside of C, he's going to toss the shock rifle off the backside of C as well, and keep OpTic from grabbing not only control of the map, but the power weapon as well.
Yeah, great heads-up play from Penguin. Also before that, they had positioning in the hill, but made the call to push out the tower side, expecting the push from OpTic to already be there. So because of that action, we're able to push OpTic back, slow them down, and they've been able to earn themselves a little bit more time and space on this side of the map. Now, OpTic are 4 alive, as are FaZe, but OpTic have better positioning. They send 3 through the blue hall. Bound recognizing he doesn't need to be in this position. He's going to rotate backwards, miss a jump, and then get into the hill. And all of a sudden, OpTic have perfect map positioning. They have a player top glass. This is going to be very difficult for FaZe to push through.
Such good tower control for OpTic that I think everybody's going to try to go below bridge and through mid, and that's exactly what we see here. But the thing is, if I'm, as a caster, if I can call out where it's going, you know OpTic knows. But despite that, it's a 2-2 even split. I thought for sure we'd see 3 go down for FaZe Clan with OpTic looking down like shooting fish in a barrel. They had all of the routes pre-planned and manipulated and forced. But FaZe Clan are still able to find slays. We are witnessing a FaZe Clan that might just be taking the next step. Need to get caught up a little bit here on this next hill, but they're still up 2-1. Formal, though, changing that with the shock rifle. Double kill. No, gets the potential assist. Actually doesn't get the assist, just a clean up nonetheless. 4 go down for FaZe Clan. OpTic should tie it here 2-2. But do they play the Ryan Noob strat here, Eli, and force FaZe Clan to push towards a hill they can't win? No, they're just going to take it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes you get a little bit too ambitious with those plays. You never know if the other team's about to make a good push and make you for dead. Just secure the points. Renegade securing the elevator as well. Renegade does such a good job of picking up on his teammates' damage. That's why his KD is off the charts. But we got ourselves a tie game. Typically, the thought process for this hill is to control the seaside and long haul of the map, which FaZe Clan currently have, but OpTic have already got half this hill completed.
Man, now we can see how many caps Legend was involved in, 2 total. But I'd love to see his hill time. I really feel like he's had the majority of it as Bound now grabs the camo. I've noticed since the tide started shifting, Eli, it's been more camo control for OpTic. Now, granted, Bound does go down there, but he's keeping the camo out of FaZe's hands. And guys like Penguin and Trippy were making use of it earlier throughout this game. So I think that's been a big part of how OpTic came back and kind of shut down what looked like a really hot FaZe Clan.
Absolutely. Legend playing patiently here over on the silo side. He knows his positioning is important. Position was noted by Falcated, but getting that trade means Bound is able to completely control this side of the map. Now FaZe unfortunately turned at the wrong time. Did not expect Bound to double back, and this looks like an OpTic hill if I've ever seen one. FaZe have to start thinking about next.
So efficient, though, scoring on this 5th hill. They got plenty of time, does FaZe. So 1:15 left on the clock. I think he'd be all right with 45. So they have every bit of opportunity. Tied up at 3 and send us to a decisive hill number 7. But for now, suppressed. Down to low shields in the tower. He'll get cleaned up by Renegade. Renegade expecting a trace from the bottom side of A. It's Falcated. He's right. Now using that grapple hook. Oh my God, if he 360 ninja Trippy there, I would have freaked out. He goes down nonetheless. Huge takedown there. You do not want to let Renegade run amok with the grapple hook. Trippy, same guy. You don't want to let him get hot. So he gets shut down. Bound to the double kill. Back and forth double kills we go. It feels like everybody's trading out. Because of that, you've seen the regulation clock dwindle down to 35 seconds. Can FaZe come back?
Just getting pretty mixy. Great prediction there from Penguin. Get that melee kill, but I mean, look at all the time that OpTic has wasted. There's only 28 seconds left on the clock. FaZe have to set foot in it to pause the timer and to get 3 dead. This is a great looking opportunity now for FaZe. Suppress, if he can get this kill onto Bound, will certainly slow down the next push from OpTic as well. And Suppressed needs this double. He gets it.
Renegade going for the camo, but he takes down Suppressed with the help of OpTic. Formal. Camo gets burned out. Renegade goes down. 3 are still down for OpTic Gaming. It feels like it's been 15, 20 seconds of that, and now the spawns are predictably occurring at A. Penguin with perfect shots takes down 1. Now it's Legend down to 1 HP. Grenade toss out. Goes down to the grenade of Suppressed instead, and FaZe with 20 seconds might just tie it up here in the end game.
They're playing this perfectly. The spawns have been staggered from OpTic. Trippy leaves and comes back with perfect timing to allow the members of OpTic to spawn here, but they have nowhere to go. They can't get a sight line on the hill, and FaZe have tied it up, and we're in sudden death, Hunter.
Sudden death OT. El Clasico delivering here early, and so too is Formal with the double kill. It gets shut down by his former teammate Penguin, denying access to the triple kill, but it's that 4th hill that matters most, and that 4th down for OpTic Gaming as FaZe Clan are on fire, and they've got the first points of sudden death.
Trippy's position is so critical here. He can get so much damage on them as they try to cross over to the tower. Formal has gotten through though, and he's still full shields. Falcated going to try to shut him down. There's multiple choke points that OpTic have to get through to make this possible. Renegade intentionally curb slides off the map to turn and get...
3 dead!
How did he plan for that to end?
It has been a blender of OpTic Gaming. Green, carrot, celery, turmeric, juice. As FaZe Clan continues to wipe the floor with them. Clean up on aisle 5, but it might just be hill 4 that secures game 1 for FaZe.
OpTic have to figure this out. They've been staggered for the last 2 or 3 minutes straight. Bound trades with Trippy, suppressing the perfect spot to slow down Formal. Now gonna reposition. Formal might be able to get through. Legend finds a melee kill. It's a big kill from Suppress though. FaZe have almost completed this. All they have to do now is stay alive. Renegade's not gonna make that easy though.
2 down on each side. It's 3 again. It's all 4. FaZe with the comeback win. Take game 1. If not for a miracle off of spawn, I don't think Legend can do it. What a miraculous endgame for FaZe. Now they do still have a chance as OpTic Gaming, but will this be another 3-4 down like we've seen throughout? Yes, it is. Unbelievable slaying prowess turns into objective efficiency and turns into a comeback win for FaZe in game 1.
I said this was exactly what FaZe needed. They needed to start with this win. This is their only hope. Like we've said, OpTic has been their kryptonite, but to win game 1 is massive. Street Slayer is a coin flip in my opinion. If FaZe can maintain this momentum and win Street Slayer as well, they just need to win 1 more to close out the series, and it's absolutely doable now.
What a thrilling game 1. What a great start to El Clasico. That's everything you expect from these two teams, as everybody had a pop-off moment. We had a ton of intrigue. We had OpTic score first, and then FaZe Clan tie it, and then OpTic seemingly run away with it. But then FaZe Clan, how were they able to, Eli, in the end game, to look so good with so little time left?
Perfect spawn manipulation and timing. They were purposefully leaving the elevator open going into the second to last hill. I mean, let's just go through and let these replays actually flesh out before we get to the point I'm talking about. This was so back and forth at the beginning. Huge triple kill here from Penguin. Formal now with the shock, rotating the back. Nice headshot, but he ends up going down here. Renegade was playing a little bit too fast. We saw him jump off the map towards the end. Okay, we're not going to get to see that replay. Maybe we'll have to break that down in the post show, how FaZe were able to come out ahead there in the end of that game. Let's get started on Street Slayer.
3-1 here off the start for OpTic Gaming. And wasn't it Lunchbox who was coaching this FaZe Clan roster? It was rumored to be. So that adds another little bit of intrigue here in this series, as Lunchbox presumably leaving FaZe Clan to rejoin his old pals on OpTic Gaming, particularly Formal, who I assume made that call. As perfect shots go out from Legend on the palm tree, take down another one. It's a 4-kill advantage off the start for OpTic, and they're building on it.
Okay, OpTic bouncing it back here, but couple answered kills. Camo is up, but Bound and Formal are not going to make it easy for them to grab it. Going to see a few more slays before it gets grabbed. Okay, I think it was a member of FaZe able to get away with it until traded out. I think that Camo is now burned.
Trippy now suppressed instead. He's got that stalker rifle. It's the fist though that take down Renegade, as Bound, Formal looking to take on Trippy and Suppress. Suppress, instead of going right through the driveway, goes to the stairs, but Bound, he has the game sense, picks it out, goes down shortly after. It's going to be a back and forth, what's it called, POV roulette here, as it feels like every time we switch to a player, someone's going down and dying. It just speaks to how fast and frenetic the action is, as Legend takes another claim with the melee slay. Use of the repulsor gets him quickly to the cafe, but after a nice start for OpTic Gaming, FaZe Clan are coming back a little bit.
I like how the normal curb slide's not fast enough for Legend. He's also got to add the 360 repulse just to add a little bit more speed to the gameplay. Sometimes that microsecond can make the difference though. Just being able to get into the fight, help the team. It's gone back and forth, but narrowly won by OpTic so far in the early game. Nice stick coming out from Renegade, but this new camo should force some movement to the center of the map.
Renegade just so damn good with the stickies in close proximity, and it's that sticky that opens up the camo for Formal to take for himself, as he's got Renegade pushing up, clambering over the top side. He's gonna wait to get his shields back and allow for Formal to meet up with him on the line of scrimmage, but those grenades are chasing him back and out. Renegade goes down, so Formal's plan to push into C has been thwarted, so he's gonna instead work on the cafe side, has a 1v1 with Falcated, and takes it.
Okay, this is looking much better for OpTic. Camo expires And FaZe find the answer. That's 3 dead for OpTic. Now FaZe in this moment kind of need to take advantage of this. They need to kill Legend quickly and then get back to the line of scrimmage to fight the next members of OpTic. But OpTic have done a great job to come off spawn. Where they were previously 3 dead, they moved very quickly up on the map and have set themselves up for a chance to stop FaZe from pushing through.
Bound was sneaky, cheeky in the corner there, but it felt like both Suppressed and Trippy knew his location. I'm not sure if death cams or just comms called out Bound's location. I'm sure Bound thought he was there unbeknownst to his opponents, but they sure enough spotted him out. 28-26 now as FaZe Clan have brought this back to within 2. Now 1, back to 2 as it's back and forth on the backside of A as Legend scurries his way through. Try to clean up on some damage here, but there's nobody to clean up. 3 go down for FaZe Clan, and it's back to a 2-kill lead for OpTic.
Bound's got a great position, but how does Falcated win that? That was crazy. Bound narrowly missing the last 4 bullets that he fired, and that's exactly the type of turn situation that FaZe needed. They've now taken the lead off of that, and Bound has to be livid.
Yeah, Falcated turns on Bound, and will FaZe turn on the afterburners as we're in the end game just about now. Tied 34 all as Bound chance at revenge. Looks to take down Falcated, but he can't clean him up once again. That might be trying to get a little frustrating for Adam. As Renegade now on the trash side has teammate support. It's his rival turned duo. But Penguin takes down Bound, so it's a trade-out occurrence in the feed, and it's all filtering down to the overall scoreboard. 36 all. We're tied heading into the 40s.
Okay, it looks like Falcated got a spawn out as well. So I was just thinking, oh no, sorry, that's Penguin. I was just thinking it's going to be hard for them to get out of the subway. Penguin spawn might have been able to make that easier, but OpTic find him and cut him down. Now the rest of FaZe are still trapped in the subway side. Renegade gets a kill and tries to stay alive, but Trippy finds the angle on B rail. They've made a great push out. Typically one of the harder pushes to make in this game type, but FaZe have done it. And they now have tied it up. They're forcing Legend backwards, which means they should be able to push forward on the map.
Renegade takes the frontline position while Legend backs up, gets his shields back. Formal gets a grenade slay to make it 41-40. OpTic Bound now pushing up on the B-rail side. Takes a press down to 1 HP. 2 split on the PD side, 2 split on the C side, and FaZe Clan are going to take advantage of that positioning and take down 3. They've regained the lead once again, 43-42. And now here's where the spawns will split. Couple Cafe, couple C. Can they take advantage once again? We're tied 43 all.
They were correct in their guess. They knew the next set of spawns would come from the Cafe side. Well executed grenade there from Trippy. Once again, his grenades have been on point this series so far. It's 13 and 9 so far. All
oh my God,
look
at this, they're all trapped.
And I think that FaZe have already burned their grenades, so OpTic can kind of play this way. OpTic played it perfectly. They waited for FaZe to burn their grenades and then just set up and created a trap. And FaZe fell right into it.
Huge 1v1. Oh, but it gets cleaned up. The press goes down, so too does Penguin. It's that 2-kill advantage for OpTic that they take in the end game. 47-45. Formal. Oh, the bait and switch. Penguin and Trippy, use of the camo. This could bring FaZe Clan back. 1 kill down, 47-46. Penguin makes his move. The distractionary bait will be on Zane. Trippy can't go to where Zane is, though, because that's where the grenade damage is going to go. Trippy realizes that, now works his way left into the PD, taking careful shots. Penguin cleans up on Bound.
Oh.
Trippy cleans up on his initial, and it's just a 1-kill game, but it's FaZe Clan now in the lead. Now 49-0, and FaZe steal it with a 4-down secured team wipe of OpTic Gaming, and they've got a 2-0 lead in the series. What?
That was a masterclass from Trippy at the end of that game. His target prioritization, outputting damage. We can't hear the comms, but you know for sure he's telling his teammates exactly where to push up. He's keeping people no shields. He's forcing OpTic to take less and less space. They're scurrying away. Look at these shots. He comes in, he's cutting the angle from PD with the first couple of shots, predicts that Formal will swing out, predicts that Formal will re-enter the sight line. Before this, he had also done damage to force them into PD in the first place. Here, follows up on the melee from Penguin to get the last kill. That was flawless execution from Trippy.
We have just been waiting for the likes of FaZe Clan or SSG to step up and take a series from what looks like the big 2 in OpTic and Rebellion. And now FaZe have 2 big wins, but they need 1 more. Aquarius CTF up next for game 3. But boy, oh boy, have we been impressed with the leaps and bounds of progress that we've seen from FaZe Clan. Maybe you get that FaZe Clan buff, right? We've been calling them better all along. Now they're FaZe Clan, and now they're looking like it.
I mean, there's something to that, to be honest. I was worried about them as the name better. I'm like, is something going wrong with their contracts? Like, there's no reason for it to take this long, you know? Like, there's... Let's be real.
Now we're locked in.
Yeah, esports isn't perfect. Like, there's issues behind the scenes with some of these orgs, but they're finally locked in. They've signed the contract. They are now officially FaZe, and they're looking stronger for it. But Legend, fastest Usain Bolt flag run on the map, and he might just score in 30 seconds. No, he has been stopped short for now.
Kill.
Oh, wow. Trippy with that angle. That was nuts. Bound, though, picking up the remains of that Legend run. And within 40 seconds, no! Goal line stand! And Falcon is there to earn a reset. At the very least, he's going to drop that flag out into the courtyard. And it looks like break for OpTic at the start of Game 3. Falcon secures it at the goal line.
Unreal stuff. Valkated is here. He's clutching up when his team needs it. And now, what does OpTic do to respond? Suppressed. 3 kills and 3 assists already, and getting to the top of the map. He's looking to keep OpTic in their base so FaZe can push up on the map.
That's where the mental starts to get a little defeated. It's like, golly, bro, what else do we need to do? Falcated, man, you got to take Falcated down, as Renegade will have a second look on a score. But Renegade's no Legend, and Legend utilized super fast G-slides to get across the map quickly. But hey, with 3, now 4 down for FaZe Clan, you could run this the default Halo 3 way and probably get it back to the base. But will they falter again at the goal line? I think FaZe Clan is going to have enough off spawn here to maybe take a look.
Wow.
Bound goes down, but no, Renegade's already there. It's going to go through. OpTic, 1-0.
Great efficiency here. I mean, OpTic, we looked at the KD stats. I'd be curious to know OpTic's capture the flag stats, because this team is insane at capture the flag. This is probably the hardest game in the series for FaZe Clan to find a W. But they've been on fire so far and showing some clutch factor. But I think OpTic, it might make it difficult. FaZe have to hold strong, though.
Yeah, these are moments where you expect guys like Formal. I took that personally. 7-3 and 4 here off the start. He's been a big reason why OpTic are able to take a lead at the start of this match. As Bound now with the camo pushes into the FaZe base, has shots into the back of Falcated, gonna take him down rather easily, but it's shots into his back and a grenade as well that take him down. So no more camo for Bound. 2 down though for OpTic, 3 down for FaZe Clan, and that's gonna give Legend the green light to continue on the run with those G-slides and quickly get him into the courtyard. And my God, incredible shots. Take down 1, but he trades out Penguin. The clutch Slay has an angle on the flag, but he goes down. 3 in total for FaZe, and OpTic are earning it here. If they do put this one in, they've had to earn a lot of slays to make it 2-0.
Formal misses the curb slide grab. It's not going to matter. Okay, he does put it in. I was a little bit worried for a moment, but now 2-0 lead for OpTic early on. We're not even 4 minutes into this game, and they're making FaZe's life difficult. Trippy, though, in the base of OpTic, they find a few. Bound, last player alive. Not sure where he is exactly on the map.
Fridge.
Okay, he did the jump from Fridge side. New skill jump added to the game. This flag's already pretty far, but the thing is, FaZe need to get several kills before they can advance it any further.
Trippy has it in the utility, close enough, but you got the boogeyman waiting under the bed in Legend. He might just get this flag out just to give them something else to think about. And it looks like with 3 down, it's actually, he's going to let Formal reset it. And Legend's going to go on the offense again with those G-slides through the carbine. And I would not be surprised if we saw 3-0 here for OpTic, despite the numbers advantage for FaZe Clan. That's just how fast Legend is. You can already see he is just meters and moments away from securing it, and Bound does instead. And that's just what you get. You could be down in numbers, but when Legend is cutting the map in half with those G-slides, he'll still score.
OpTic is insane at this game mode. By the way, Renegade has 3 kills somehow. When have we seen him this deep into a CTF game with just 3 kills? He's got 9 assists to go with it, but it doesn't even feel like he's needed on the map. Bound, Formal, and Legend have been playing these flags perfectly. I mean, every flag run has been with those 3. Renegade just putting himself where he needs to. And look at this. Legend's now on a killing spree. He's been all over the map. He's got the camo, and he might just start running this flag again.
No way. Not as the last player alive. There's no way. They're going to spot him. Oh, he still gets it over to his side of the map. My God. All it takes is one click of the crouch button. and a grab of the X button. And Legend's got it, 50 meters, it feels like he could go in one fell swoop. I mean, this dude is fast. And it really points to why OpTic and CTFs are not to be messed with. 3 to go down, though. So FaZe Clan are going to have their chance at the next pull.
Interesting positioning choice from Penguin. He stays bottom center. I guess he's going to rotate to the P side, see if he can cut off any spawners as this flag goes through the car side. Penguin really making their life difficult over there, but OpTic might be able to take care of him. Look at the positioning and stays alive with the use of the thrust pack. This flag is all the way through, but FaZe still need a couple more kills. 2v2 situation on the map.
Penguin, gotta have it. Gets it, but doesn't get the second. Flag gets reset. And with the game at the halfway mark here, a little over 6 minutes left on the clock, FaZe don't need to score all 3 in a hurry, but they got to get 1 on the board here in the next minute or so.
Need to hold, I think, top center a little bit more.
Kill.
Feels like OpTic have had free reign on that. They've been stopping top center to output damage, then advancing forward once they get a few kills. And somebody's often filling their spot top center to keep the spawners at bay. Very systematic gameplay we're seeing out of them. Bound able to steal the camo, not going to survive with it though. And that's 3 dead now for OpTic. Trippy in the base of OpTic should be able to get this flag out, but their issue hasn't been getting it out. It's been finding a way to get it home.
Yeah, Legend playing some good defense here, and now he sends in Bound for the bait and switch, but Trippy, man, he has been having himself a weekend. He woke up on the right side of the bed both days. As he stays alive, maintains that killing spree. Battle rifle up if you'd like, but flag run, that's most important. And he feels content to let it rip. Only 1 dead on each side, but Trippy's going to get it going. But he goes down, Trippy gets stopped, and I imagine that flag will too. If not for suppressed, you can see he's close by. If he wins this one on Legend, now he'll go down, so too will all of FaZe. Flag gets reset. OpTic with a strong 3-0 lead.
How many flags is that return now for OpTic? Is it 4? It feels like so many. FaZe have had really good runs. Yeah, they've had good runs, but OpTic just knowing how to come off spawn, advance on the map, and put themselves in positions to stop the flag from going home. They've also just been clutching up. This one looks like it's going to be almost impossible to stop, though. I don't think Formal's even going to try here. He might just try to get a kill before he dies. Yes, this flag will go home for FaZe. Can it turn into a double cap? They've got the spawners on the fridge side. This is setting up pretty well for them. Trippy's in the right position as well.
The double cap is on the run, and Trippy is set up. Can't let Legend squeeze through onto your side of the map. At least make sure he's down to low shield so he can get cleaned up on. He does. Bound gets cleaned up on as well. That trade, you'll take that if you're FaZe Clan. They have just a few more steps. Oh, but the eyes are on Falcated, and it's Formal back for blood, back for revenge, and back to reset that flag. It's a goal line stand now for OpTic.
You might be able to get a touch here. No, I think that flag's going to return on its own. It will not.
No!
Suppress gets the touch. That's huge. FaZe need the slays here, though, and Legend is not going to make it easy.
Okay, Suppressed and Trippy are down, but so too is Bound. Penguin goes down, Falcon goes down. I don't know how they could possibly do this. This would be the hero of all hero plays from Trippy, but he goes down. That flag gets reset ultimately. A valiant effort from FaZe Clan, but it's not enough.
The Renegade quickly checks the fridge, sees no one there, understands the spawners must be all in the utility side, finds one. Formal last player alive, but he is just keeping FaZe at bay. Retreats into the util. Should be able to get his shields back here. I don't think Falcated even knows where he went, but doesn't matter. Penguin will clean him up. But 3 minutes left on the clock. FaZe Clan have to get these flags home in their next engagement.
3-1 with 3:01 left on the clock as Trippy down to P1, goes down. Legend now pushing up through the util, turns back, spots Falcated, can't clean him up as he drops around the corner. So Legend says, all right, fine. I'll just continue to play offense. And I guess the best version of defense is a strong version of offense, but it's, wow, Legend actually is going to run all the way back to the 50-yard line. I thought maybe he'd keep the pressure on. Instead, he works all the way back to the 50-yard line. Let's see how this plays out.
I think that's smart. He recognized there's several members in his base. Maybe only one person off spawn that he could have slowed down. Instead, he's more effective by backtracking. Still members of FaZe pushing through into the base here, though. Bound gets taken down. Flag's unable to get through, so I think Formal found an angle, tight line of visibility from the fridge side, and then rotated back through the base. Now here in the window, though, he's going to get taken down. Okay, this is looking pretty good for FaZe. They got to handle Bound and Renegade off spawn here, though.
Looked like Trippy was able to hit the curb slide there as he dropped out. Fortunate spawn for Bound, who wraps into the utility, gets quick line of sight access to that flag run, but there's enough pressure on that lane to make sure he can't get any damage unless he repositions, which is what he's done masterfully so with the double kill. Stops the flag and takes down all 4 for FaZe Clan. My God, when Bound realized the lane was shut on the right side, he took the fast lane top mid instead and shuts down the score all by himself.
OpTic are insane at these flag stops. They just got a cap of their own off of that as well. This looks like it's over as FaZe are reeling. They've won the first 2 games of this series, but this one, the minute left, time is running out, and OpTic have had the answer to every single flag run except for one.
I am so impressed by that play from Bound. How often do we see players just try to force it, Eli, where they just like kind of like this right here, where you're like, I'll just take the gunfight through util to util. Let's do it. But Bound, he rotates and repositions to top mid instead, finds himself a camo, a double kill, and a flag stop. I mean, that might have been the play of the game right there.
Oh no. Suppressed. Unfortunately, nades himself there. I don't think it matters though. At this point, we're just padding our stats as we gear up for game number 4. In my opinion, this was never FaZe's game to win. Although they had so many good flag runs, they just could not get them all the way home. I'm very curious once this game's over to see the flag pull and return stats, because they're going to be pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like FaZe at least had a look at 5. They had, they had the maximum, or I guess the minimum opportunity you'd need to score 5 here on Aqua CTF. But man, the goal line stands, the counter caps, the courtyard stops, the flag tosses out to keep the other team from scoring. I mean, we saw a clinic there from OpTic Gaming. That is the book on how you play Aqua CTF. Is OpTic take back 1 match in this series and start their road to a reverse sweep.
Would love to see the stats for OpTic's win rate in CTF. I doubt they have many losses at all. Taking a look here at the stats in the Slay department. Pretty even across the board, to be honest. Nobody really having a bad game. Lowest kills in the lobby, 19 for Falcated, and then the highest kills in the lobby, 25 for Legend Bound and Trippy. So it was really just the objective efficiency. The slays that mattered went to the favor of OpTic.
Yeah. Taking a look at the damage numbers. Let's slide on over to the flags taken, I think. Really curious to see how that all lined up.
There we go.
There we go. 3.
Well, look at the steals on the very
there it is. Oh my God.
Legend with 5 steals, and FaZe had a total of 9 flag steals, and we're only able to get 1 home. That's incredible.
And OpTic had less than them in total. The OpTic only pulled 8 flags. That's very interesting. FaZe was the more aggressive team. FaZe was the team with more opportunities, and the final score would make you think that they never pulled once.
Incredible stuff, man. How do they so efficiently come off spawn? I mean, especially when a team like FaZe is not a slouch team. They're going to know how to control the spawns, force you to spawn fridge. But how does OpTic play out of the fridge? It feels like they're sending maybe 1 player back towards their base to get behind the members of FaZe that are in their base. Then they send 1 to P2, of course, and then someone that crosses the map. Yeah. I mean, it's a very effective way to play off the spawn there.
That's what I saw from Formal. Formal had a lot of stops where he was the last Spartan alive, and he would quickly get up to P2 while the rest of the base was trying to get cleared out by FaZe Clan. So while all the attention was in the base as opposed to trapping the fridge spawn, Formal would get up to P2, and he had a couple times where he stopped FaZe from scoring all by himself. We saw Bound do the same here. Perfect timing. There it is right there. So you saw a lot of hero moments here in the CTF where, sure, you're getting some damage and some output and some help from other teammates, but this was just a matter of OpTic Gaming stepping up and making plays.
If you guys want to learn how to get better, I highly recommend go watch that game again in theater and pay attention to what OpTic do off of spawn when their flag is out. You'll probably learn a lot, but Got our picture-in-picture here. Looks like a few different matches happening. TSM versus Cloud9. Not sure if these scores are updated. That might be game number 1. Triggers Down versus Luminosity. Triggers Down up 1-0 so far.
And Luminosity's looking intriguing. Cloud9 looking like they could be a Cinderella, a run potential. TSM, are we going to see them return to that top 4 prominence? Granted, they did have a couple of teammates shuffle out, but they did reunite the gang with that native red top 3 world championship roster in season 1. So TSM's deadly and down to do something here, but it's our focus on the top 2, the bottom side of the winter semifinals, as a trip to the winter final is on the line. El Clasico between OpTic and FaZe. FaZe taking the first 2 games of this series, but OpTic bounced back in game 3, and it's going to be a bounce pass grenade toss that has us looks like reset this one, as we'll get game 4 going here soon. FaZe with a chance to close things out, and I feel like this is big, Eli, because you leave the door cracked open for OpTic Gaming. You give them the 2-game swing momentum going into game 5. Now I might be a little nervous if I'm FaZe at that point.
OpTic also the type of team that plays better when they're angry, and I tell you what, going down 2-0 in a series is enough to piss these guys off. So I expect they're going to be playing and firing on all cylinders going into this. Could be a long one. Live fire oddball. It's going to be all about sniper control, I think. And so far, we've seen OpTic to be very good at oddball as well.
We'll get that lobby reset in the top left, but for now, let's key in on Cloud9 and TSM as we hop on board here with Sab. He's got the plasma pistol, clearance of time, 3-1 in this match. So Cloud9 on the precipice of taking game 1.
Sab is 20-5? What? This guy has been playing unbelievably this entire weekend and last week as well. By the way, Cloud9 with a top 4 finish, upsetting FaZe along their way. And they also, who did they take to game 5 yesterday? Was it OpTic or
SSG?
SSG, that's right. Really should have won that series in my opinion. Kind of let go of it. They could have closed it in 4. But and then also they had the lead in the last 2 games when they could have closed it out, but unfortunately SSG was able to come back. But Cloud9 looking very strong.
Yeah, very deja vu like for Cloud9 not being able to take down SSG, but boy have they made them bleed throughout HCS competition. As we go picture in picture here, an update on Triggers Down versus Luminosity. TD up 1-0 in that series, down by about 7 slays it looks like in game 2. So that series is bound to be tied. And up in the top right, TSM scored to make it a 1-point game with 2:42 left on the clock. Plenty of time left for TSM to take game 1.
Yeah, looks like on the other side, Luminosity will be closing out game 2 and tying up that series. They just need one more slay. Looks like all members of Luminosity pretty much in the same ballpark of kills. So, all right, let's hop back on board though with OpTic and FaZe Clan. FaZe would really like to end this series now if they can, but this is one of OpTic's best game modes.
All right, here we go. It's the series within the series. Oddball live fire as Trippy takes the snipe, drops down. Renegade, easy cleanup slide. Oh, easy cleanup, no scope, but it looked good. Triple kill, no scope, melee, he gets it. Trippy popping off the start. Overkill onto Legend, not gonna get it, but boy, was that triple enough to earn FaZe Clan early control and a 15-second and rolling head start.
Oh, thought he was gonna hit that as well. He's got the other team's sniper rifle in his hand. FaZe skin on the rifle, but OpTic skin on the Spartan. And Legend has not died yet with it. But FaZe got the 16 seconds before OpTic got control of this half of the map. Gotta take care of Legend here though.
Ask and you shall receive. Legend taken care of. Renegade with the camo, though. He might be the new top priority. Ooh, he could grab this snipe with the camo for an over, but no, he's going to get the assist with the triple instead. Would have been an over. But you know what? We're not going to feel bad for John. He's going to have plenty of chances at that as OpTic get their first score of this match.
Of the way that Legend rotates to the back of the tower here to see if he can catch any spawners off guard. Ooh. Saw his teammate spawn next to him, so knew that the spawns had flipped to the other side. And looks like FaZe might be able to take advantage of the situation. Yes, they get 3 dead. Ball didn't fall off the map. And FaZe might be able to get their own tower set up here.
Trippy was on fire to start. Now he's taking a little bit of team damage. So that'll set him up at the pillars. 2 trade out on the backside of green. As Trippy now pushing up through the sandbags, has Bounds back with the pinch from Falcated. Should be enough. It is. Falcated stays up. Bound goes down. Now they got a bait and switch once again. But with both members of FaZe being one shot, a little bit more difficult to accomplish. Another bait and switch occurring here with OpTic executing on it. Look at these bait and switches trading out all throughout the middle of the map, all the way filtering up to the snipe tower. But despite the nice bait and switch execution from OpTic Gaming, it's FaZe Clan who score the more time. 36-8 off the start.
FaZe have done a phenomenal job of throwing this oddball off the map when they lose their setup. That's why OpTic have not been able to capitalize on getting several dead. But look at the pass here. Legend gets the ball out, throws it to Formal, says, I'm going to chase this guy down. You hold on to this for now. Formal going to happily rack up some ball time while he watches his teammates slay out. And OpTic kind of have FaZe in the blender here. That's 3 dead. They know the location of the last player. Renegade's got options here. He has his portal set up on the backside of B. Sorry, on the concrete. Turns 2 with it. And just like that, OpTic look to take the lead here.
Uh-oh. Donna. Bound. Like Jaws creeping in the
oh no, okay,
low waters. Yeah, he almost got turned on by the fisherman. Suppressed, but he'll go down nonetheless. Take a bite out of him as Legend takes the top side of snipe. OpTic Gaming, once down 36-8, have now flipped this game on its head, 51-36, and FaZe Clan haven't had a chance to break through. Now they do after they take down Bound. But just like we saw from FaZe, Eli, those well-timed resets occur for OpTic now, and that's going to give FaZe Clan a little bit of work left before they can start to score time.
Trippy reading the situation perfectly. You see how he changes his stepping over here to the nest. You saw the opponent move in this direction, knew that the squad spawns would show up on this B side. Unfortunately, unable to land any snipe shots. Says, you know what, I'm going to die anyways. Let me just guarantee this thing falls off the map. He's just going to go ahead and take a swim himself. All the while, though, OpTic were able to get out with the new oddball and look to have another tower set up. This is looking good for them. FaZe in a position where they've got to decide how to approach this. They want to send multiple members through different lanes. They've done some early damage to the oddball carrier, but need to continue the push.
Another reset, man. It's been clinical. These back snipe resets for both of these two teams have been on point. Now, FaZe, despite the well-timed reset from OpTic, are able to take 3 down, are able to take that oddball off the starting point. And now the question is, where do we want to take it? A or C? Well, with OpTic inside of A, you're going to see the fight occur towards the small door there from Penguin. But I imagine they want to rotate it the other way. No, they take it to A. And that might be their undoing. They're going to give OpTic a setup for free in the end game, needing just one more push.
Okay, Bound. He's going to just hold down the sandbags here. And look at this. He pushes forward. He's trying to find the route that FaZe are opting for. Doesn't see anyone rotating through bottom center. Probably has a call out that Falcated's weak. And this is looking like the end of round 1. No, Suppress finds a double with some grenades, making a triple. He might just get an overkill here. Doesn't need it. And FaZe have the ball in hand immediately. They have control of the map as well. They can choose how to play this. They need to make sure these spawners of OpTic don't have a clear route through, but Renegade spawned pretty close.
I'm thinking that the best route for FaZe would be to take it to B so you have a place to rotate and reset the oddball, but OpTic spawn on the nest. So they're going to have to hold strong. They're going to have to make their bet at A, but now they start to make that rotation over to C. So Trippy with the camo, some crucial shots here. One more grab with 3 or 4 down for FaZe Clan would mean a 1-0 lead in this match for OpTic Gaming. Trippy and FaZe Clan got to be tight right here. Can't let any mistakes slip through the cracks as Bound slips through the cuts. Nice grenade toss out toward the top side of tower, and 3 go down. Legend cleans up on the double kill, and that is the 3 down I think that OpTic needed to secure round 1.
That was so well played by Renegade. He gets shot by the camo guy and then peeks out, doesn't see anyone, and rightfully thought to himself, if this player wasn't camo, he would still be shooting at me. So he deduces that camo is out there despite not even seeing them, and then calls for Bound to help him on the push. They make it perfectly and close out the round. Well played by Renegade at the end there.
That was beautiful, 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 beautiful. And a highly contested round number 1, so don't count FaZe Clan out just yet. Certainly don't count OpTic out as they're looking to secure that game 5 reverse sweep potential, as it's Bound with the snipe in his hands early on. A little too chaotic, fast, and frenetic to feel comfortable with landing any of these no-scopes. Instead, he's going to repulse a frag toss back towards Trippy, misses another no-scope, misses another, and Trippy just playing patient there. He's going to be rewarded with a snipe for it.
Use a repulse to go up top center, but they probably know that's where he went if they heard the sound of the repulse. There's really only so many options. But Suppress gets away with the camo. OpTic have the ball in hands. Suppress finds the sniper. Only one bullet left in it, though, and he needs to find some value here if this push is going to work.
Waning seconds of the camo here as he makes good use out of the final 5, I would imagine. Yep, there it is. Camo no longer, but Suppressed life. Continues on. Formal cross map shots go into Suppressed. He's contesting it though, but Formal calls for help from Bound and he gets it.
So far, OpTic have done a fantastic job of staggering the spawns and just making FaZe life difficult. Falcated last player alive here on the B side, but he can't do anything. He can just deal some damage and reveal his location. Members of FaZe Clan have to come off spawn and they got to start putting a strong push together. Now, Suppressed is going to go through the nest side, but the rest of FaZe Clan have rerouted. Suppressed wins his 1v1 against Legend, but gets taken down. And just like
huge.
that, it was a well-executed push. You saw members of FaZe going through different lanes. OpTic didn't have the answer, and now they've got their best chance to come back in this round.
Oh man, that was huge. You saw OpTic playing for the reset there, but FaZe shut it down. And all 15 seconds, I'd call it right here. It's an additional 15 seconds that FaZe wouldn't have had they allowed that ball to get reset. So instead, they've cut the lead about in half. They get the well-timed reset instead. And thanks to that heads-up play, they're right back in it.
For how long, though? OpTic able to break it and now have ball in hand once again. This is why this is one of OpTic's best game modes. They are so good at both offense and defense. Their defense is often just taking routes that impact the other team's spawns and then flanking the routes of those spawners as they try to traverse the map. Suppress last player alive and his location's known. Renegade being a nuisance here, and have to imagine another member of OpTic should be able to come to his aid. Unfortunately not. So he will be taken down, but OpTic have opted to rotate the ball towards the screen side. They've completely flipped the map. What a brilliant rotation here from OpTic.
It's been the difference, man. There's been some nice rotations and resets from both of these two teams throughout this match, but OpTic has made you say wow more often with their rotations and reset. Another example of the rotation right here as they have built a gap of separation, 72 to 32 here as FaZe Clan got to have a 20 to 30 second hold here, where it just feels like this is one that OpTic could run away with.
Wow, Penguin might have heard the footsteps. The sniper barely falls off the map. Unfortunately for Formal, you know he wanted to take that into the next engagement. So a bit of RNG on the side of FaZe in that exact moment. And they've got the ball here, and apparently knew Legend was coming. There was a grenade waiting for his forehead as he rounded the corner. And FaZe have brought this all the way back, now just needing about 15 seconds to tie it up.
Now remember though, last time FaZe gave OpTic the oddball in A, that was their undoing. So I don't know if they're going to have a chance to rotate this to B. No, not with the player pushing through the garage door. Legend goes down, trades out with a double kill. Down gets another slay. 3 go down. It suppresses the last Spartan standing. Where's that oddball? It's still in the back of A. Formal sniping and hunting him out. A nice 1v1 win for Matt as he claims suppressed soul. 72 to 67. This one's close.
Wow, Trippy just running Formal down. They need to take care of Legend, though. Legend got a great spawn on this dummy side and is making life hell for FaZe Clan.
Oh my god, he got them both!
What? This man no shields kills both? That was insane.
That's one of those plays where in third person, that actually might have looked more sick from the other player's point of view. I'm glad we got to see that not from Legend's POV, because it looked insane seeing what he just did there. Down to low shields. Of course, G-sliding his way through the camo and getting faster and faster than what other opponents can really keep up with. 96 to 67 here. 3 go down for OpTic, but another well-timed reset has them in a win condition. 4 seconds left for a Game 4 win.
Legend's 25 and 18, by the way, with 30 seconds of ball time, but it's not just the times he's held the ball, it's the times that he's gotten the ball out of the spawn and passed it to a teammate and then continued to slay thereafter. He has been an absolute monster on the map this entire time. And now
Hold
they
up.
just need 4 seconds to close
Hold
this out.
up.
Trippy finds a double.
Killing.
I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
I think you toss this oddball and you let Trippy play the front lines with the camo. That's exactly what FaZe are trying to work out here. OpTic spawn again at green, at the green wall. It's fitting that they keep getting these green spawns that kind of prevent FaZe Clan, I think, from setting up where they want to, which is in the backside of A. They've been uncomfortable. It's rotating the oddball to the tower for whatever reason.
Double
Legend
kill.
sliding through with the double, making a triple kill.
Triple
The
kill.
game sealer, the game 4 winner as Legend, the MVP, secures it for OpTic.
That triple kill was unbelievable from Legends. Can I see that again? Look at this. He comes in. He knows he's there. He's got comms from his teammate. He's absolutely one shot here. Suppressed. What are you looking at? And then he gets the melee
Bruh.
without trading out and then turns into 3. Huh?
Bro,
You
look at
you can't let him do that.
Look at Legend hitting every single curb and just disrupting the timing. You can almost see Suppress turn and be like, huh? How did you get here so fast, brother? That was unbelievable. I think Legend caught everybody up. He got Trippy off guard. He got Suppressed up. I mean, everybody was not ready for what Legend had in mind, and maybe what OpTic Gaming have in mind here, as El Clasico has delivered. 2 wins for FaZe, 2 wins for OpTic. It all comes down to an Origin Slayer to determine your seat in Arlington. Let's do this.
When I looked at this best of 5 series, I said games 3 and 4 are definitely OpTic's. Games 1 and 2 were FaZe's chances to take a 2-0 lead. They did that. They gave themselves the best chance. I think that they were never gonna win Aqua CTF or Livefire Oddball. Unfortunately, OpTic are just too good, but FaZe absolutely have a chance to win this and cause the biggest upset we've seen so far in these open series. They've got to have it here on Origin.
OpTic and Rebellion have not dropped the likes of SSG or FaZe. But does history rewrite itself here on a championship Sunday? The major qualifier for OpTic's very own tournament set in Arlington. This would send ripples throughout the entire HCS community and seedings, as it's all on the line here. You win this tournament today, you win the top seed. And this is a part of that path as we kick things off here with Formal. Game 5 is live. Both teams playing for the snipe. Suppress taking some shots on the other side. Oh, but they send another player. Trippy up close, and Formal wasn't expecting it. Love the play call there, but it all amounts to a 2-2 split. Now 3-3 is bound. Earns the triple off the start. Renegade, the last player alive. Commando goes out trying to take down Penguin. His former teammate, but Penguin gets the better of him. 4-3, FaZe off the start.
Wow. What a crazy opening. I was just thinking to myself, this is where Lunchbox could make a difference. He knew that this matchup was coming. You know he studied these opening strats on the side of FaZe. He's going to have broken these down to give OpTic the upper hand. Can Lunchbox give the intel needed to win this series? By the way, FaZe playing without a coach at all, as far as I understand. So
Yeah, OpTic
Lunchbox
stole
might be
theirs.
the difference.
Yeah, OpTic stole their coach.
Wow.
And maybe their server, as it looks
Well,
like
no,
we'll
I think Lunchbox was just happy to do his electrician things and not be a part of HCS. He was trying to retire. But Formal called him up and was like, no, dog, you're not allowed. Come back right now. And he did.
Halo players never retire, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to step away from the game. So it looks like looks like we had a game crash there for Renegade. Okay. And now the question becomes what Formal just popped into the chat in the top right. Do you guys want the full re or the 1 kill advantage? I think we full re that, but I'm not in the lobby.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, right? Because we don't know the exact time of the disconnect. Penguin, of course, is going to fight for any advantage that he could have, right? They were up by 1. Curious to see how the reset plays here, though, and I feel like having Lunchbox behind them might impact that. As we have our picture-in-picture here, Cloud9 and TSM tied in the series. Looks like Sab with a great opportunity to run this flag home with that overshield. On the other side, Triggers down and Luminosity also tied 1-1. These series are getting so intense.
Man, lots of action going down in the HCS, and the LVT split screen as you covered, as Avicii looking to hold on to that snipe, takes down Descendant. Collect having a snipe of his own in the snipe tower, looking out across towards the blue base, but he's got 2 players he's got to worry about. One immediately to his right seems to be the greatest threat, but Yaxon's formed an angle on the far left side of the map that might be enough to take down Collect. What an angle there by Yaxon, as you got Ezo up, but not for long. Mortally now trying to lay claim to that snipe at the snipe tower as he does just that.
These two teams look so closely matched to one another. Surprised to see Descendant lowest kills in that lobby, and Avicii, the two standout slayers so far not really in this game. Let's see if those players waking up can spell the difference. But Luminosity with a 2-1 lead is pretty big on the other side. TSM with a 1-0 lead. So when we first tuned in, Sab was about to run in a flag with an overshield. He somehow got stopped. Not sure how that happened.
Both of those series tied. Both of those series within one of each other in the particular CTF on Fortress. So we'll keep you guys updated on all of that. But we've got to set our our eyes and our sights back to this Game 5 El Clasico between OpTic and FaZe. Not sure if we played for a full reset or not. Callus, if we could get maybe the enter button click when we hop in and see just what the players determine. That way we know as viewers what to expect here. 1 kill difference. All right, so FaZe have the 1 kill edge. So they'll need 49. OpTic will need 50. Here we go. Reset, re-rack, re-roll.
A little bit upset at the players to not use the in-game feature allowed to them to just start the game 1-0, but all good. They know that FaZe have a 1 kill lead, so they will just need 49 while OpTic need 50. By the way, if you guys want to watch any of those other games we just teased, we have tons of streams. Check them out in the chat. And we've also got a stream in Espanol as well with Frazilla casting that.
That is so badass. I love that. GG's to Furs. Love casting with my man as Renegade on the snipe side. Looking to push up. You got 4 members of FaZe, and they're pretty well committed to their positioning here as they look to push out on the Rocket side. Legend going to trade out with Falcated. Suppress going to push up towards the snipe side, but with Bound pushing into the base and Trippy down to low shields, he's going to try to help him out.
Oh, Trippy somehow got a double there, I think with a no-scope body shot. And with this 8-5 lead, Trippy still got a ton of snipe ammo. Renegade, though, de-scoping him perfectly, almost lines up the no-scope. That was mere pixels away from connecting. But you got to see Trippy find one here as a couple of his teammates have fallen.
That looked really close. And Renegade, you can see he's positioning himself to steal that snipe. So too was Bound, but Trippy says, I ain't letting go of it. Formal going to make his attempt at taking down the snipe as he's able to. Cross-map shots onto Penguin means both are down to low HP. So John, Renegade, gets called out to clean up on Penguin. He does just that. Suppressed down to 1 HP.
Double
Renegade
kill.
will clean up on that for the double kill. And you can hear the comms. You can see he realized Trippy's still there in the cave because he was content to take the high side of snipe. Instead went back to take down Trippy, but Bound takes that instead. We're tied 12-all.
Formal found the sniper as well, was able to reload it. Still 2 bullets left in the clips. Got the thrust pack as well. That might come into play to keep himself alive here, but love this positioning from OpTic. Legend top Rockets, Renegade and Bound working the snipe side. Formal finds the one player where they don't belong. It's a headshot onto Suppressed. That's going to be a 2-kill lead for OpTic. Renegade, even if Formal was not able to get that one, you know Renegade was going to be able to. And look at this. They're intentionally blocking the spawns on half the map, letting FaZe Clan spawn up, and then are going to watch their routes to get out of this space. They've got them trapped.
That was a well-timed push for OpTic to take down FaZe as the Rockets are up. And you can see Bound pushing them off of spawn.
Ooh.
Did he get stuck? No, he did not, but he does go down nonetheless. I imagine Legend or somebody would have grabbed Rockets. It's Formal instead. There we go. Formal's got the Rockets, and he might just take down Falcated with it. No, Falcated stays alive, but not for long. Goes down shortly after, as it's pretty back and forth here. The bottom mid has turned into a battleground, and OpTic are laying claim to it. 21-17.
So far, OpTic have been playing this a little bit better than FaZe, forcing and manipulating the spawns exactly where they want them. FaZe have had much less space to work with, but honestly, with the small amount of space that they've had, have played very well out of it. They've kept this close. Now it's just a 1-kill difference, and at perfect timing with the new sniper up, Suppressed, but a perfectly placed grenade from Formal. And both teams know that sniper is there. We're going to see a lot of movement here to the snipe side.
Formal is on his steez. 9-4-4. Look how fast and aggressive he's playing. The confidence is brimming from his Molnar armor. But Penguin is suppressed with the bait and switch. Take him down on the snipe side. Penguin with the snipe needs to stay alive. He's got 6 shots in it. If FaZe Clan want to bounce back, they need to start hitting some snipe shots.
Penguin needs to get into a position that he can snipe comfortably. His teammates need to start drawing attention away from him, but it doesn't look like OpTic are even gonna give him a chance to be comfortable. He's now, as he sees his teammates fall around him, taking a position that's easy. Finds a no-scope headshot onto Renegade. Unfortunately, we missed the lineup, but saw the aftermath. And I tell you what, this Penguin guy knows how to clutch up on Sundays. He was a big reason why this OpTic roster was getting second place every tournament.
Did he trim the shoulder of Renegade there?
I don't know. He's got to. He needs to get a headshot here, though.
Needs to stay alive. Down to 1 HP and 1 shot with it. Penguin in the cave. Gets help, but it's a little late there from Suppressed. Should be able to clean up, as he does. 3 go down for OpTic. Only 2 for FaZe Clan. Oh, but what a huge last Spartan standing play from Formal again. Whether it's on Aqua or Origin, Formal, when he's the last player alive for OpTic, is winning his ones.
Look at the way he's manipulating the geometry here. He's crouching perfectly around cover. It's very difficult to see him from the other side of the map. He hasn't been full shields for what feels like an entire minute as he keeps getting chip damage from various parts of the map, but he's been able to weather the storm all the while waiting for these rockets to spawn, but still not really comfortable enough to go for them. FaZe have done a phenomenal job to keep him pinned and out of the play.
Oh, get him!
And they take him down and should be able to get these rockets.
It's tied. It's tied. 34 all. We're tied in the end game. And if you're just joining us thinking, I don't know how to read, I do. We had a reset 6-7 where FaZe were in the lead. Because of that, they take a 1-kill advantage into this match. And now we're up 1 in this match. 37-36. Suppressed with the rockets. The chase comes through on the left side, left shoulder. OpTic Formal goes down. And now FaZe Clan can push out on this damage, these slays, and start to collapse on the cave. Legend down to 1 shot. You can see Falcon on the snipe side trying to make his way there, but Trippy has suppressed support as well. Bound finds the slay onto Falcon, but I don't think it's enough to save Legend. No, it's not. 41-38. FaZe are up in the end game.
Yeah, this I didn't know you could read, Hunter, but I'm very proud of you for learning. Trippy rotating through the snipe side. New sniper is coming up. He gets taken down, but this is still a 2-kill lead based on the reset.
41-39, and Renegade could change OpTic Gaming's fate and their seed in Arlington if he's able to grab that snipe, but he goes down. It's Legend instead, the MVP of Season 3 with the game in his hands. But FaZe Clan are up 4. Legend has to hit that shot. Holy shit, he does. Nasty quick scope, and he goes down shortly after. Falcon is sliding through, looking to take down another. He gets down for the double kill. Are FaZe gonna do it? Are FaZe gonna do it?
They only need 4 more. This ends at 49. Trippy has the sniper as well. He just needs to rotate and stay alive. Suppress taking high ground here on the snipe side. What does OpTic do here? Back against the wall. They need to come up with a strategy. The comms have to be not just about enemy locations, but what is their plan? What do they want to accomplish here? Renegade trying to force an opening here. Gets Trippy weak, but he has to back down as well. FaZe Clan giving them less and less space to work with.
5 minutes remaining.
OpTic and Rebellion have been impenetrable throughout the off season, but they might just be off their game in this one. FaZe Clan looking to secure it. Trippy had the no-scope melee earlier, but he doesn't connect on it here. 43-49. FaZe Clan need just 1 more to secure the biggest upset yet in Season 4.
Oh my God, Penguin has been clutching up in so many situations. Suppressed, by the way, woken up 16-11. You just need 1 more to close this out, and you can tell they're gonna play it patiently. Great grenades. Will that just kill Legend? No, Legend somehow stays alive. Those 2 grenades looked good. Damage has been done. The collapse comes in. Trippy gets the rocket. They're gonna get the 50th just for fun, and FaZe have done it. OpTic go to the lower bracket.
FaZe Clan playing at another level, surprising us with a 3-2 win against OpTic Gaming. Trippy, Penguin have taken down their former team, OpTic, and sent them to the lower bracket. FaZe move on to the winners finals for the first time in the Open and now in the Qualifier. Huge step for this team. Mac, are these two squads, are the top 3 squads getting closer than we imagined?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exciting because after what we've seen from SSG, they haven't shown us enough to feel like they are getting in contention to create a big 3 again. But FaZe have. Let's keep in mind, even going into the first open of this Season 4, it was FaZe who took down SSG when everybody had FaZe at 4 and SSG at 3. I think that has flipped, and I think this series especially secures it for FaZe Clan. They're going to go home top 3 at the worst, and I think they're heads and shoulders, you could even argue, above SSG. So I think it's OpTic and Rebellion for now, with FaZe knocking on the door. And what a series, man. This is everything you could have asked for and then some. A game 5, a reverse sweep potential, triple kills. I don't think we got an overkill, but we damn near got about everything you could have asked for in El Clasico. What a treat.
Eli, did FaZe Clan find a weakness in OpTic's play? Let's break down what happened this series.
I mean, like we see on our screen right here, by the way, not 50-50 to Streets. We'll get that corrected. But, I mean, the first 2 games were the games that they needed to win. And that's what ultimately won them this series. OpTic are incredible at both Aqua CTF and Live Fireball. They never had a chance to win those in my eyes. But FaZe clutched up in the games that they needed to win and send them down. And what's so cool about this, it's for a few reasons. It's a redemption arc. Trippy and Penguin were dropped by Formal. Formal said that squad was not it and created this new God squad as a result. Trippy and Penguin said, don't forget about us. We deserve to be there as well. On top of that, now FaZe Clan, it doesn't even matter if they quote unquote underperformed in prior tournaments. They've now secured themselves a top 3 seed guaranteed going into the LAN. And that's going to be a big deal. They now will have an even better bracket and a chance to make a run on LAN.
Absolutely incredible to hear and see FaZe Clan move on to what is now for them uncharted territory here in this qualifier. First time reaching through the winner's side. Now they find themselves in the winner's finals going up against Shopify Rebellion, the defending back-to-back Open Series champion, and another team they haven't defeated yet. But I said earlier, will FaZe Clan surprise us with a win against OpTic Gaming? And they did it. Shopify Rebellion is a different story.
Well, any given Sunday, right? And this is the Sunday to play your best, because you can throw everything out the window up until this point. The tournament placing you get today is the seed you take into Season 4. So if you had a bad tournament, you had a top 6, I think FaZe Clan in that category, they had a top 6 disappointing finish. Throw it out the window. Forget about it. Don't sulk on it. And I don't think FaZe Clan are. They look like a team who's refreshed, rejuvenated, has gone over more strategies, has had more time to do some bot review and some practice and preparation. And the work is coming through. They look much improved from last week.
I'm curious to know what I'm sure Shopify Rebellion has now seen that their next opponent is FaZe Clan. I'm sure they did not expect this to be their next opponent here in the winners finals. How do you think Shopify might be feeling seeing FaZe Clan as their next opponent, and how does this change things for them?
I don't think they're too worried about it. I think they're thinking to themselves that they don't care who shows up. They just want to beat them. The series lineup plays to their favor. This is one of the few teams that is happy to play Fortress Bomb, it seems like. By the way, let's take a look at these stats. Frosty, 445 damage dealt per life is off the charts. That is in the stratosphere. His KD 1.46 had the highest in the tournament last weekend. He had the absolute highest KD. When Frosty is at his best, that's when this roster is at their best, and I don't think we've ever seen Frosty play this well in Halo Infinite the way that we're seeing now.
Well, I think both of these teams have players who are playing at their best. Our next series will be the winners finals. Now, we have a post-show, don't we, Beth, Eli? Is it a live Tide the Leader for the very first time tonight?
That's right. We'll be making way for Active and Tools, who will be casting the next series. Eli and I will hang out with you guys in the chat and watch the rest of the way, and then we'll be breaking down everything, including the series we just casted, because I think there's plenty more to talk about there, Eli. Save those notes for later. We're going to do a live Tide the Leader post-game flank-type Halo show, and we're going to experiment a little bit. We're going to, create some content. Everyone says there's no content in Halo, but we're going to change that tonight.
Oh, there you go. Everybody, if you're hanging out here with us, !streams, and then you'll be able to find the multi streams, the split screen. Everything we've been showing on the main broadcast is being covered in the multiple streams we have going on YouTube. So go ahead and do !streams, click on them, and don't miss anything happening on the qualifier today. We're going to be heading on to a quick break as we get ready for our winners finals. See you guys in a moment.
Are we just backseat lovers? Am I just wasting my time? Moving fast undercovers, 'cause I know you'll never be mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely. If you
I'm insane. This is in my mind, but you say that I would be fine. Baby, I'm on fire, baby, I'm on fire. Baby, I'm on fire, baby, I'm on fire. And breaking was so good, I don't wanna hide. Baby, I'm on fire, baby, I'm on fire. Baby, I'm on fire, baby, I'm on fire. Baby, I'm on fire, baby, I'm on fire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, I'm on fire. Baby, baby, I'm on fire. Baby, baby, I'm on fire. Whisper in my head, make me feel that I'm insane. Voices in my mind, but you say that I will be fine. Baby, I'm on fire. Baby, I'm on fire. Baby, I'm on fire.
Welcome back to the HCS Qualifier Road to Arlington, and we're already heading into the winners finals, where FaZe has surprised everybody and reached the winners finals to now go up against Shopify Rebellion, the defending Open Series champion. We gotta talk about the first map we are going to be playing today, because some changes were made to it and I don't think a lot of people are aware. Let's talk about them.
Yeah, there's some big changes, Tim, right? We got an overshield that's in the middle now and a bigger zone.
Yeah, the bigger zone is ideal, right? You want to get as many arms as you can, and previous to that change, there weren't many arms happening. And honestly, it comes down to just the spawns that happen so close to that zone. With the expansion of this circle now, it's a bit easier to get those arms in, and that's important.
I've been playing some 8s on it, and it's been a big surprise at how much easier it actually is. I think it's been a big improvement, and you can see the zone, although, from the top down, it doesn't look that big. It's actually fairly big. It's much easier just to walk in, start that arm, and I expect to see much less games ending in ties, I should say. I think that's the biggest thing that we're going to see from this update.
100%.
Hopefully we'll see some improvements there with the bigger area. But did we get to talk about the overshield being added to Fortress as well?
That's what I was going to say too. That's the one thing that concerns me a little bit. The arm zone being bigger, great. We get more arms on the map. It's a little bit easier to get those with those spawns. But overshield plus 2 snipers? I mean, so far it's okay, but I think it could be a little bit rough if everyone gets everything.
Well, the series is almost ready to begin, so I think it's perfect to start talking about. We saw an incredible series just before the semifinals with FaZe versus OpTic, and we had a player that stood out from the FaZe clan side, Trippy.
Big game Trip. I mean, it goes without saying, this man has a chip on his shoulder. It's got to be said, right? Along with Penguin as well, but Trippy is one of those players that can take over, and you can see it right there in his stats. Most damage per life, most KD, and then of course the highest KD on the team. He made some big plays to make that series happen, and it's good to see him back on top.
Well, coming off of a win, they have to go up against Shopify Rebellion, and will Trippy and the team be enough to go up against Shopify Rebellion? Frosty, another player that has been absolutely incredible this year.
Now 1.46 KD, but what's more important to me is that damage dealt per life in this semifinal against Space Station. 444 is an absurd number. When we're looking at the stats from last week, we're seeing people averaging, the low 300s, some even in those high 200s. This was a fantastic performance from Shopify Rebellion. They dominated Space Station Gaming, and Frosty is quickly establishing himself as one of the best players again. This is premium Frosty. This is what we saw back, vintage Halo 5 Frosty. And if he can keep this up, this Shopify Rebellion team is going to be extremely scary to fight at any point in time on land.
Well, FaZe guaranteed themselves top 3 heading into Arlington. Now they're in, like I said, uncharted territory. Now going up against Shopify Rebellion. FaZe, what do they have to do can they even go up against Shopify Rebellion, and what can they continue to do to make changes?
Well, at this point, you're gonna have to say that after this offseason, and of course after these opens, that Shopify Rebellion are the favorites going into Arlington, right? And they've continuously proven that. FaZe are one of those teams that I would say improved week after week. And now that they've got that FaZe banner, I feel like they've gotten even better. It's a little bit of what do we call that? The honeymoon contract stage, right? Where everything's signed up, we're good to go. Now it's time to put in the damage, and they've done so. A very impressive team here. I'm excited to see what they can do against Shopify, but I'm not sure if we'll see anything major out of them going against this Shopify team.
Not sure if we'll see another surprise from FaZe. I love that you said that that it seems that they're getting better, and I agree. I think both of these teams, or all teams on the top 3, are just getting better and better and better. What separates these? What's the separation now in the top 3?
Again, Shopify holds that #1 spot, and they are not going to let that go. I'm gonna have to say that this is going to be a tough series. It will impress me if FaZe can do anything here. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a 3-0, but excited to see how this turns out.
Well, our first series will begin on Fortress Neutral Bomb. Let's see how these changes take into effect.
Tools, it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. The winners finals, and Shopify have been here before many times, but now it's FaZe to get a chance at the spotlight. I'm Active. Of course, joining me is Tools. Are you ready for this match?
Some big surprises already early in this tournament, and one of those big ones is FaZe being here in the winners final, taking down OpTic Gaming, and they're red hot, especially off the performance of Trippy. Unleashing himself, had a massive performance. Can he keep that one up? And already, look, it's a free overshield grab. The new power up already coming into play.
Yeah, it's such a powerful thing too. You have that, you couple it with the snipe, and you've got a bit of a problem. Speaking of problems, last shot's a bit of a problem, and they're already aggressing here. I'm excited to see, now that we're in the winners finals, we get to see this map. It's a test. Is this arm zone too big? Is the power on the map too much? Royal 2 has the power in his hands right now.
Well, notice how fast Royal 2 was to get up on the map. He wasted no time to get to the front lines, and already he is causing chaos. With that kill, he knows there's no one in the back. He can move this bomb up, get it into a spot where it's easy to arm. Next step, just find the slays to facilitate it.
He's got one already. Still slaying in the back of FaZe's space is Royal 2. 3-0 to start this game. And Penguin's gonna be there to try and take care of the problem. It's a rat in the basement. His name is Royal 2, and Penguin's got the snipe shots to deal with him. There's the kill, and that'll clear the base just a bit. Is Penguin going to feel free enough to push up? That kill might do it.
That was just about frame perfect, and I was surprised that they picked it up. They could have let it reset by themselves, but the timing window was there, and they've gotten it all the way to Shopify Rebellion's base. So despite the pressure that Royal 2 was applying that entire time, FaZe stayed resilient and now have an opportunity of their own. But man, this is a deep overextend from Royal 2.
Penguin and Trippy end up going down there. Royal 2's overextension that you talk about, it's starting to pay off just a bit. He's being a thorn in the side. Penguin's the last player alive. He gets that elbow spawn, and now he's alone on this side of the map. And Royal 2 will make quick work of him. Now, it's about getting the rest of the slays here to facilitate this bomb plant. It's 4 dead for FaZe. Does Shopify get this bomb in?
This is the problem for Shopify. They need to keep that player at the elbow. They've been wanting that presence. That's why we saw Royal 2 get there so early. They're going to have to deal with those spawners on the other side, but an overshield makes it a little bit easier, at least for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, the OS is all but burned away, but Frosty's going to arm the bomb anyway. Already 75% of the way there, and that's the first arm and plant for Shopify Rebellion.
And you see how much easier it was for them to arm that bomb because of the new area. It's much bigger than it was pre the update. And you saw how Frosty was able to start the arm earlier, had more freedom of movement while he's in the arming zone to potentially dodge those line of sights. It's going to make it much easier if you get control of this base. And Shopify Rebellion, it's been undaunting. The pressure that these guys have been applying, it's non-stop.
The pressure is going to make this game end quickly. I'm curious if 3 is not enough bomb plants now in the game type. It's already 1 down for Shopify Rebellion in terms of score, and FaZe will have 2 dead in the kill feed. But Frosty gets the snipe, and this is where things get a bit scary, right? You get that snipe, overshield maybe in about a minute. See if that plays an impact. You get both of those, and you have yourself consistent pressure, which is what Shopify's been doing all game long.
The sniper back for foul allocated in the opposing tower. This is a true chance for them to get the elbow control. You see both elbows being controlled by opposite sides at the moment, but it's Shopify Rebellion that had to pull back to try to deal with this pressure. And so far it's been patient for FaZe as they haven't really pulled that bomb up despite getting these 3 downs. They're going to overslay in this position and trust the snipers and the bandits of these players to make an impact.
Trust the snipers, you say, but Falcon has missed a couple of crucial shots here. Maybe this OS turns things around, though. It's already into the base, is suppressed. The OS will help this plant go down. Lots of nades come through, though, and a great job by Shopify Rebellion. Save those nades. Save the resources for when that plant happens. They stop the plant in its tracks, and all of FaZe dead in their base.
Frosty tracking so well right there, understanding where the remaining players were, didn't get caught up and just trying to get that bomb out. Instead, focused on those players. You see a little skill jump there from Frosty as well. You can jump on that little pistol pad to get yourself up a little bit higher, skip a clamber. You know, little things like that can make a big difference.
Frosty known for his movement tech, and he won't use any to get inside the base of FaZe at this point in time, but Penguin with a little crouch and dip and dodge and dive to make Frosty miss that shot. Is it enough?
Well, what we noticed right there, Penguin, he spawned on the opposite side of base and he wrapped all the way back because of the presence that Shopify Rebellion has constantly had in this elbow. You're going to start to see FaZe, if they don't spawn on their elbow, the last player alive is going to at least wrap back and check to see if there's a player there. I don't think these overextensions are going to be as sneaky as Rebellion wants them to be from now on, but you can see the impact of their play being felt by FaZe.
FaZe answer back though. Cycle, the first one to go down. Last shot stuck on the spiral. And it's bomb at the bottom of FaZe's base, but Trippy's aware. And he's attempting to take care of this situation and this problem. Suppressed is there with him. And they'll both move this bomb out and make sure it's not a threat, but Frosty continues to push forward. He goes down as well. It's Shopify Rebellion holding forward on the map, not allowing FaZe to breathe. They're 3 dead.
3 down. Royal 2 has a lot of freedom to move this bomb up, but the reality is what's the main focus right now are the snipers and overshields. If you're going to get this capture, it's going to be facilitated off the pressure the overshield can apply.
Wow, the pressure is applied is 100% right. Cycle's able to put multiple shots into 2 different targets, but not going to be able to clean up on any of them, and because of that, he'll go ahead and block this snipe side spawn, and Penguin will feel his wrath. Cycle with a nice clean kill, and he stays alive as well for a moment. Trippy trying to push him. The repulse nade comes out, but Trippy comes out on top of that kill, and he'll get a snipe for it.
Well, that Trippy can move up this tower. They know that bomb is going to reset in a couple seconds, and with that, they'll have a chance at winning in the mid-map once again. But the reality is the slays are just not working in FaZe's favor right now. There is a considerable slay margin for Rebellion, and that's largely due to Cycle. He's +7 so far in this game, 17 and 10, and Royal 2 mirroring those kills as well.
The slays aren't a factor for FaZe because they've had those power weapons, but haven't been able to utilize them to get slays. When it comes to Frosty, it is vital that he hits these shots. He understands that, and he'll take the first head.
It's surgical. The way that he slows that reticle down, lines it up, and hits the headshot. Remember, folks, when they're no-scoping, there is no aim assist. And right now, Frosty is peeling the opposing side, and I'd like to maybe see this overextension happen once again. They want to get back into that elbow. It's such a valuable spot to try to arm these bombs. And Rebellion, they're really thinking about it. If they get a couple slays, I wouldn't be so cautious about moving forward.
Speaking of those elbow spawns, there it is right there. Frosty aware of it. It was an off spawner and Penguin. So much pressure on the spiral side. Frosty's aware that those elbow spawns come through. He asks for assistance and he gets it quickly. They push him off a tower though. Get him off that power position. Frosty goes down, but it's 2 down for FaZe.
This is a classic setup that you're going to see so often for this Rebellion team. Royalty is going to be in the back, laying down pressure. Last shot in the front line, just doing damage, and Cycle there to support him. Get used to this movement, and here comes the elbow flank once again in the back ranks. Royal 2 is laying the hurt in the second arm, and detonation has been secured. FaZe is struggling just to move out of their base.
They've had chances again. Got to point out the play by Falcon with that snipe. 3 misses. There were near misses as well. Players weren't looking at him, not able to capitalize, but the minute Frosty gets that snipe in his hands, he hits the shots and he's able to get the kills to allow Shopify Rebellion to walk into the base cleanly. And that's been a big factor for me, at least in this game. But it's crazy how much this arm zone being expanded does to this game type. It makes it more fluid, and it seems to be working.
Oh, Frosty, that has the sniper back in his hands. He doesn't have the most impressive stats thus far, but he really has been getting the impactful kills with the sniper at the right time. And Royal 2 is putting the pressure, and Frosty peels the head from the backside.
Once again, it's Frosty with that snipe in his hands. It's Penguin, though, gets a trade with his snipe, but it's 3 down. So the damage has been done. That kill ends up a trade, and it's still Frosty with that ring 2 control.
There just has not been anything to really rally behind for FaZe in the last 6 minutes of gameplay. Frosty and Rebellion are just decimating them time and time again. Multi-kill is out, and FaZe, they can't move an inch, much less a bomb up the map.
Value is the big word here out of this sniper, Frosty. Yeah, his KD, like you said, not impressive. We've seen much better, especially on the map of Origin for Frosty, his playground. But here, it's those impactful kills so many times. When FaZe is on their spawn, he comes through and he cleans up, gets those headshots, and allows Shopify to push up on the map. And now it's Cycle doing a bit of work. 3 down for FaZe once again. Penguin the first to spawn.
Shopify Rebellion is up 23 slays as a team against FaZe Clan. They have them just bullied, battered, and bruised in the back base. They haven't been able to move an inch up, and well, it's almost as if the white flag has come out. There's no one to stop this bomb arm. A last desperate push, but nothing will stop Royal 2 from hitting his target.
Pure unadulterated confidence out of this man. Doesn't even pull out the bandit to clean up the headshot. Instead uses the snipe and says sit down as Shopify go 3-0 and lead the series 1-0.
I don't think there's any doubts right now as to who's the best team in the world. I mean, the way that this Shopify Rebellion team is playing is unrivaled at the moment. Remember, folks, they went 3-1 and 3-0 in the grand finals last week. They've been dominating the bracket this week to get to this point, and we are seeing them hit their next level. Every time we think we've seen them at their high, they keep impressing once again. Royal 2, Cycle, 28 and 25 kills respectively. Every player on the team going positive, and just a dominant game through and through.
Such a beautiful mix. Look at the damage out of Cycle. 7,600. You had Penguin with 7,300, but Cycle, it's just incredible. It's incredible how such a young gun can come in and just dominate. And it's crazy how this dynamic works. It works so well, Tools. 2 veterans. 2 players with 3 rings each coming in and bringing in the young guns to teach him how it's done. And it's not really teaching them how it's done because they know how it's done. It's just guiding them in the right direction. And my word, have they shined. Last Shot and Cycle, so impressed by these two. And Royal 2 showing him how it's done with those incredible slays, and he's done that all weekend long.
This Rebellion team was a team that was built from the ground up to win championships. The way that these guys are playing off each other, it is yin and yang. How each player brings a certain skill set and how they balance each other. Last Shot has been so aggressive for the team. Look at him, double kill right into those front lines, just being a pest to deal with. On the other side, right, Cycle, he's constantly staying alive, forcing players to waste time to find him, which allows Last Shot to get forward. Frosty has been the power weapon specialist for this team. In week 2 and week 3, he had the highest power weapon kill percentages in the top 4. He's averaging, I believe, 6% of his kills are coming from power weapons.
Wow. That's the power weapon control if I've ever seen it. Now he's got the sniper once again, but this time Falcated takes him out. And it's Last Shot that's got to tuck in the corner, waiting for Cycle to push bottom center. Look how much attention Cycle is drawing to him while Last Shot waits for an opportunity. Cycle goes down here. Last Shot may be a bit late on this push, but he has Frosty with him to make this push happen. Not a lot of time left on this camo. It's Frosty that pushes up. The damage is done. They're not aware of Frosty. He comes in, scoops up the kill. Look at the rest of Shopify Rebellion pushing in aggressively. It's 3 down for FaZe.
Rebellion know how to control their pace of speed. What do we notice about how they play there? They slow down the game, right? They wait till they're coordinated and ready to take on the attacks to make their move. And while everything they do is connected, there aren't players that are just going rogue by themselves in these plays. They're always ready to help each other at any point in time. When you need to hit the shot, I guess Last Shot does it. Are you kidding me? The curb slide flick up heady.
I almost fell off my dinosaur right there. That was insane by Last Shot. That was a headshot, by the way. A flick during a curb slide. Now it's Penguin answering back. Almost 2 pancakes for breakfast. But they're not going to get the kills just yet. They will finally. And now it's FaZe, only down by 2.
But FaZe, yeah, treading water, right? They are feeling tsunamis, waves of impact from this Rebellion team. But somehow they've been able to keep their head above the water line and find themselves in a spot to regather this lead. I'm very impressed with how FaZe has handled this pressure thus far.
They have to continue to handle it, though, because that pressure's not going to stop. It's like a vice grip. Cycle, once again, gets another cleanup kill. Last Shot perfectly ready for that rat side push. He gets his kill as well. And that's a big factor, Tools. They get the kills that they're supposed to get. They get their ones. Last Shot says it all the time. I got my one, and he can depend on his teammates to get theirs.
So far, this next sniper might be the big impact. One of the big things for this team is probably trying to keep it out of Frosty's hands. He's been, he has a magnet when it comes to his power weapons, and guess who's there first? Frosty, able to win the fight, but not able to win the sniper away. Big changes, and who else but Trippy, the player that had the highest KD in the winter semifinals, but for FaZe, having the weapon to change their fate.
Trippy's moving a bit different here. Cycle, watch your head. Frosty gets taken out now. Now it's Trippy's time to shine. He's in the spotlight and he likes it. 2 down for Shopify Rebellion. Trippy with snipe top tower.
Notice when Trippy went through that tower, he keeps his, he's looking down through that crack to see if anyone's coming through the mud. I love that little tech he shows off there, but for FaZe, it's not important to try to fly up on the map. Just trust your sniper to eventually make the play for you. Do not throw away a life.
He's real close there. It's taken out of no shields. They're aware of it. Last Shot just holding the angle, but he's got help on the bottom tower. Royal 2 gets a kill in the kill feed onto Falcated. Means Trippy has to play a bit more safe in terms of angles. He's got a lot of heavy presence from FaZe on that brute door side, but here comes Shopify towards the top center. A nade will soften him up just a bit. Trippy tries to hit the shot, but he's getting pressured pretty heavily here. Somehow he stays alive with 1 bullet left.
Cycle played that so well. It pushes him out of the tower with that QT because he can change lanes so quickly. He makes them focus on him, it vacates, and then it was last shot that was behind that forces them out. So the sniper pushed out of their tower, and although Trippy's still alive, I mean, the rest of the team went down in the process. 29 all. Rebellion have done an incredible job of slowing the game down when FaZe has control.
And Trippy has kept FaZe in the game. 11 and 7 so far, only 1 assist to work with. You got to talk about the assists on the other side, but here comes Frosty pressuring once again. A clean double. Doesn't go down to a beatdown trade. That allows Royal 2 to get the camo, and now they can continue to work. 2-kill lead for Shopify.
The second camouflage that they've gotten in a row, and remember the last one was how they were able to break the setup of FaZe. This time FaZe is on their back foot, and the camo will facilitate the push. Royal 2 being aggressive, but notice the kills that happen while he's being aggressive. Everything is coordinated to a T with Rebellion. There is no unnecessary movement. There's no wasted time. When these players decide to push, they do it as a 4-stack.
Shopify are unrelenting here. Royal 2 continuing on. Look at Cycle in the kill feed. Another kill. Frosty gets his as well. 3 go down once again for FaZe. And when you thought they had a grip on the rope, it's unfortunately slipping past their hands. And Royal 2 continues to keep suppressed on the nest. Finally, he gets some help. 4-kill game.
Oh, that is Frosty with the ultimate confidence. You saw that late jump down a shot trying to get that kill, but FaZe, they might be able to punish. Now you have these players trapped at the back of B. You know where they are, but Frosty just refuses to lose the fight. Mid-air stick, no, but come on the bed, it's good enough.
There's no way. There is no way Frosty just got that kill. Misses the stick mid-air, but still gets the 3-shot beatdown. You can't let him win those. Shopify still lead by 2. And now Falcated has a chance to answer back with a snipe in his hands.
Let's rephrase that. Shopify only lead by 2. We're seeing highlight reels, but FaZe has kept themselves within striking distance. They are definitely still in this game, and Falcated has the sniper once again. Here comes the push.
He has to hit these shots, but it's a triple push. 2 towards the 8 pit, another one top center, and continues to trade. 46 to 43. The trades are good, and Trippy gets a double, but still they have a deficit by 3. He needs to win this fight, and he does just that. But continuing on, Shopify only need 1 kill, and it's at the top center. There it is. Last shot gets it. Shopify lead the series 2-0.
That was a dance between these two teams, and every time we felt that Rebellion was stepping away, FaZe would be right there led by Trippy. But the reality is that there was a leading man on the other side. Frosty was directing the flow of traffic so well in that game, and right when you thought FaZe was going to have their opportunity at the end, he gets a massive double kill, forces FaZe to deal with him, gets them out of position, and last shot cleans it up so well. 4,200 damage for Frosty. He is hitting his next level. This is when we have these rose-tinted glasses and talk about what it was like back in the day, watching Halo 5, watching the dynasty that happened. This is the Frosty that we were seeing, and honestly, this is some of the most fun Halo to watch. It's incredible what we're seeing, and it's from both sides, right? I mean, even that, like, Trippy is having a fantastic series as well.
17 and 11 in that game, Tools. He did all he could, and again, it's not a one-player thing. And you know, Snakebite humbled me at one point talking about this. You know, there's a lot of shine that goes into a singular player, but Snakebite made a good point to me. He said, "You need a team to allow you to do that. You need a team that is pushing on sides of the map and pressuring, that allows you to play that type of role." And Trippy and FaZe, they tried, but it was not enough. Can they do it here in this game number 3? Shopify continue on this tear, and it just gets scary. Look at the patience here by last shot. He'll go down, but a lot of damage is done, and the camo's down on the floor.
And last shot playing such a frustrating role right there. He's not going to give his life up for free. And at least was able to take one with him. And think about the butterfly effect of him staying alive, right? It slows down the camo push. It forces Falcated to play much slower. And FaZe, they could have been well on their way to getting points, instead having to slow this game down quite a bit and try to find these remaining Rebellion players. We're still very much in the neutral game.
It's 100% a butterfly effect. I love that you put it that way. This camo hasn't done much because of that entire beginning sequence. Now it's once again a bit of deja vu. Camo player versus Last Shot. Last Shot stays alive on the elevator. That pillar, my goodness, he hides behind it so well. Falcated's in trouble. He's getting pushed from the top as well. He gets one, which is good enough, but 3 go down for FaZe.
Cycle with that shock rifle. Look at him controlling on the other side. They're gonna force him deep into C. And right now, if Rebellion get these next couple of slays, they are gonna instantly move for the trip cap spawn trap.
Cycle wants this shot. That'll begin that triple cap. Falcated jumps up. Down to no shield. Turns around. What? He gets the kill. That's a shock rifle on the floor, but still, FaZe go 3 down. They just seem disjointed in places.
The problem is these trades are just not going to work out for FaZe. They need clean wipes. They need to be able to find the unanswered kill. And so far, Rebellion just refused to be unanswered, but that might be the first key, right? The back smack allows them to move forward. You see a lot of pressure being applied over on that white side. And yo, can we chill with these cross map challenges? The confidence that every one of these players has is unrivaled at the moment. These are disrespectful challenges.
It's insane. And oh man, when land comes and everyone knows those shots will connect no matter what, I cannot wait to see what happens. It's still a 2 cap for Shopify Rebellion. Finally, FaZe are attempting to answer back onto A. But here comes the push once again from Shopify Rebellion. It's like FaZe get a cap and immediately Shopify are in there to make sure to stop it.
Trippy.
No.
What are we doing, bro? He's Spider-Man over there. He stayed alive for as long as he possibly could, but it was just a delay of the inevitable as he was spaced down to go down. But Royal 2 has a flank. Last Shot's killing them from the front side. FaZe, total control is against you. Your spawn is in the worst possible spot, trapped at the back of gold and long haul. There's just not much you can do in this situation, and the punishment is in. Rebellion is systematically tearing down the spawners, keeping them trapped.
Okay, well, it was suppressed. I did get that tower side spawn, and the rest spawned on A, so I think they'll be able to regain here just a bit. Penguin, he's gonna move towards that C side. There's the shots. A couple of shots go in. Oh, Suppress is not looking at Cycle here. Cycle has no shields, but Suppress had a different job. He pushes with his teammate, so Penguin has to reach out. There it is.
We are seeing a masterclass in understanding your individual timing, understanding what you can and can't get away with. The way that Cycle played his life to know that, okay, he's not going to challenge me for the next couple seconds. I'm going to look towards the mid-map, try to get the damage there. Okay, he should be challenging me now. Let me look around right when that player challenges the Frosty. Let's just hit a couple more shots, why don't we? This is just domination through and through from Rebellion. Every player is playing the team game right, but they're also playing at their best individual basis right now. This is just unmasked, like, I can't even describe. I'm at a loss of words right now with how well Rebellion is just playing this game.
I get it, Tools. I completely understand. A big thank you to HCS for putting on another season. This is going to be the most competitive season of the year. And Shopify right now at the forefront of it. We'll see if they continue this dominance, though. It is a triple cap out of FaZe. Wait a minute here for a moment. Do they have the control to continue this, though? Spawns are kind of all over the place, and a couple players already made it through. Falcated has to find something here. He has to find a kill because Penguin already went down. So already it's going to be Shopify with that numbers advantage.
Yeah, so such a risky maneuver for Rebellion there. They spawned over at gold and they immediately swung out towards A. They're basically trusting themselves to win these gunfights while being trip capped, and they gave FaZe a lot of points, but it was for this moment, right? They give up a lot of points to FaZe. Understand, we're not going to step in this hill in the next 20-30 seconds. We're going to give up those points, but we're going to eventually win complete map control as the consequence of taking that risk. And I mean, that's exactly what they did. They got back into their hills. They're applying that pressure, and FaZe, they find themselves back defending once again.
It's important to talk about that, the micro versus the macro. It just seems like Shopify play for that macro game all of the time, always playing for that next play. They do go 3 dead though. FaZe are not out of this yet. They're not putting that surrender flag up just yet. Push comes from the pipe side. It's 3 Shopify Rebellion members inside of pipes, and because of that, FaZe will go for the triple cap, but it's immediately answered back. It's Shopify Rebellion getting beat.
I like this from FaZe, though. They're applying that pressure. They're trying not to let Rebellion get forward on the map. And that's for 2 reasons, right? You want to try to keep that pressure on, but the other thing was camouflage was up. They didn't want those players anywhere close to C, and it's Penguin that's gotten away with that camouflage. If they're going to come back into this game, it's going to be because of him.
This camo could decide a lot here. He's not really able to find a target. There's information at least on 2 players. Trippy's going to be alone in a 1v2. He at least takes one. He takes both! He takes both! What do you mean? 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. It's a triple cap for FaZe.
They have the walk in. Look at the long haul spawns. This is exactly what you need to get back into this game. Now it's just going to come down to the individual skill of these players, winning their gunfights, preventing them from getting out.
You're talking about the best players in the game. Trippy just 1v2, easy peasy. That's crazy. Is it enough though? They're still 40 points down. Royal 2. That's gonna be Falcon that wins that fight against him. Now being pushed by Last Shot, and that's what it is, Tools. Every time it's FaZe 1v2 against Shopify, and it's Shopify taking advantage of FaZe every single time, every movement they make.
Cycle just lives, right? And like, look, him living allows his team to get into the chance to get the kill. If Last Shot had 1 more bullet, he probably could have gotten away with some murder there, but instead, FaZe look to be able to recover or not. I mean, Frosty just wins another critical fight.
It's insane. It's insane on both sides here. FaZe trying to get B. They'll be killed going for it. A bit overextended for that cap, but he'll get punished. It is Falcon that gets a kill on the kill feed, and he'll end up trying to overextend. Just take that map side control. Maybe on the pipe side, you see Trippy there on the Dorito. Camo is up.
Whoa.
That's some good shots for the Shroud. It's in a double assist here for Falcated. It's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. This is the time they answer back.
I think that's the first time we've seen a true mistake come out from Rebellion. They did not have a numbers advantage, and they went for that camouflage despite it, figuring that FaZe was just going to concede it to get towards a hill. Instead, FaZe, they very much played for the camouflage and sent their last player to play for the hill. They were able to maximize their value, and this trip cap, it's not going to go away anytime soon, especially with these players being trapped over at gold. It's a temporary reprieve that Cycle has allowed them, but FaZe still very much has the chance to find their answer here.
How is Cycle alive? Do you understand he was in the battery? Royal 2 with a triple? Oh, if you wanted any sort of chance, there's no way. There's no way. Every time FaZe have a chance, it just gets squashed. I don't know what they can do here.
It's just systematic the way that Rebellion are able to play off their spawn. It is clear, decisive moves to find these breaks of FaZe. It's not like FaZe is setting themselves up in bad spots. They very much are playing their positions well. It's just Rebellion are able to get to their spots as fast as possible, and oftentimes just win in those spots because of their individual talent.
Their individual talent and their ability to stay alive. 3 dead. I say that, and they go 3 down. So now Cycle, the player who's known to stay alive in these situations, all by himself, and the pressure's a bit too much, so he'll go down. The spawns do come out onto Dorito, though. That's going to allow Shopify to get into A, but FaZe are coming through, trying to get these slays. 2 players down to no shield. Look how good they play their life. They don't go down, and then they double team. This is insane. The double cap for Shopify Rebellion. FaZe try to go in to contest, but they go 3 dead.
Put that one on tape. I mean, that is a brilliant play by those 2 players to stay alive in the back of A.
Shopify Rebellion back in the grand finals now, one series away from earning themselves the top pool going into the OpTic major. FaZe had an incredible tough fight against Shopify Rebellion, a bit of a Shopify who ended up going back and moving on to the grand finals. FaZe moving on to the lower finals, to the lower bracket. Everybody, that was an incredible series. I feel like we're seeing Shopify Rebellion just completely separate themselves from the rest of the teams. And Active, you said that before, but what is making this team, what is making Frosty allowing to do these big plays?
Tool said it really well. Frosty is playing like old Frosty right now. And you know what it is? I always say it, it's the intangibles, okay? On a brand new roster, and yeah, obviously he's really good friends with his previous roster on FaZe, but on Shopify Rebellion, it's a brand new team. It's new vibes. It's new work ethic that has to be had, and it invigorates you a bit. And I think that's what's happening with Frosty here. It's a fresh start. It's a clean slate, and now he can go in and do his thing. And maybe, with the amount of aggression that is on this team, he's able to play freely, and maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure. All I know is that this team impresses me week after week. I am never watching one of these matches and saying, oh, Shopify didn't play very good. I just think they keep getting better, and when you're the number one team and you keep improving, it's a bit scary now going into that first event.
Well, every time FaZe felt like they had a chance to even making a dent into Shopify Rebellion's score, it felt like Shopify Rebellion just had the answer. Let's take a look at the last few minutes of that last series. Or hold on, everybody. We got some more series going on here. Space Station Gaming and Luminosity is underway.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Space Station leading 2-0 so far. It is Luminosity, though, that have that dreaded triple cap tools. We just got to watch a beautiful game of Recharge Strongholds, and now we get to see that dreaded triple cap happen once again, but this time it's Luminosity taking advantage of it for just a moment.
Yeah, Lucy's playing this position well right there to get into that back B. And, I love that. He says, I don't need to take this challenge on A. Let me try to get it back for a moment. But Luminosity, they smelt the blood in the water. They moved right towards it. And, man, this is a very aggressive team, this Luminosity roster. And if you haven't been able to catch a lot of their games yet, I tell you what, keep an eye on all these players, but in particular, Avicii has been an incredible pickup for this roster, and I think Mortally is playing some of the best Halo I've seen yet from him. If they're going to come back into this game, I think one of those two players is going to have some sort of standout performance.
The Avicii stock is rising. Let me tell you, I have never seen this man talked about more than I have recently, and that's great. That just means a player is improving, a player is making an impact in the scene, and yeah, maybe that impact is enough here. It's a double cap for Luminosity. Space Station Gaming trying to make something happen, and it's Stellar who answers back on to C, but immediately taken out.
Team scoring.
The AB setup for Space Station, but Luminosity, even down a couple numbers, look how fast they are on trying to get to their spots. Even then, playing in the middle map, trying to get that damage down. It's a risky maneuver, but they wanted to keep Space Station away from this camouflage, understanding that if SSG gets away with this for free, it could just spell the end of this game.
Well, Luminosity maintain their lead here for just a moment. It is Space Station Gaming 2 down. Make that 3 dead. Eco, the last player alive. Attempting to get B, but he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. I'm surprised they didn't look for him on that battery side. Very exposed, but he gets away.
I actually really like that they didn't, because Avicii, he was the player that would have been responsible for that. Instead, he pushed out towards A to block out that spawn so that Space Station couldn't get that natural expansion on their spawners. Instead, they're going to have to fight together to play through Luminosity's control.
Some intelligent playmaking on this Luminosity roster. They do find themselves 2 dead, though. It is a 1v1 and a double kill, but it is Space Station Gaming that are going to win out on the trade. It's a big win by Stellar. It's a trade as well, and it's just making things tough.
Yak was wanting to close that space as fast as he could, and it was a critical kill, right? It kept A in their possession, allows them to get in control once again quickly. Avicii isolated at A, wins a critical fight, and he might decide to hit a quick rotation or just shoot back towards B. Wow, they are being disciplined, and that's it.
Wow.
We see game end. Maybe it was a reset. They had to get to a certain point.
I think it ended. I'm pretty sure it was Luminosity who put the first score on the board, 2-1, and goodness me, I truly think that discipline is the right way to describe. You're right. It was 201 to 231. Maybe it was a reset tool, so it could have been a reset.
I think it was a reset. I think there was probably a score that they had before.
Yeah.
Hopefully, unless there was a crash and the team that had lead heard the crash and ended it right away.
Yeah, we'll find out for you guys, but I want to go back on what you said.
That's game.
That was game. There you go. Luminosity up. I'm sorry, Luminosity put 1 on the series score, so now it's 2-1. But again, I want to talk about your word discipline. Not pushing up there, even if it's the end of the game, you're blocking spawns and you're okay with that A-B hold is just beautiful, right? You don't always have to go for the triple cap. You see players kind of going for that all willy-nilly, but at the same time, you got to calculate those triple caps, and I just like that. I like that discipline out of a young Luminosity roster.
And so far, Luminosity, I mean, they've been trying to play tight against Space Station Gaming. It did lose the oddball 2-0, but the Slayer was a much different situation, a 50-48 between these two teams. So Luminosity very much playing up to SSG right now, and this is a team that I think we're going to talk about true dark horses, the definition of a dark horse team, a team that no one really is talking about, a team with relatively unknown players. This Luminosity team is the dark horse for the upcoming LAN.
What do you have them placing?
That's the big thing about the dark horse team, right? It's like Luminosity. I want this team to get top 6, but to me, I need them to prove that they can get top 6 on LAN, because the reality is for these players, these are all players that are very much just don't have those LAN placings to support, giving them that position. And that's what I love about the open ecosystem for Halo. Like, you give these teams a chance week in, week out to compete, prove where they are, and then send them to LAN and have the chance to execute upon that.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, it's impressive if we're able to see them finally get that breakthrough moment in year 4. I mean, that's just beautiful. That's 4 years of work coming to fruition, and you love to see that. So many of these players have been grinding since Halo Infinite came out, even before in Halo 5. That's why I always tell people or young players, it's good to get your start now and invest in yourself.
I saw someone in the YouTube chat call the Luminosity boys matchmaking warriors, and it just made me laugh because I was like, Piggy lives in Maine, Mortally lives in Utah. I don't think these are like networking hubs, boys.
I mean, hey, at the same time, man, it's some people get on for just LANs, other people put in some matchmaking work, and everyone sees value out of different things. I truly think the matchmaking grind, as long as you're actually working on stuff and not just battering your head against the wall, I think it's very valuable. But it is, of course, Luminosity, and it's Yaxin who is drastically improved, and I talk about him time in and time out. I think he's one of the real big standout players for me that can really shine this season if he proves himself. With a shock rifle, he can prove himself in this moment at least. It's a 1 versus 2. He gets eco, almost gets snake bite, still stays alive somehow, and he's able to survive with the shock.
And while he's surviving, Piggy on the other side of the map is just thriving. A double kill that he gets for his team, and Luminosity, that they're going to get a perfect hill 1. There's not 1 millisecond of time that Space Station got into that hill.
It is 3. Okay, sorry, Snakebite just got another. It's 4 kills for Space Station Gaming. Okay, total. You got 4 kills on just Piggy. Now obviously just got his 4th. This is insane out of this roster. Luminosity continuing to pressure. They're not afraid whatsoever. The trade comes out. It's 3 down, which forces Mortally back, but it is Space Station Gaming that get in that second hill.
Mortally knows he has to take this challenge against Stellar, and oftentimes you take a challenge against Stellar, you know how that one's gonna go. A valiant effort, but Space Station are gonna be well set up, at least for the start. But look, Luminosity's broken out through that loop. They're gonna have a chance at this contest, but man, Space Station, they are just not trying to give them much for free.
That's what you gotta you got to do if you're Space Station. That's where you'll kind of shine, is making sure to capitalize on any sort of mistakes Luminosity's making. That's insane. That is probably the craziest Insta-Explode I've seen in this game. That was crazy.
It's just a shame that the Insta-Explode didn't get the kill, but it certainly made him one shot. That might have been absolute. Jackson, the last player alive for his team, and when he steps in this hill, that gives SSG the information where he's at. But notice how he's hitting that back loop area. He's gonna hide back here, try to keep this spawn in check. Oh my god, his nades are just next level.
Great awareness by Snakebite in this situation, though, but unfortunately, he comes out, ends up getting taken down. He was aware of that push. 3 down for Space Station Gaming once again, and it is Luminosity that get hill time.
Biggie gonna be looking for any of the players that are coming in for the loot, but none of that's gonna happen. Instead, cutting through the middle of the map and hitting out that flower door. SSG very coordinated, and that's a great play to keep some of the players of Luminosity out of the fight, right? They're basically turning an even numbers advantage for both sides into a numbers advantage for Space Station by cutting one player out, making sure that their angle didn't matter, and they're able to break that. Probably the easiest break we've seen yet.
I like the space by Lucid right there, going towards the blue side, so the spawns happen on the snipe, but it allows Jackson to get that shock rifle once again. Not gonna really hit many shots. Space Station get out of that hill, and it's gonna be Luminosity in the hill as of right now. And they do have a slight numbers advantage up until this point. It's a back smack, and it's Avicii with a double.
And it's going to be 2-0. There's no contest for Space Station to happen at the end. Luminosity out-muscle Space Station at the back of yard, and it was just endless pressure. Luminosity, they're not slowing down for anything, and it's so tedious when you have to play against teams like this that just constantly apply pressure, because yeah, you're gonna find mistakes where they're not gonna be completely together, but it takes a lot of effort and focus to punish those mistakes.
Yeah, timing is everything. Camo in the hands of Jackson. He spots 2 from SSG, and he's looking to attack here, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's the exact song that popped into my head. Not gonna get a lot of value so far, though. With that information and that nade, they're gonna bounce back all the way towards blue, and Jackson will take that and say, I'm gonna get a couple of ticks of time here. And look at the kill feed light up blue. It's Luminosity that get 2. Jackson now in a 1v1. He's got help, I think, on the other side of yard, but no. It is a beautiful job by Snakebite. There it is. The general comes up when it matters the most.
That's what we mean by constant pressure. Look, Luminosity, they're not giving up. Every player just pushed forward, and there we finally see Space Station get the punishment. They slowed themselves down once they got into the position in which they knew that Luminosity would have to push them into. Snakebite played that so well, right? Staying alive, increasing his value each wall he puts down, and Luminosity, though, they're never quite done pushing. It's constant. It's a constant stream. It's an endless Congo line of players in blue that you have to deal with, and it takes a hit to the mental. If they can start to bat them away on the first player and slow down the initial push, I think we're going to see Space Station recover well here.
That's exactly what's happening. They slowed them down the first push. The second push comes in. They get staggered just a bit. And now it's Lucid on the flank. They're not aware of his position on that bottom snipe. And he'll come up and it'll be clean. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we see the difference, right? It's play after play. 4 down for Luminosity, but Space Station Gaming, just there are plays where they look so good.
Hill incoming.
Shots in, Eco. Wow. Big win in the middle map. That's going to keep them off that hill early and allow Space Station to at least have a chance to win on the perimeter.
There we go.
Oh boy, when he is stellar, hitting some crucial shots. Although Luminosity still have these spawns, I don't think they're necessarily safe.
Yeah, this is the Stellar we know and love. Beautiful couple of kills out of him. 2 down for Luminosity. You see Space Station Gaming finally getting to that hill, and they've got a bit of a lock on this. All the spawns for Luminosity coming out on the blue side. And Snakebite with that camo. The pings give information on 2 different players, and he'll drop down for, I think, an easy kill here. There it is. Lucid cleans it up, but beautiful teamwork from that double.
Yeah, this is the Space Station that we expect to see. They're starting to get a lot of expansion on the map. They're forcing a spawn trap. Lucid was almost expecting to peel the head off a player that was going to spawn at blue because of the player, because of how they were positioned. But he'll take the easier route, the easier shots. And Luminosity, this is a position that they just have not been used to, and that they're not comfortable playing out of. They're very far on the map. They're not going to be able to be aggressive and the force players to make tough decisions. Instead, Space Station have had 2 back-to-back hills that have been cleanly fought.
And this is why I constantly say that people are sleeping on SSG, and it's clearly this. Okay, success doesn't happen without adversity. Okay, there's always going to be that adversity, but Space Station are finding ways. And yes, this is Luminosity, I think we're seeing some shining moments out of them. This is exactly what we need. As I'm, talking so nicely about Space Station Gaming, it is Luminosity that get halfway through this hill number 5, and make things a bit difficult.
It's shocking that they've been able to get half this hill, because Space Station's playing this textbook correct. They have the loop spawns. They're able to shoot down that lane all together. They're trying to isolate the angle immortally, but I mean, the nades just don't care. A dot from across the map is going to at least slow the push of Space Station down for the moment. And Mortally, he is comfortable at standing at flowers trying to shoot across the map. But Space Station eventually are going to get this break, and this is why I don't necessarily like that strategy is shooting over at flower door. You really want those LR spawns so that you have better access towards hill, that you have better access towards the camouflage. And Space Station, they let Luminosity get 90% of the way there, but they're set up well to maintain this hold. I mean, look at those LR players. They are the impact players of the map.
Lucid's trying to look for this player on the bottom of Snipe, and he's finally going to find him. He'll get the kill, and it's not traded out. So that's 3 down for Luminosity. And without anything crazy happening, this should be the 3rd hill and the lead for Space Station Gaming.
2 very different theories on how to break that hill. One from Space Station, one from Luminosity. Luminosity decided to always apply that pressure towards Nest, being on that backside, trying to have that be their stronghold. On the other side, Space Station, they never left the loop and LR area. Even when they were losing that hill, they didn't feel the pressure to move forward. And once they got that break, you saw how easy it was for them to hold, right? The players over at LR finding the important kills. It was systematic in the way that they held it, and textbook. And that's what's so dangerous about Space Station. All these players have championships to them. They go far into tournaments. They know what is necessary to win each hill, to win each instance of game. Whereas Luminosity is trying to shake, teach a new dog new tricks. Old dog new tricks, right? It's just not gonna happen.
Well, it's Snakebite leading in slays so far. 17 and 13 out of him. He's got a shock rifle to use, but Nico, unfortunately, the last player alive, he's going to go down as well, and it's all 4 dead for Space Station Gaming, and Luminosity will get some hill time.
They're going to try to force them over at the lift. This is going to be quick access for Space Station, and that's the concern when you spawn them at lift, is they can get you out of hill very quickly, and neutral time is going to start playing a factor in this game. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that Space Station has been standing into these hills. It's almost easier to play Slayer in this situation, but they only need about 25 seconds of hill time to get it, and with camouflage being in hill, that can go very quickly for Luminosity.
Yeah, it's the camo and the shock and hill that gives them the confidence to try and get this and just close it out here. Lucid, though, down to no shields, and great little jump gets him towards top center. Looking for another target here. Oh, he goes down. It's 2 dead for Space Station Gaming, and this hill should be theirs, but it's Luminosity that triple jump into the hill.
Look at Space Station. They're sending 2 players towards Nest to go on a very long flank here. And once they get there, they're just going to try to pinch in all the players at once. And yeah, you see how it works exactly as designed. Those players get from behind. You have to look both directions. There's nothing you can do. And GG, Space Station rattle off 4 hills in a row to complete the series 3-1.
Very, very awesome by Space Station. I'm glad they were able to pick up the pieces there.
Space Station Gaming moving on the elimination bracket to now go up against OpTic Gaming in the semifinals. But this series, we got to see Luminosity shine here with a great effort against a number 4th seeded team. I keep seeing a common theme here where some of these dark horse squads, as Tools called them, seem to be pushing these top 3, top 4 squads into game 4s, game 5s, when it feels like Space Station Gaming shouldn't allow them to take these games and wins against them. What could be happening here?
All right, so I don't want to discredit Luminosity whatsoever. I want to make that very clear. They're a group of talented players, but I think it's very different. Online is one thing, on LAN is a different thing, right? I think that they're taking their chances when they can, and that's great. And they are winning individual fights, and you see them constantly, in terms of individual skill, outshining SSG in that series a couple times, and you love to see that. I will say, regardless of the online and on LAN stuff, there is hunger there. Like, those guys are hungry. We're in year 4. They want their spotlight. They want it now. So I don't doubt that they're going to continue that same prowess on LAN, and I'm excited to see what Luminosity can do.
Well, I would love to take a chance to see where exactly all these teams stand so far as we are in the qualifiers. If we take a look at the upper bracket, we see FaZe sitting at the elimination finals for the first time. And then we have OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming winners finals. Shopify Rebellion won against FaZe, a 3-0. Shopify Rebellion sitting once again in the grand finals. Tools, let's talk about positions. Where are these squads sitting?
Right, remember, this is a big tournament because of where you finish will determine your pool play spot. And Luminosity just had a massive finish, right? Top 6. TSM also getting top 6, I believe, for the first time this week. So even though we've seen Cloud9 be so consistent in their top 6 finishes, having top 4 last week, they're not going to be able to have that high seed in pool because they finished top 8 alongside Triggers Down, who had top 12 finishes last week, getting their revenge on Complexity. So a big shakeup as to where all these pool teams are going to be sitting. I'm very, it's honestly, I don't think I could have predicted that Luminosity and TSM were going to be the two teams in top 6. I would have almost guaranteed put Cloud9 in that position.
I would love to go ahead and set up this upcoming series, though. Space Station Gaming versus OpTic. OpTic sitting in the elimination semifinals, a spot where they don't feel like, I'm sure they're not happy to be here. Space Station Gaming, a tough game for them ahead.
Yeah, SSG's got to really step up here. Obviously, I believe how they played in that last game, at least until the very last game of the series, at least until the second half, that's not going to be enough here for OpTic, and I'm sure they'll rise to the occasion. All of these players and teams generally do that, so it's going to be a good match. I think OpTic, obviously, going into that losers very early, are going to be very hungry going into this series, and I think they're going to put it on the line here. It's very important, obviously, in terms of points. I do think that the first and second seed are pretty solidified, but regardless, it's going to be a good match, and I hope it's a competitive one.
All right, well, as this series gets ready, Space Station Gaming versus OpTic Gaming, that is what is next. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll see you in just a bit.
Guess I should have heeded the warning. Guess I should have moved on to someone new. But I'd rather be in the storm than in the calm without you. Don't know how I'll feel in the morning. Maybe I'll be leaving you sad and blue. But I'd rather be in the storm than in the calm without you. Without you. Without you.
lost in you. Lost in you. Lost in you. Lost in you. Lost in you. Lost in you. Hide away, my secret place. Lost in you. Lost in you. Lost in you. Lost in you. Hide away, my secret place. Lost in you. Lost in you. Lost in you. Hide away, my secret place. Lost in you. I wish you stayed the same. I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe.
And we are back on the HCS qualifier road to Arlington. We're already in the the elimination semifinals with Space Station Gaming versus OpTic. We're bringing in Tony and Tools to talk about the stats. We're gonna take a look at the overview for Space Station Gaming from week number 3. Tony, what sticks out to you?
And what sticks out to me is that, you know, it looks like almost a bit of a lack of firepower when we're talking about the pure KD department. I love the fact that Lucid's sitting in with the 1.0 and love his damage per life. Love the fact that Snakebite also kind of stepping in as well and filling in the reins. But when you think about what their performance has been between some of the top teams like the OpTics, the Shopify Rebellions, and even other teams that are able to push them to the limits, it feels like SSG need a little more oomph. It feels like they need a little bit more firepower, which I guess will come with just coordination and just more time. I made a video about it earlier. I ain't worried about SSG one bit.
I'm assuming, Tools, you're not worried about OpTic on your end, huh?
No, I think we've seen some bedrock consistency from Legend, and I think he is the glue to this OpTic Gaming roster. And if Legend plays well, OpTic plays well. And so far, he's been playing well this tournament. Had a 1.18, a 1.8 on the KAD. One thing that was a bit surprising to me when I was looking down into those stats was his objective efficiency wasn't quite as high in that semifinals as what we've seen in the past. I consider Legend to be the premier objective player. When it comes to being fast, decisive, having perfect timing, there's not many players that can match up with Legend. This first game is going to be a big indicator as to whether this OpTic Gaming roster is having just a little bit of bad start to the day, or if they're going to continue to play well. I'd keep an eye on Legend in particular.
Well, Tony, anybody on the Space Station Gaming side that you think we should keep an eye on? What player needs to step up if all players are playing at their max level?
I mean, I don't know if I want to use the phrase step up, but I will say the player that I'm going to have my eye out on has to be Lucid. I feel like when SSG are doing their thing, when they're playing at their best, Lucid is just being that ultimate opportunist. Even the games where he doesn't have most damage, he'll somehow find a way to have the max amount of kills, just capitalizing on every single one of the call-outs and the damage that his teammates are able to create around him. Ultimately, when SSG aren't doing well, lots of times, again, they're missing that player that steps up in the KD department, that steps up in the slaying department. So my eyes are on Lucid. I feel like this team will go the way Lucid goes.
Well, we've had some surprises in today's tournament. Who knows? We might have some other surprises today. That's what I asked. That's what I asked about in the previous series, and FaZe took it. So maybe Space Station Gaming will wake up. We've talked about how Space Station always has a slower start to their game, and later on, as the tournament goes on, they seem to light up, to work and play as we expect them to. Could we see them do that this series?
Yeah, it's almost incredible how consistent that Space Station Gaming is at being inconsistent at the start of tournaments, right? It's like they really only get better and better as time goes on. I would expect them to to continue on that trend. You're going to see a different SSG than what we saw on Stream Past.
Well, let's find out if Origin CTF will be their first game to take that win in this series. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest, this is the matchup that you guys wanted to see. We're talking Space Station Gaming going up against OpTic. I want to see a little bit of Lucid versus Formal action. Come on now. Rockets on one side, Sniper on the next, and we're landing here on Origin as our game number 1.
Lock on in to juggernauts throughout the year, and SSG a king without their crown at the moment, right? They are the reigning champs, but picked apart, and seeing 2 of their teammates reaching a different roster. Really, this is going to be the rivalry all year. Stellar and Eco versus Bound and Legend. Here we go.
A matchup you would normally expect to see in a winner's bracket finals or even a grand finals, we are seeing here in the semi-finals, fighting for their tournament lives right now. Big damage going out as we switch on board with Stellar, who's trying to make a play on the catwalk side.
And already Stellar looking back towards that OpTic Gaming base with that BR. Expect that BR to be really impactful if you're able to get it. Snake bite. He scored. Tony, we're 30 seconds in.
Double kill.
We're still trying to find a POV to hop on, B. Wow, they ain't wasted no time whatsoever on Space Station Gaming, and Lucid showing you why he's a former MVP. SSG not only up 1-0 as far as in this game, but flying right now, dominating on the map. Snakebite is here. You can't say the same for Legend or any member on OpTic. They're 4 down, and this is the SSG that we've been wanting to see.
They just bullied them. They're straight up bullying OpTic Gaming in their base. And Lucid's still getting the kills in the mid-map. This is SSG's game. We're less than 2 minutes into it, and they have 2 flag captures already. We only have 5 kills as a team between OpTic Gaming. Lucid has 7 to his name, and Snakebite's ripping faces.
Ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendars, 3:54 p.m., March 23rd. SSG have arrived. This is the team that we've been wanting to see literally all off-season long, literally the entire time from the early in-season here. And this is the team that we have right now, up 2-0 against OpTic Gaming. The game damn near just started, and it's 1 cap from being over.
And OpTic Gaming, I mean, they've been in this situation multiple times now where their back's against the wall. Can they recover? It is going to be a long and perilous road to that potential recovery, but if they can really set the tone in this series, right? Going down 0-2, getting that those 3 flags in a row, you'd almost be like, wow, you know, the new OpTic Gaming here. But so far, SSG have just not let up at all at this moment, and the next set of power weapons are up, and Lucid, he's got them in his hands, double digits already.
So far, Bound just finding his first kill here. Meanwhile, Lucid finding himself a rocket launcher. I believe he was able to waste both of those before eventually going down, and Renegade with the cross map shots, a bit of a nade, but now catching an entirely new angle. I was gonna say might be able to turn this into a flank, but Snakebite ends up spotting him out, and eventually Renegade is dealt with.
Cheeky little movement from Renegade to try to stay alive there. Unfortunately, just too much open ground to cover to truly get away. Sniper back up, and man, Lucid, power weapon control has been the name of the game for him thus far, but surprised he just left that sniper there. He's gonna hide. They don't know he's in this back base.
Gonna start this flag in order to distract the entire roster of OpTic Gaming. To throw that out, using that flag as bait as he continues to just capitalize on the call-outs, the damage being put down. Lucid is behind enemy lines and creating that chaos. By the time he goes down, the rest of the team are able to play up. Renegade catches that, what do you call it? Is it the blueberry?
Double kill.
Gotta keep yourself with that vitamin Ace.
Almost.
Eco. Doing some great damage. Remember, Lucid, he pulled that flag not with the idea of getting it back home. Eco, I mean, did you see that? Did you see that, Tony? Oh my, Eco. He's been having a rough start to the season. He's had a 0.7 in the KD last week. Now, completely different, right? 11-6 so far, double positive just about for his team. They're pulling out another flag. This Space Station team is just playing so well at the moment.
When Eco is slaying like this, you know Space Station Gaming are in a good mood. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it's over. That is a 3-0 for Space Station Gaming. And mind you, that's on an OpTic Gaming that are very good at Origin. Dare I say one of their best map and game type combinations. SSG are the ones who steal momentum.
If you would have told me that we would have started this game and we saw SSG not only go 2-0 up in the first 2 minutes, dominate OpTic Gaming in every phase of the game, score that third flag the way they did, Eco hitting snipe shots that look like stellar, I would have had you admit me to the insane asylum. I mean, this isn't the team that we've seen these last few weeks, but they clearly have come to play today.
I guess we got a couple phone calls to make because it's exactly what happened here. And you saw the big 3K damage being put down. But, I mean, forget the stats. It was the eyeball test that literally told the story here. And SSG were dominating at all facets of the game. When we talk about aggression, when we talk about speed, coordination, chemistry, power weapon control, literally everything was going the way of Space Station Gaming. And obviously the scoreboard reflected that. And again, like I said, I mean, obviously Lucid doing his thing, but a big shout out to Eco. When he's stepping up and slaying like that, you know SSG are doing great. And if he can carry that into Aquarius Slayer, this could look really good for SSG.
The great thing for OpTic going into this game is you got a complete different vibe as to what's the win condition on both sides, right? For Coliseum, or I should say Origin, it's going to be a lot about controlling the power weapons, sniper, rockets, making impactful plays with that. And we saw that from Space Station Gaming. There's no real power weapon control. It's going to be a lot of team shot, bandit connectedness, and getting away with camouflage that's going to be important this time around. Coach Lunchbox, this is the time where he can play a big impact. Keep control and tell players, hey, camo's coming up now, that thrust is coming off spawn. Try to get those little advantages to make the big difference.
We're going to find out if they're able to take advantage of that. And although Formal was able to grab a hold of that thrust, he wasn't able to get away with it. Snake by taking height over towards the P2 side, not comfortable enough to go in for that camo just yet.
Honestly, it's been a bit surprising how passive both these teams have been over on their perimeters. No one trying to get through that middle of the map to give away free deaths. And Stellar's almost shocked that he hasn't been able to find his targets. There we go. Finally, the first one's in on bound. Maybe a little bit too many players to deal with there.
Tied up at 5 apiece right now. A couple of denial grenades going out here for SSG. Finally finding an avenue to ultimately play through. Legend finds himself on the bottom P side of things. He takes down Stellar, and Eco just kind of covering the back line here, trying to find the angle himself. But eventually OpTic are overwhelming the P side of the map.
Yeah, Eco really frustrated with his position there. He's trying to make the most of a tough situation, but he's across the map, just trying to cross map. The problem is that OpTic Gaming 3-stack, right? They are just not going to give those crossing angles much of a chance in those fights, and they're going to try to isolate these players on the perimeter. But the problem is Lucid's been so good in the isolation. Oh my word! The 1-on-1 goes to Lucid. The people's elbow rings true.
5 kills, 3 assists. He participated in 8 of the team's 12 kills. Has Lucid here, and the nade goes down. Better watch out. And nobody's safe apparently when Lucid and SSG are playing like this. Apparently not even themselves. Active camouflage going up. Stellar and Lucid, they want to try to change their sights over towards it, but they have to go through OpTic Gaming in order to do so.
This camo's been up for over 10 seconds now. Both teams just looking for the slays first to try to get towards it. And Space Station, they're almost begging OpTic Gaming to get this camo. Formal's like, oh, where is this contest? And there's only one player from behind that can try to get him. And Lucid, I think he ate his carrots growing up. He just straight spotted Formal.
Well, big grab on the camouflage. I mean, you don't have to beg him to go after it, but Lucid and the rest of SSG simply using it as bait, and up 6 kills at the moment as Stellar moonwalk his way back towards the fridge side, anticipating a push from OpTic Gaming. If OpTic don't check that fridge, it could turn to a flank, and mind you, things slowing down quite a bit.
This deficit, I mean, OpTic Gaming, you want to get this handled relatively soon. Honestly, Space Station, they're very slow. They're trying to goad OpTic Gaming into making the first play, and here we go, Stellar. He might have just gotten perfect timing.
And here it is. The pinch being created. Now the choke point is here towards Util side. Stellar is on it, does massive damage, but nobody able to capitalize on that. Lucid gets involved just a second too late, and now the nades are going down. He's gonna have to find the exit route here. Luckily not chased down. Lucid gets his shields back, lives to see another engagement. Snakebite takes down one. Stellar goes after another, and Lucid is still alive and kicking right now. Bound goes down, and that's a 10 kill advantage.
I think Lucid knows what his melee range is. This is the second time this game we've seen him close that space down and hit the critical elbow. They're about to have a double-digit lead, and they can find the next kill. Here we go. The early game is dominated by Space Station.
And it is, and Stellar going right at Formwood. Another camouflage coming up, and SSG continue to prioritize the slays around the camouflage here, and Stellar ain't nothing stopping him. One MVP to another. Stellar takes down Legend.
And Snakebite now has this camouflage just to free roam with, and OpTic Gaming, they've been in this situation too many times where they're just trapped in the back base. Finally, they're able to get that first kill, but can they maintain their numbers advantage?
Unfamiliar territory here in the elimination bracket semifinals, but SSG stepping it up right here, trying to give OpTic their lowest placing here, and already up 1-0. And look at what they're doing, 32-21 tools.
It's just Space Station. It's been clean. That's the best way to describe it. The amount of times that they just get one kill and get away with their lives, reset themselves, find the next one, and not trade out, it has been impressive. Honestly, it's almost a bit shocking. It feels as if we're not seeing OpTic Gaming shoot back in a lot of these situations. They're just catching them completely off guard. A lot of shots into unsuspecting players looking the other way. These flanks have been mightily successful, and they've been really able to manipulate what OpTic Gaming is looking at. And once again, look, Snakebite gets the first kill. The trade isn't immediate, right? We're seeing them having these chances of just getting away with their life.
We have another standout performance coming out of Lucid right now. 12 kills and only died 7 times. And mind you, the game hasn't even ended yet. That's a daggone good stat line if the game ended right now, but plenty more kills to get. Shout out to Stellar as well. 10 kills and 8 assists. Clearly, they've stepped it up here for this SSG roster, but gotta love that positioning by Legend. Finds the weak side of that push. 3 down, go SSG.
It's never over till that 50th kill comes on, and with this next camouflage, OpTic have some big plans. Find the collapse, don't trade out. You essentially need to go 2 for 1 on all your kills from here on out. It's an improbable comeback, but not an impossible one.
I'm gonna see if they're up for the challenge. As of right now, a couple kills go their way, still down by 10, but Legend still having some camouflage to work with right now. Top mid control being dominated here by OpTic, and now it's Legend and the rest of the crew not only wanting to be satisfied with this 50% portion of the map control, they want to push up, but Formal the first one to go down. Legend right after Lucid, and it is Renegade and the rest of OpTic that are finding kill after kill. You said it. It may not be impossible, but I'm seeing a little something.
So far, they've been keeping true to the 2-to-1 pace. As long as they can maintain that, they're going to have a chance at the end of this game. But unnecessary deaths are going to be what will cost them if they are not able to keep those in control. And well, we just saw it again. Space Station able to get 1 kill, no trade answer, and no pressure from OpTic Gaming.
Seeing Lucid and Eco working together, trying to double push their way towards that bottom piece side. They cleared that out and now 6 kills away from ultimately taking this game number 2. Have OpTic dug themselves too deep a hole to climb out of, because another trade goes down and it inches Space Station Gaming closer and closer to the 50 kill mark.
Space Station's just been able to get away with these one-on-one trades a couple times where OpTic's had the chance, right? But the player from Space Station just does enough to get away. OpTic playing a much better game in the second half, but it just feels as if the firepower just came way too late into this game.
It does feels like OpTic have been a little bit apprehensive on some of these pushes, on some of these engagements where SSG have just been playing free-flowing, and here's Renegade with another camouflage. Lucid awfully aggressive here. Renegade gonna make him pay for that one, and this has been cut down to just a 5 kill advantage. Only 3 lives to give, but it might just be just enough for OpTic to make a run here.
Find this kill, not traded. Perfect shots. Deficit now 2. It's been a clean run. 4 kills without a trade. Space Station Gaming now find themselves in a dire spot, stuck in this util. Legend and Renegade are going to work together on the left side. Bound isolated towards the right. Formal can help where he feels necessary, but they're going to shade a 2-2 split here. Important that they don't get traded, and oh boy! Space Station, they're running it as a pack.
48-46. Just 2 kills between them, but just 2 more kills needed here for Space Station Gaming. Snakebite and Stellar wanting to work together here toward the util side, and it may just turn into a 3-man push in order to control car. SSG aren't just playing defensive. They want to take things into their own hands, and here comes the pings. Here comes that damage. Snakebite smartly backing down for just a second.
OpTic knows. They know they're in this util. They just know they can't push it. They're waiting for something that'll give them this advantage. And that probably will be camouflage that comes up in the next 30 seconds. I don't think you're going to see OpTic make any big play until they have a chance at playing for that camouflage. Expect a standstill. Wait, what was that? Renegade that's in the front base? Never mind. Here they come. Renegade and Formal. They're up and they're pressuring on this P side.
We do see Lucid and Snakebite together here. Renegade just waiting for the opportunity to push up.
Aggressive.
Here comes the util push. Stellar doing max damage. Snakebite taking some. Renegade gets a flank from behind. And Renegade turns it into a double kill. 3 down go SSG. It's 49-49.
Camouflage is up, but no one from OpTic was there to grab it. Eco is down low. They're now trapped on the B side. Bound got the information. He knows where the players are. OpTic Gaming. They're going to start to make their play.
Things slow down just a bit. SSG taking space all through the P side. Renegade and Bound now going to work together, taking space towards that util side. The map cut in half. Both OpTic and SSG have control, but only one can prevail. The early damage comes in. Bound takes a shot or 2 from his teammate, but it looks like they're taking ground, are Bound and OpTic Gaming.
They had to go 2 for 1 to get to this point. They've earned their chance. That camouflage, it feels like a poison apple in the middle of the map, but Space Station, they've given a lot of opportunities for OpTic to potentially get away with that, but they have not gone for it. Instead, they're staying all 4 together on the P side, and they got the damage in Legends positions known. Space Station, OpTic Gaming, here we go. Legends gets the shot, and the improbable becomes possible. The best comeback we've seen in Halo Infinite.
Very little times do we see a Slayer on Aquarius go all the way down to almost 0 seconds left in regulation, but that's how much time it was needed for OpTic and SSG to finish off that game number 2. If that doesn't tell you the respect that both of these teams have for each other, but eventually it was OpTic that decided to take things into their own hands, and they ultimately won the game as opposed to defensively allowing SSG to take it from them. Huge comeback, huge win, and OpTic tie the series.
The resilience shown to get to this point, and Renegade, this flank was perfect. The double kill, and we saw it was a dance. And OpTic Gaming, they had the freedom of movement, and that's what made the big difference, right? They originally were at yellow. They rotated completely to the other side of the map, and Space Station was always curious about where that push was going to come from. And Legend, right space, right time, perfect shot, game winning from him. A masterclass in how to play from down under. What a comeback we just witnessed.
And now this is just in my opinion, but I did see multiple times where SSG were up as far as, 1-2 kills and had a 3-man over towards utility side, and it looked like they were gonna 3-man push util and take over car, and it felt like it multiple times, but multiple times they decided to back down and play more defensively. And I think I'm like, well, what got them into that win was that speedy gameplay, was them flying together. And I think maybe that slower gameplay, maybe that hesitation allowed OpTic back into it. There's so many times I think that 3-man push would have worked from util to car, and maybe the nades could have been the death of them, but if they played their cards right, I think SSG win that game as opposed to allowing OpTic in there.
And the reality is just plenty of things that Space Station could have done different and potentially gotten away with the win. But the one thing that remains is the psychological damage that's been dealt. They now know nothing's ever safe against this OpTic Gaming team. They can never feel secure in the lead that they have after they've thrown away a 14 kill lead the way that they did. This is where series changes. This is where you establish yourself in the hierarchy. And SSG, they had a chance to go up 2-0 in this series and to be dominant at that. Instead, everything now seems to be against them.
Double kill.
Big changes being made to Fortress Bomb with putting that overshield over towards the mid-map, widening to where you can plant the bomb. It actually has become a lot more fluid. Still not my favorite game type of map combination, but I do feel like the changes have been better here for Fortress Neutral Bomb.
I actually think I do not mind the game much anymore because of the larger arming zone plus overshield. It just feels like you have a lot more opportunity to make an attack work. So this mid-map control going to be so important throughout the game, and snipers as well. The big thing is you're going to see a lot of attacks focused around that overshield and the snipers that come up. And so far, Renegade is popped off. He's one away from the spree.
Right after a big snipe coming out of Renegade, he's able to body shot yet another. Not only are the Space Station Gaming roster weakened, but also their location has been identified and just fed through the rest of OpTic Gaming, who are now surrounding them. We move up to the wing side. Does Renegade still having some ammo in this sniper, but Snakebite getting some good damage down. Didn't know that Renegade had his back.
And with him being last alive, that means Space Station are going to be staggered for the time being. Oh, it's scary when he starts to hold the reticle still. Eco feels the pressure, has to push down, and Renegade somehow, some way, is still alive.
Eco sits up high on the tower side. Renegade having an idea of where he is and giving up that height advantage to try to get the jump on Eco, but Eco sniffing that out. He's gonna back down. He's like, where did Eco go? I swear he was here just a second ago.
I almost think Renegade outplayed Eco there. Eco saw him and he went down to search for him. Renegade went up high and said, hey, I'll take the tower. Eventually was able to fight Eco. I think Renegade just played 5D chess.
Sniper the hands of Lucid. Bomb over towards that base. Will they make a play for this? SSG end up going 3 down. No, it's going to be pushed out, and Legend have an idea that maybe somebody might be on the flank. It's Lucid. He's actually right under him, and Renegade spots him out. This is going to be huge for OpTic Gaming.
That overshield allowed them to get into the base. Now the next priority usually going to be that elbow. You want to get a player deep into there. But Space Station's well set up at the moment. Instead, it's going to be just about a game of Slayer. The first slays can determine so much about how this push is going to happen.
Battle between Bound and Lucid ends up in a trade, but a double by Bound and a pivotal battle by Legend. 4 down go SSG. The bomb has already started being planted. Stellar is going to try to find the angle here, and it's so close. There's no way Lucid gets it out. Formal comes right on in, finishes that arm, and that's going to be a 1-0 for OpTic Gaming.
And players have to have a sense of timing into the plays that they make, right? Do you have the window of opportunity to make something happen? And in my opinion, Legend is the best in the world at understanding his timing in situations. He was the only real player up on the map, but he grabs that ball and starts arming it because he understood he had a window to get that arm down. 99% of the way there, OpTic Gaming find the pressure, and, well, they strike first.
1-0 for OpTic. Still a lot of damage coming out at Renegade, but Bound and Legend right there to come up with the cleanup kills, and Legend still has 4 bullets in the sniper.
It's the same situation. We start to see Space Station go down on their side, and they're just giving OpTic Gaming so much freedom of movement. It's what costs them in the game too, right? This freedom of movement, letting OpTic get to their spots, is a costly mistake. And overshield, sniper, Legend's hands.
Legend's gonna take height with it. A dangerous combination, and Snakebite catches a quick scope, but luckily for SSG, Legend is out of snipe ammo. Bad part for SSG, he still has some Bandit to work with, and although Eco gets that kill, he will be cleaned up, and OpTic still having the advantage, Lucid having the bomb.
OpTic Gaming have had just firm control of the mid line. They have not let Space Station get onto their side, and they're keeping this bomb forward, just applying that pressure. It's impressive because they really haven't relied on the flanks. Instead, they just relied on the team shot in the mid-map. Formal does it again, one-on-one. Almost able to get the damage down. Eco just gets away with his life there, and the push not done yet, though. OpTic Gaming still have control of Space Station's base.
You can tell the form was looking for that 3-shot melee for the triple. Luckily, Bound does come in with the cleanup, and Renegade clearing out that tower side. And now behind enemy lines, another double kill goes down, and Legend moving in for the arm.
They're not going to be able to get to this contest in time. And once again, it's that bigger zone that's making the big difference, right? They're able to start arming a second earlier just about. They're able to have more maneuverability while they're trying to detonate that bomb. And you're seeing already OpTic Gaming, they are a completely new team on Fortress. Having just that extra window of time is making a massive difference for this team.
And it feels even more devastating because the series is tied up at 1 apiece. What feels like it should be 2-0 in SSG's favor, this win could give OpTic the lead. It's a swing game number 3 and one in which OpTic are up 2-0. Snipers are coming up, and the same for Overshield. A pivotal battle is about to go down.
I think Legend has his eyes on SSG Sniper, and there's no one that's going to contest it. I mean, this is free reign. He's in the middle of the map. I always think he expected someone to be at Snipe. Instead, there's no one there. Space Station's trying to just muscle their way with the bandits. And Legend, he never went for that Snipe, so Stellar's going to be the one that gets away with it, but he is deep in the base of SSG, and I don't think they know he's there.
Momentarily sacrificing that Sniper to grab a hold of that Overshield, but Overshield gets burned, and Stellar now grabbing his Snipe. But the question becomes, where's Legend? Actually on the black screen, they were able to spot him out. Now it's Bound over toward the low side. It's the rest of OpTic Gaming seemingly stuck in their base.
Well, look at the bomb. He's just standing bottom mid, not moving. They want that bomb. Remember, they can't see bomb when it's picked up. They're trying to look at all these perimeters, making sure that bomb didn't get behind him. It's just standing in the middle of the map. They're going to wait for a couple of skills and then try to move it forward. But oh no, this Sniper Stellar just hit the floor.
Renegade starting this game off 20-7, and don't forget about those 8 assists. Plenty of snipe ammo to work with, and Space Station Gaming gonna find out the hard way.
Snakebite has the bomb underneath their base. He's the only player here. They haven't found him.
Legend just walked past him, actually. Oh, okay, there we go. It looks like they did end up finding him. Snakebite has to drop that bomb and go after Legend there. That was a bit scary.
But I mean, Snakebite just causes so much of a distraction there by having that bomb forward. OpTic Gaming was always under the threat of that bomb just getting into the arm zone and potentially sneaking one away. It's something we see quite a bit on Aquarius, not as much on Fortress, but Space Station, they played the long game, but it just didn't do much in getting that arm. It slowed OpTic down and prevented them from being on the attack, but you're running out of time. There's only 4 minutes and 20 seconds in this game to get 2 bomb arms.
Snakebite was able to take down Renegade, and that opens up that ring 2 control for SSG. Snakebite also finding Legend, but with that 3 down, Legend backs up, and Snakebite goes after Overshield and Bomb.
He's going to be able to get both. This is just move. I think he's going to truck right through the middle. And oh, this is premium opportunity for Space Station. They have the elbows blocked. They'll know where these spawns are coming from, but they're just not quite able to move that bomb fast enough. Snakebite's going to lose his overshield. And remember, the longer you spend in the opposing base, the harder it's going to be. The battle of attrition always favors the spawners.
But 3 down go SSG, and OpTic successfully defend their base and get that bomb right out of dodge. 3 minutes and 35 seconds left of neutral time, and once again we see a plant not go SSG's way.
They just need to be a bit quicker. I think they had the opportunity there. They had the slays. Remember, this is a game of possession. When you're on the opposing side trying to make a play happen, you have to be quick and decisive with your kills because they are going to spawn much closer to the action than your teammates. And that's what happens for OpTic. They just spawn up and they're able to eventually out-muscle the players that were on their side. 3 minutes on the clock. This sniper going to be crucial for either side. And Space Station, the clock is ticking. It's time to make a move, and they're going for that same strategy. Bomb standing still in the bottom mid of the map.
OpTic slowing the game down to a crawl, showing they're not just offense, but they can show off the defense as well. Daring SSG to try to make a play, and as they go multiple down, that's the key for OpTic to play up. Quick scope to the body, leaves Lucid with no shields. Overshield about to come up. SSG desperately needed.
Sniper on sniper action, the bottom mid of the map. Lucid, unorthodox position, but perfect shot so far. He gets 3 kills, a couple in his favor, some as the assist, but they are his kills nonetheless. 2 minutes on the clock, 2 bomb arms needed, overshield and snipers pressuring OpTic Gaming's base.
Aggressive Lucid right in the face of Bound, and this could be the opening that ultimately Space Station Gaming have been looking for. Another kill. Snakebite threads the needle, finds a one-shot Formal, who's a little tricky to take out, but eventually does go down. Snakebite not having much shields to work with, but he has to make a play for the bomb, and he's going to be naded out. OpTic Gaming get the bomb out of their base again. It's going to be played, and every time SSG make a play, OpTic are ready.
Lucid was here ready to pressure that bomb carrier. They decided not to throw it off the map, and OpTic Gaming, though, do get away with it. And we've seen Space Station have control of the mid-map for these last 4 minutes of gameplay, but they have not been able to capitalize on their kills and to get that bomb arm. And remember, there's no overtime if you're just holding that bomb. It's imperative that they play quick with their damage and kills. Snakebite has been finding these kills in spades, but there's just no ball movement.
4 more Bound with back-to-back kills here for OpTic Gaming, and every single kill that ultimately goes the way of OpTic puts SSG further and further behind the 8 ball. Less than a minute right now on the clock, and I don't even know if it's mathematically possible for them to arm 2 bombs when OpTic's defense have looked this stout.
That's the difference. OpTic, because of that 2-0 lead, they understand they can play defense, right? They can bait the opponents into these unfavorable spots. Man, Snakebite is on one. He is finding kill after kill, but it's just not enough, and that's gonna be it. I don't think there's enough time to get this done, and it's just shooting. It's shooting skeets in the air right now for Frosty. It's just, I mean, for a Formal, it's just too easy at the moment.
I'm sure right about now, the OpTic Gaming fans are celebrating. The SSG fans are making a few excuses right now. 10 seconds left. At this point, it's every kill is just icing on the cake. OpTic will be going up 2-1 in this series. OpTic will be 1 game away from ultimately knocking SSG out in another 4th place finish.
It's just dominant, right? I think that's the best way to put it for OpTic Gaming. They didn't feel the pressure of Space Station for the first half of that game, and then when they did, the pressure just wasn't fast enough. And man, there's a lot to like about what Space Station has done in this series, right? The dominance in game 1, the start in game 2, and some of those moments in game 3. But the reality is the end execution, the end goal, OpTic Gaming has just been a bit better at it.
Well, I know what Renegade's end goal was, and that was to absolutely stat on SSG. A 19.7 KDA. That's the 30 kills and the 14 assists. Absolutely going off. Renegade, he loves him some Fortress gameplay.
7,800 damage from Bound as well. Wow. And look how his damage taken. He is just in the front lines, getting all that damage. Renegade having that highest KD, but also the difference between his damage taken, damage dealt, the most significant in the lobby. Clearly having a game to remember. I mean, anytime you have a 2.0 KD at the end of a 15-minute or 12-minute game, you did something right.
And although some of the changes made to Fortress make it easier to plant bombs, we're still seeing it is a slay fest, and it feels like this map and game side combination are going to favor the teams that can slay and even overslay. And when we're talking about kills, we know OpTic can simply get theirs. Their damage output has been crazy so far here in the early season, and something tells me it's going to become even better on land. OpTic up 2-1 in the series. What will be the response for Space Station Gaming?
Right, it's like instead of Space Station being in the spot to close out this series, right? This was they could have been up 2-0. Instead, they find themselves back against the wall, having to force another Slayer in this series. It's a big difference that game 2 that Space Station is going to feel in this series. it feels as if Space Station lost something special in that game too.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you 100%. I feel like if they're up 2-0 in this series going into this game, it is a much different story. And in fact, even if OpTic put on the performance that they did, if ultimately OpTic do end up winning that game and that's their first win, again, I don't think momentum is so heavily switched over to OpTic Gaming side. I think SSG at one point had, what, a 15 kill lead in that Slayer, I want to say, maybe 14 or 13, but either way, they had to close it out because I think this series is an entirely different tone if that's the case. But you know what do they say, if and buts were coconuts, doesn't really matter too much, because as of right now what does matter is we're going into an oddball. OpTic Gaming one game away from knocking SSG down into a 4th place, and we're going to recharge one long game type to another. Hope you guys have some snacks.
Yeah, let's see if we can see the game 5 or not. This is the moments that we live for, the battle of attrition that's going to come in this oddball. And can Space Station find their footing once again? Plenty of time to figure it out.
And plenty of time for us to figure out what's going to be that strategy for both of these rosters. Whenever I think of recharge, obviously we're thinking about that camouflage, which can be so powerful. But man, that shock rifle, even with the nerfs, it's still in a pro's hands is absolutely deadly. I love the fact that the shock now has a giant timer on it, so now my teammates will go after it for once in their lives.
right.
Any pro that gets their hands on it really tends to dominate the map, as we're seeing a bit of a reset here.
I'm telling you, we have 5.7 thousand people watching on the Twitch. We have another 4,000 people just about watching on the YouTube. I want to say thank you guys so much. And if you've been enjoying the show, there's a couple ways that you can help support what we do here at LVT Halo. There's no big organization that's behind us. We don't have anyone bankrolling what we do here today. Everything we do, from the coverage that we provided during the Open Series to the LAN coverage that we have when we're out, is done because of the support that you guys give us. We're completely community funded, whether it be the subscribers, the ads that you watch, or even helping us over on the YouTube. Look at this, guys. We are so close to 15,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you haven't had the chance, please head over to the YouTube and try to help us get to 15K. It's a big achievement that we'd love. I think we've almost had 3,000 subscribers in the last month of Halo, Tony, and it's been incredible to see the support that we're getting. I would love to hit 15K today, folks. So if you have the chance, please go swing over to the YouTube and help that number go up.
Even compared to the last match that we casted yesterday, I mean, it's almost 200 subs between the last match yesterday and where we're at right now here today. Almost 200 subs. So clearly you guys are enjoying the content.
Tony, the number, it just keeps going up.
That's what I like to see. That's what I want to see.
But it's going up 10 at a time. Oh my God.
Hey, let's go! Twitch. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. Y'all gonna start following. Now we gotta have a battle. Now it's Twitch versus YouTube. Which the better supporters? We need the follows to go up on Twitch now.
Whoa! Oh my God! Does it ever stop? It just keeps going. Yo, thank you guys for watching over on the YouTube. We're trying to build out something special there, and we hope that we can keep bringing you guys live content and some post content from the tournaments that we watch. Man, we've gotten over 100 subs and just a couple. Tony, are they gonna stop? At what point is enough enough? Oh my God, it just keeps going on.
Why are you asking it to stop?
I don't know. It's just scary. It's like I have too much power.
Again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you guys so much. Like Tools alluded to and said earlier, I mean completely community funded. And look at these handsome folks that we got on screen here.
Yeah, this is our LVT Espanol coverage, or I think Alex said the LVT. If you guys want to watch in Spanish, this is your opportunity to do so. I don't think we've ever had the opportunity for our Spanish-speaking audience to watch, the OpTic Gamings, the Space Stations, the North American teams battle it out. So please, if you have the chance, if you want to experience some LVT Halo, but in Spanish. Go check that out. There's a stream on YouTube. If you go into our live channel, that's titled Espanol, and there's also the Twitch stream that's up, LVT Halo ES. If you have the opportunity, just put it up on the other screen, because we need to get that new Twitch channel to at least, what do you call it? It's not partner, but the other
Affiliate.
one, Tony? Affiliate. We want to try to get it to affiliate status as quick as possible, so that we can help those guys that are casting in Spanish, get that channel monetized and see them get a little bit more support throughout the year. I mean, we really are excited about potentially bringing you guys more and more Spanish streams throughout the year. So if you're if you're a primary Spanish speaker and you've been wanting to experience HCS in your native language, this is your chance, right? Show us that you want it, and tell us how it is. Let us know how those guys are doing over there.
I've been doing a little bit of Duolingo myself, so I've been working on the Spanish. I'm on like day 6 right now, doing my thing. Eventually I might be able to step in the booth and help them out a little bit. I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of time.
Okay, say formal with the overkill.
I'm going to stay over here on the English side of things, but let me tell you, man, LVT absolutely doing their thing. Y'all should definitely check them out, and make sure you guys check out some more OpTic Gaming going up against Space Station Gaming, because it seems like our elimination bracket semifinals is about to start, and it could be the last game of the series if SSG don't get their act together.
And the only word you need to know, vamos. Vamos, vamos. Game is starting. Recharge, oddball. Can Space Station push us to a game 5?
One of these teams will be getting this freaking pan, getting this bread, and one team is going to be going home a bit disappointed, because I don't think either one of these squads want to finish in 4th place today. Both of them have championship aspirations, and it starts with getting that number 1 seed going into Arlington. Will it be OpTic Gaming? Will it be Space Station Gaming? We're going to start off with Renegade running directly to the shock rifle.
In hands and ready to rip faces. Eco. Oh. Scary being stuck in the skies, but Stellar feels the hurt instead. And Renegade maybe getting a little zealous, trying to get away with that camouflage. Eco getting a second chance at life will not only get the camo, but also the shock rifle to rip face with.
That's what you want to see out of Eco. Not only the brains of the operation, but also the brawn as well. 3-0 start, camo and shock in hands, and something tells me he wants more. OpTic pushing up through the gold side, and Eco just waiting and daring for them to cross. Big perfect shot out of Eco.
He's frustrated that they haven't been able to get this ball away with all these kills that he's been getting. He's one away from the spree. Formal, he'll be that 5th kill. Eco's perfect to start this game.
That he is, but yet still no ball time being accumulated by the Space Station Gaming roster. Eco with the 5-0 spree, but he's gonna need some more slays. And mind you, Legend on the offside of things, getting a double kill himself. They may have the gold side, but that ball is moving away from them. Somehow it's OpTic about to be scoring.
OpTic Gaming, it's shocking, right? Space Station had them cornered. We're getting kill after kill, and yet they got 0 seconds of time. OpTic Gaming, not only do they start getting the initial time, but they're well set up to keep this time. Stellar was the only player that was available to try to stop them, and he's already gone down.
Looks like Bounded Form are going to work a bit of a 1-2 combo, chasing away the members of Space Station Gaming, and with those slays going in their direction, should be able to grab a hold of this ball. Is Form with some good time for OpTic Gaming.
More and more damage as Renegade just will not be stopped. Look at him jumping on the outside ledge there. That's a little bit of a technique for y'all at home. If you're wanting to stay alive a bit longer, you can hang out on the side of White Tower.
Bound goes down, and SSG have the advantage. A camoed out Stellar looks to get behind the gold side, and neither one of Formal or Legend are able to find him, and that's a huge kill coming out of Stellar. Gonna get right out of there, but you still have 3 more members of OpTic to try to work through, and Legend, he's gonna rotate this ball over to Bound.
camouflage or not. You take a challenge in the open skies against Bound, he rarely misses. Stellar feeling that hurt, and Space Station still just struggling on getting that ball into their possession and being efficient with their opportunities.
28-1 run here for
Double kill,
OpTic Gaming over SSG.
spree.
A nice little double out of Eco will clear out the gold side of the map for now, but maybe another shock run will be able to turn things around here for SSG. But that ball is being surrounded here. Lucid kind of brought it a bit to OpTic Gaming.
Eco's probably telling himself right now, I mean, this is why I don't be the Slayer, guys. I got 11 kills, and we have 4 seconds of ball time. He's got more than anyone else in the lobby by a significant margin, but Space Station just has not been able to capitalize off these slays that Eco's providing.
3 down, go OpTic Gaming, and 4 more with a huge win. The final player alive from OG, but it's still SSG that are able to advance this ball over towards goal, but Bound right off his spawn, making his presence known. The nades go down, and Renegade with the back smack off the screen, and just like that, OpTic Gaming will be taking control.
They just bullied the rest of Space Station and those pipes. They weren't able to find Bound right away. And, well, Bound, he didn't throw away his life. He waited for that help to come, gave Renegade the double kill, and now they are just starting to maneuver perfectly on this map.
Some well-placed shock rifle shots by Renegade is going to start the push for OpTic. Snakebite going to be the first victim here in this engagement, but notice how back-to-back kills now going the way of SSG. Legend will be the final player here, but Eco's on the other side of the map.
They got him 3 down, and Legend was still able to get another 10 seconds of ball time before he throws it out. And even now, he's putting down that pressure. He's slowing Space Station by himself. That's great work from Legend in the isolation, knowing I'm the last player alive. I got to slow Space Station down, and they got nothing off that 3 down.
When looking at the slays department, it doesn't feel like OpTic Gaming should have a 50-point lead here in round number 1, but those are that's the situation that we're in. OpTic Gaming have been simply more efficient, and with the slays that they are getting, they're turning it to time.
Normal looking for his chance to find these next couple kills, but there's just no kills on the map because his teammates are just dominating in the kill feed. Bound and Renegade are just running through Space Station on this perimeter.
Bound gonna get aggressive through long haul. Notice how a camouflage and shock rifle coming up at the exact same time. Legend tries to get the stick before going down. Stellar not only gets himself a kill, but wants to turn it into more, while OpTic giving a little bit more than he can handle.
So far, it's 85-8, and honestly, Space Station, this is a team that we haven't seen them look this disjointed before. They haven't been able to stop OpTic Gaming from getting this ball whatsoever. It's not like they don't have the kills to do so. If Eco has 16 to his name.
Nice double push coming at SSG, and notice our OpTic spawners are all the way on the opposite side of the map. However, the cross map a little too strong coming out of OpTic State by just barely getting away with that shock rifle, and they're gonna need him to hit some shots in order to slow down the push here from OpTic Gaming. 29 seconds left in neutral time, and SSG don't have much of that as a commodity right now.
That ball continues to just be sitting out in the open. They can't get it away, and eventually they're gonna be forced to pick up that ball. And you see Eco, he had no other option. They're out of time.
Yeah, the final seconds are going down here. OpTic Gaming don't even have to go after it. Stellar have to give up his life just to stop the timer from going down, and it looks like the rest of the players are on the wrong side of the map right now. It's gonna be OpTic taking round number 1. OpTic are 1 round away from sending SSG home.
Shocking round from SSG, considering how well they started that game. They only get 8 seconds in the whole round. Something drastic needs to change.
Both teams fighting heavily over towards this camouflage, and SSG always have their starting strats looking very good. They're able to win over that camouflage, but can Stellar get away? That last grenade left by Formal, a bit of Marty Dom action.
Remember, it's essentially a best of 3 within your best of 5. So Space Station, they can put that whole first round behind them and reset themselves, especially Lucid and Snakebite. They just haven't had the greatest stats in that game 1. I'd keep an eye on them. If they're able to turn on that slaying engine and help facilitate more of those kills, I think they have a great opportunity to force us into a round 3.
Big Nate's coming out of bound, gonna give him a huge kill and also net him that shot. That ball moved toward the Charlie side of the map and the cross being watched, but Stellar and Snakebite are able to leak through. Will OpTic be able to stop this push? They're going right after Formal, they're going right after Renegade, and that ball having to be thrown out because Stellar and SSG are here.
Stellar starting just not to miss. That's a big 3-kill swing for his team's favor. Luce is going to be able to get this ball and shock rifle for his side. Big thing getting around this corner. And every time Space Station's had an opportunity to try to get a good chunk of time, OpTic Gaming has had the answer.
Formal trying to level the playing field just a bit. Cross-map shots are going to weaken up the enemy squad. Enough for Legend to almost get the double kill there. We switch on over to Stellar because there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. It feels like OpTic are all over the map of Recharge.
Well, that's absurd teamwork from OpTic Gaming there, right? Formal's getting the shots from top glass to white to make that player one shot. Legend he was out long haul. He curb slides all the way from basically long haul to C to get into white, and he's pre-firing the position that Formal's calling out. That's how connected this OpTic Gaming team is right now. Every player, no matter where they are on the map, are playing at 100% speed to help capitalize on their damage, and Space Station's feeling it. They aren't able to take unnecessary damage. If they take a bullet too many, they know that there's a player from OpTic that's going to be sprinting to clean them up.
Legend saw the Renegade spawning toward the C side, let him know to get that ball out of the A side as fast as possible, but still SSG finding those kills and able to now maneuver this ball back towards C. This is the first good defensive setup we're going to see for SSG.
For SSG, it's important to find the first slay. It's what's going to determine if you're going to get a big chunk of time or if you're going to have to scrap it out.
Stellar giving up that height advantage, but some perfect shots being laid down on Formal, and that defense is holding, and SSG's lead starting to grow.
For the first time, we've seen OpTic Gaming be very separate on the map. All 4 players took a different challenge, and they all 4 lost their one-on-one. There was no cleanup. This is the first time that we've seen OpTic make this big of a mistake in the game, and SSG, they're not letting it go. Once they found that advantage, they're starting to really pick apart these players from OpTic.
OG duo here for SSG, dropping 43 kills between them. That's Eco and Stellar. And once again, the slays favoring SSG, so Snakebite hopping right back on that ball. Almost 50 points so far.
Eco and Stellar, man, this is a premium performance from them. They're going to come back and do this game. I'd love to see them keep up those slays. Remember, they won their first championship all the way back in 2017, their first world championship in 2018, and they've been teaming ever since, never separating. And well, they have a lot of faith in each other to clutch up when it matters the most. Camo for Eco.
Not only 20 kills, but also 10 assists to go along with it here for Eco. He's going to try to work alongside Snakebite and Bound. Some shifty movement. Eco will survive and now wants to work on Legend. Some great damage and surviving coming out of Eco. Formal spawns up. The squad spawners are in, but Eco says, I'm going to send you right back from where you came from.
And all right, we're starting to see, you know, the rising tide of Space Station. It took Eco and Stellar to really find their muscle in that slay, but it's starting to make the game a bit easier for Lucid and Snakebite. And although their stats are impressive right now, you got to think, hey, round 1, round 2, these are completely separate rounds. We're seeing actually a very strong performance from these 2 players. If you only look at this round that's been played, this is a completely different Space Station we've seen.
I'm loving every last minute of it. I would love to see this go down to a game 5 and have some more incredible Halo to watch. One of these teams will be knocked out in 4th place. It is crazy to see these 2 going at it in the elimination bracket semifinals. OpTic scoring right now, but mind you, almost getting pushed out of goal. They're gonna have to play this ball over towards the mid-map. Eco tries to take advantage of it, but his teammates are dropping like flies.
And them going 3 down in that spot is going to be tough because they are going to be able to hunt Lucid down as those spawners come up. And the staggered spawns make it so tough to get this challenge. We're going to keep an eye on Bound. If he's able to win this white tower, he has the grapple to potentially steal away the camouflage.
One-shot Snakebite trying to get his shields back to try to push back up in towards A. Luckily, the grapple gives him the height that he's looking for, but right into a grenade. Eco's gonna have to take the challenge by himself momentarily, and Renegade and Legend ain't having any part of it. Now a 1v1, and Snakebite. How many times have I told you you're best with the snake, and you will get the fangs?
The last 2 players alive from OpTic are winning in the mid-map, and it's the camouflage that matters, and it's the camo that goes into OpTic Gaming's favor. 3 are down for Space Station, and these spawns, if OpTic can identify them quickly, they could potentially make the rest of this comeback a reality.
Even the double count of Snakebite wasn't enough to get the camo in their hands, and Bound gonna take advantage of every last bit of it. But off the screen, we do see a couple of deaths go the way of Space Station Gaming, and Bound will have to make a play. Luckily, he does still have the active camo.
Forced into a tough situation, trying to play into that 1v2, and well, Space Station, not only do they get 4 down, they didn't lose a life. That might just be enough to secure this. It's one last push for OpTic Gaming.
Just 15 more seconds needed here for SSG. Snakebite has that ball right now, and Eco has some space, and so does Stellar all the way here toward the Charlie side. But mind you, OpTic are flying not only through the mid, but also through the Whirlpool side of the map. It ain't over just yet. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is.
Hard fought, though. Hard fought round for SSG. They're able to push it to round 3 and hey, wipe everything off, right? It's essentially 0-0 stats wise and score. The next 100 points are the only ones that will matter.
But I don't know if it's the same momentum wise.
Double kill.
I was gonna say it's SSG's favor, but I don't know about that anymore, because OpTic with a huge 3 down and Formal able to take down the 4th.
Where we see it once again, OpTic Gaming, once they get those numbers advantages, they're very quick to grab the ball and try to be efficient with their time. They wasted nothing grabbing that ball. And Legend, he's gonna be a player you trust to make the right rotation.
Huge kill come out of Eco, allowed him to advance forward towards Tower. Stellar already having that ball and feels comfortable enough to rotate it through the long haul side. Eco almost catching a body here from OpTic Gaming, but he's gonna work on Formal, and Formal is a tough kill. Eco forced to back down here.
They're using that grenade to give him a little time to regen those shields, but it just wasn't enough. Formal, perfect pre-nade, basically waiting. He stalled throwing that grenade until he anticipated the push once he got those shields back. A very heads-up play by Formal, and that really just made the position of Space Station crumble.
OpTic win that round of Slays, and they get some ball time because of it. Bound finally gets another kill. The first kill onto the SSG push is going to be really tough to get the ball out of your opponent's hands when you're dead, and that's it, a squad wipe. But wait, what? The ball gets played.
Ball's reset. Space Station, they're gonna have at least a chance at this contest, but Renegade has the shock rifle, and this isn't gonna be easy for either side to get away with this ball.
A huge play ball situation for SSG. Deny some ball time here for OpTic Gaming, who still have the lead right now, 34-7 at the moment here. Stellar somehow gets the
oh my god!
One. There's no shot. There is no shot.
1v2 with no shields, and he got them both. He got them both.
Man is just diffy. And because of that, SSG still in it right now, not down by that much. A Snakebite grabbing that ball toward the gold side right now, using it as bait, drawing the attention of OpTic Gaming. Formal will hit the black screen here. Can he say the same for Legend? No, Legend turns it into a double kill, but the cleanup crew is here.
And once again, they get the couple kills. They're quick to pick up that ball and rotate it back. it was only Renegade and Bound alive on the map. It's 2v2. Bound picks up that ball and essentially puts Renegade into a 1v2, but notice how aggressive he still is. That's ultimate confidence that he can take on any challenge. He's able to get that kill and his slow Space Station down. Now staggered on the map. No map possession to really talk about. Space Station find themselves in a perilous situation as OpTic have free rotation.
OpTic Gaming have simply just been way too comfortable with not only the individual gunfights, but also the team gunfights as well. They just are moving around the map freely, and SSG have to find a way to slow them down. Maybe it's the shot in the hands of Snakebite that can do it, because Formal taking a lot of damage. He's forced to back down. Stellar feeding that information to Snakebite that Legend's on his way. Steals the life of one. Now trying to line up yet another one. 19 seconds here for SSG. Can they catch up?
They got a lot of work ahead of them, but Stellar, if he can keep slaying the way that he has, I think there's always an opportunity. He's the first to eclipse 40, and, well, let's make it 41 as he gets back towards this ball.
Active camouflage about to come up, and you notice how Stellar and Space Station Gaming are trying to push forward, but right now, Stellar's surrounded. There's nowhere to go. Lucid luckily uses that chaos as a bit of a distraction for him to get away with this active camo. This is much needed for Space Station Gaming.
So 3v3, Formal has a decision. He's going to try to hit this at the same time as Renegade to get this pressure in, and here we go. Fight on screen. Legend had perfect timing. He got in to get the double. He's gonna get almost a third as Stellar just gets away with his life.
63 to 25 lead here for OpTic Gaming, but SSG still winning the Slays battle, at least for now. You still have two members of OpTic that are building a home here on the gold side. Stellar makes a play onto Formal. This is gonna be huge. Now SSG controlling the strong side of the map.
They're getting little chunks of time at to get back into this game, but neutral time is going to start playing a factor soon if they're not able to at least get this within scoring distance soon.
41 points so far. Stellar dropping a 44 bomb, and Snakebite doing a great job of holding this gold door, but Renegade's actually taking an entirely different route. He goes through batteries and makes a play over towards the battle edge side. SSG are scoring at the moment, but as I say that, they go 3 down.
Look, Legend instantly picked up that ball. They're just going to apply the pressure. This is going to force SSG to play fast. They just really don't have the time. It's only 25 seconds, and OpTic Gaming will be your series winner.
Almost 80 seconds here for OpTic Gaming. SSG have to hold forward. They have to do everything they can to get the ball out of the hands of Legend. I see Lucid starting to creep his way towards Whirlpool. He's actually making a play onto batteries. This is where OpTic want him, though. They're able to get not only one kill, but Bound can't escape. That's going to be a huge double by Snakebite, a trade by Stellar. That ball sits towards the mid-map. SSG survive.
Survive, though. It's only 7 seconds. They're treading water, and if the camo's in the hands of Renegade, you give him an opportunity to win the game. He rarely lets you down.
Things go down here. Lucid ends up being taken out. Renegade still having that camouflage, and that's 3 down for SSG. Dare I say it could be it, because Stellar gets back, then here comes the final seconds. Formal, you don't even need the shock. This game is over, and so is the series.
OpTic Gaming takes down SSG in the lower semifinals. Space Station Gaming secures top 4 seed going into the Arlington Major. SSG, they started strong, but OpTic Gaming found a way to crush that momentum in one of the best comeback slayers we've seen on that game too, Tony.
And I'm so happy you brought up that game too, because it really was that game too that just changed the tides of this series so much. SSG at one point had, what, a 14 or 15 kill lead. Their slower pace, though, I think really bit them in the butt. OpTic Gaming were allowed to not only come back in that game and steal it away, and I'm a firm believer in momentum. If SSG are up 2-0, no matter how that Fortress Bomb goes in Game 3, it's still momentum in the favor of SSG. They're still able to brush their shoulders off. that game too had to be Space Station Gaming's.
We saw some amazing moments from Space Station Gaming, and I think those first 2 games were that for them, but it was really, really hard fought, especially at the later part of that series. Tools, what are your thoughts on the way SSG played the series, their teamwork there? Dare I say, like, lack of consistency throughout?
Well, it's scary, the difference that we saw from the first half of the series to the second half of the series for Space Station. I mean, they looked unbeatable in the first game, and for the majority of the second game, to be honest, right? That was a different Space Station that we just had not seen before. But then we get into Fortress Bomb, and they're completely gone, right? Ineffective, inefficient, and it took them a while to get back to that consistency. To that momentum that they had before. And the consistency is going to be key for this team going into the future. I just don't think they can afford to give OpTic Gaming chances like they did in this series. One thing I will say for Space Station is I think they've shown that they can hang, that they have the chance to beat these OpTic Gaming rosters, to beat the Shopify Rebellion. But we need to see them finally get over the hump and win in one of these series.
Let's take a look at some replays from the previous series and see what their shining moments were.
There's so many. This highlight reel has to be about 5 minutes long, right? Right, guys? Like this was like an unbelievably long game, and it felt like we're seeing multi-kill after multi-kill from both sides.
I mean, it feels like this whole series is a montage.
Perfect.
Well, it was OpTic Gaming that was, they came out on top after being forced to play more games than they expected today. Now they move on ahead to the elimination finals, and it was their next opponent, FaZe that sent OpTic Gaming to the lower bracket to begin with. So it's rematch time. It's their chance to correct the wrong. OpTic Gaming, can they do it?
I mean, I gotta believe that again. What we just saw in that elimination bracket semifinals is OpTic really moving back into form. And so far, if you take that winners bracket finals or winners bracket match, out of the equation, OpTic have gotten the best of FaZe in the past, and they really have looked like one of the best teams out. It's really a kind of a 1-2 race that we've seen so far between Shopify Rebellion and OpTic Gaming. If anything, I think the question is, can FaZe do it again? Because I still have OpTic as the favorites in this matchup, even though I'm also a big FaZe believer.
FaZe, the way they started that series, if we recall, it was an instant 2-0 to start that series against OpTic Gaming that eventually led to that win. But we had some standout players on FaZe's side. Let's talk about Trippy.
Trippy was unbelievable in the last series against OpTic Gaming, and I really want to give him his flowers because he stepped up in such a big way for this roster, right? For the last few years, the conversation has been Trippy is the supporting cast for Lucid and Formal for OpTic Gaming, and we thought maybe that was going to be the same situation where FaZe, where they added 2 premium slayers to their roster, but he's really stepped up and shown himself to be the leader in this team. It is big game Trip time and time again, and when we look at the stats, it solidifies that. He had the best KD for his team last weekend. He's still staying in that top KD spot this weekend. He stepped up in the big moment, and that's what I love to see. A player that was kind of left in the shadows being able to reestablish himself and to almost show us that this is a new era of Halo that we're about to witness. Players that are on completely different rosters that we haven't seen before.
The elimination finals are what is next. FaZe versus OpTic Gaming after this break.
Took a little longer this time to finally open the blinds. Every time I look at the sky, reminds me it's 2,000 miles between us, and it sucks. The distances are worse than I thought. Is this what I want? Everything's changed without you. Even breathing feels different now that I'm on a plane heading back to LA. Everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without you. Thought that when I left I'd be fine, but damn, it really hurts to say goodbye. 'Cause growing up is getting tough. My vision is blurry. I'm sick of these 2,000 miles between us, and it sucks. The distances are worse than I thought. Is this what I want? Everything's changed without you. Even breathing feels different now that I'm on a plane heading back to LA. Everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without it. Everything's changed without you.
The elimination finals are almost ready to begin in today's HCS qualifier. Will it be OpTic Gaming or FaZe who move on to the grand finals? OpTic Gaming have a chance at correcting that wrong. But Active, how did you see them in that first series?
The first series against FaZe, I didn't expect what I saw out of them. I was expecting much more, and I think a lot of people were as well. That game 2 against SSG in the previous series, something switched on after they ended up winning 49-50. So I'm expecting a very different OpTic here in this series against FaZe.
Okay, you feeling the same way, Tony?
I mean, I feel like not only OpTic Gaming looking different, but so are FaZe. This is not the same FaZe that got top 6 literally last week. This is a FaZe that are ready to show what they are truly made of. They're willing to go toe-to-toe with OpTic, and they've done it one time. Why can't they do it again?
Well, let's talk about what FaZe did right that previous series this morning.
I think it was the player I highlighted was Trippy. He went off, and even Tools was talking about him just previously. I think Trippy's had some massive games today. He's got the nickname Big Game Trip, and I hear the blabbering in the chat, the chubby cheek punk kids, you know, I hear all that, but I'm telling you right now, Big Game Trip is there for a reason. He has that name for a reason. He will step up here, but again, I think OpTic are playing on a different level right now, and it's gonna be tough for them.
Well, let's see if that prediction or whose prediction will come true in today's elimination finals. FaZe versus OpTic.
Active, I hope you're ready. Don't get tired on me, old man, because it's your elimination bracket finals. We need to find out who's going to the grand finals, and I need to find out if it's going to be OpTic Gaming or if it's going to be FaZe. Live Fire Strongholds going to be our game number 1. I promise you, it's going to be live, and it's going to be fire.
Yeah, Tony, I've never gotten tired on you, and I never will. I'm letting you know. This has been a hype day today, and let me tell you something. I'm excited for this matchup because, again, as tournaments go on, things change, and that's just how it goes, right? Players get more warmed up. Some players play better as the tournaments go on. So we're going to see the best out of both of these teams, Tony. And when you have something like that, if we had a Game 5 earlier, I'm excited to see what happens at the very end in the elimination final when both these teams are at their best. That's what I can't wait to see.
Well, honestly, I love that you brought that up. I want to talk about the mental a little bit, and I'll put myself on blast. Like, going to elimination bracket finals match, like all eyes on me. Like, I would crumble under the pressure. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, this would be way too much for me. Is there a specific player that you have in mind that does get better as the tournament gets deeper in this match specifically?
I would say Renegade, Tony. I think Renegade is one of those players, and he was upsetting me a little bit because maybe a little biased towards a certain team, but he just pops off, and when he does, the game just changes. Everything changes. If you think about it, obviously, it is very simple to say, oh, if some player gets a lot of kills, then obviously they'll win the game. Well, it's a little deeper than that. When you have Renegade and he's slaying like he is, and he's able to be fast-paced like that, the map is just opens up. It just completely opens up everything for the lanes to be pushed easily, for players to feel more comfortable. Renegade is the player I'm looking to see here, and as tournaments go on, he just objectively gets better.
So you're telling me OpTic's playbook is going to be very simple. You open up page number 1, it's going to say, slay, demon, slay.
Yes.
Is what it's going to say.
Yes.
Renegade, get lots of kills and do lots of pew-pews. Okay, makes sense. Strongholds Live Fire going to be our game number 1. I think finally the players are ready. OpTic Gaming going up against FaZe. We're going to see this matchup time and time again throughout the 2025 season. So hope you're not bored of it already, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to see it plenty more times, and that includes on land.
Oh, Tony, if this is how online is, my friend, you're going to have to hold on to me on land because it's going to be insane. I'm already pumped up. I'm already hyped up. And like you just said, this is online. So I cannot wait to see where we end up. And again, I talked about the player to watch on to OpTic, but on to FaZe, it's Trippy for me as well. He's got the snipe.
Alpha already belongs to OpTic at the moment here, but they're going after Bravo as well. Sends him right back with that repulse, does Trippy. And now FaZe surviving, but mind you, OpTic, they're scoring.
Oh my word. The repulse, he hits him in the cankle. Shout out to Puckett, we miss you. 2 dead for OpTic Gaming, but this is a good start for FaZe, Tony. The double cap, they've got a lot of control. They had numbers as well.
I thought that was more of the big toe, but whatever. 11-2 lead in favor of the gaming, and that was a clutch snipe coming out of Trippy. Body shots on Falcon, it gets the finish, and C gets held, but OpTic swap it out for Alpha.
Yeah, this cam was about to be up as well, so not a ton of value out of these weapons and power-ups out of FaZe, but still the pressure is continuing to be applied, and the numbers advantage is still in their favor.
Plenty of snipe ammo to work with here for Trippy, but Bravo and Charlie changing into green. That's going to be OpTic Gaming. Mind you, Trippy with a well-placed grenade doesn't finish him off. Luckily, Falcated will, and he's not done. A little bit of extra damage onto Legend, but not enough. OpTic survive.
Tony, I want you to look at the middle column on the FaZe side of things. Look at the assists column. This is insane out of these guys. Comparing that to the OpTic side, I talk about how much this OpTic team is an individual roster. And by that, I mean, yes, they do bait and switch pretty solidly, but individually is where they shine. And you can see that clearly in the statistics so far.
25-22 lead here for OpTic, but FaZe continue to score. Mind you, Legend.
Double kill.
A double out of nowhere as he explodes through the A side, and just like that, Alpha and Charlie change hands. And they have their eyes set on Bravo. They're not happy with the double cap. They want more.
Yeah, these explosions are going to be tough to clean up at this point because there's a lot going on that B side. It's a triple cap momentarily once again for OpTic, and that camo's up as well. Now this is a chance for FaZe to get the second camo in a row in this game with 2 down for OpTic.
Overwhelming pressure from OpTic have kept FaZe on their back foot, but with suppressed in this active camouflage, Charlie changing hands, and now Bravo being attacked by this FaZe roster, maybe we could see a bit of a different story, but Formal comes in with the reset. OpTic are already going after Charlie. FaZe needs to just speed it up a little bit.
You're right. Yeah, Suppress just kind of walking. The speed needs to get better for these guys, especially obviously he's got the camo there, but just I feel like disjointed. But Renegade's not. What did I talk about, Tony? It's Renegade with the snipe in his hands.
This is that pop-off player. 7 bullets to work with. FaZe, you better watch your heads. Gonna be a lot more where that came from. Charlie's already being locked down. Ain't nobody coming anywhere near here. And that includes big game Triple Renegade. He's always having a big game as long as he has the sniper.
And I love his movement as well, right? It's 3 dead for his squad. He's the last player alive, but essentially kind of walking towards that B side. What that did is it manipulated the spawns to allow his team to spawn on the B side. Now he can just take over tower like Renegade does best.
A huge no-scope coming out of the Demon. 5 and 6 for assists to go along with it so far in the early game, and just gonna moonwalk his way away from Penguin. He knows that Formal has his back. Suppressed almost gets away with his life, but nobody is safe. Squad wiped by Renegade and OpTic Gaming.
And this is why we tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that stats don't mean everything. Renegade has literally taken over this seaside by himself. But he's only 6-4 and 6. The impact of the kills is what matters the most, and still OpTic scoring.
152-22 lead here for OpTic. Over 100 points between the two, and honestly I don't even feel like FaZe are playing that bad, but OpTic are just playing a step ahead of them, and in strongholds it is punishing this FaZe clan. Trippy down to 1 shot bound, gonna be able to get the finish there, and mind you, nobody's going C. See, don't worry, Renegade has it. You guys do whatever you want. C's okay.
That's really funny that you bring that up, Tony. That was gonna be my next point, dude. The guy is on C by himself. FaZe send 3 players to take care of him because they're like, wait, this is the isolated guy. Easy peasy, right? No. He shuts them down once. They never go C again. And even if they do, they're sending all their resources to C. And OpTic Gaming are just continuing to score here.
Almost 200 points here for OpTic Gaming, and Penguin gets himself yet another camouflage here. Could this turn into more? Because Charlie now belongs to FaZe. The attack now onto this B side. I don't think the snipers on the map they have to worry about, but you gotta worry about Formal sniping you like with the bandit from long range, able to put down that damage, and bound, you know he's gonna get aggressive the moment you're weak. He's on the attack. Falcated. Double kill. A must-win piv by Falcated.
So a great job by FaZe to take the weakest lane, and that was B, obviously, right? But again, we're talking about pace here. A bit too slow to get to B, and OpTic are just so quick to get to C in that situation. Now they can play off of that C tower side with Snipe coming up.
207-31 in favor of OpTic Gaming at the moment here. Alpha and Bravo currently belong to FaZe right now. They're scoring once again, but are they too far behind? Suppress says it's never too late as long as he has the snipe, but Sniper gets dropped, and so does Suppressed.
Yeah, that was a great play by Legend there, Tony, to play like he was going towards cuts to make Suppress feel a bit more safe, and then doubles back. Again, you've got to always try and think about what your opponent's going to do in the next scenario so that you can play off it and counter it.
FaZe still scoring. OpTic been stuck at 207 points for quite some time now, but still a mountain to be climbed here by this FaZe clan. While on board now with Suppress, you better watch out. Renegade off the top rope while Suppress brings him down to reality. Holding on to Charlie for dear life. That's 3 down. Go OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen FaZe now in a controlled situation. Let's see how they handle this, though. If they can hold a break from OpTic, this could be good. They can start to score and bring back this game, because right now they're down by a lot.
Well, now the slate starts to favor OpTic. That's until Penguin makes his presence known with that sniper. Bravo still most likely to change hands here. OpTic scoring once again. It's been some time since we've said that, and Bound goes down.
Again, FaZe seem like they're in control. They get 3 down for OpTic, but it's the speed of OpTic Gaming and how fast they get to where they need to be that allows them so much freedom. And on top of that, they're getting FaZe are getting outslayed by just a bit here, and Renegade continues to do work with this camo.
That he does, grabs himself a repulse in the back pocket, and I don't know who threw that grenade. Almost like Formal did for a second. Renegade with the skill jump up towards the sandbag side. Mind you, his teammates already attacking Bravo. And here comes yet another fight. A wingman medal being earned by Renegade. He's not just a slayer. The man gets the assist as well.
Yeah, 12, 10, and 12. I mean, beautiful out of Renegade. A lot of impactful plays, being with his team when he needs to, and coming in to clean up a little bit, but 3 down for OpTic Gaming, and still, Renegade, as the last player alive, is able to make a big play on the suppressed, kill him, and reset A.
I'm sorry, I gotta give a shout out to our observer. Like, to catch Renegade throwing that grenade, then switching to bounce, so we saw that grenade explode. That was actually perfect. Oh my god. I had to give him a quick little shout out real quick. But out from Bravo here for OpTic Gaming, 242 points and counting. As OpTic Gaming go 3 down, FaZe should stop them from scoring now.
They need to, and they need to do it quickly. It's only 7 more points for OpTic Gaming to take game 1, and this has been a very quick game so far. We'll see if FaZe can try to just set up something here. It's just every time they try, OpTic break through it pretty easily.
Well, this really has to be the final hold here for FaZe. It feels like the OpTic break them one more time. That's gonna be game number 1 in favor of OpTic's elimination bracket finals. This is where you bring your A game. This is where we find out what you are truly made of.
There's one map and game type combination we've seen crazy comebacks on. It's this one. If you've been watching Halo Infinite for 4 years,
Double kill.
you'd know what I was talking about. Trippy gets a double there, but that's 4 dead for OpTic Gaming. This is a chance right now for FaZe to continue this scoring.
And now Penguin advancing the snipe over towards that tower side. We see OpTic spawning stuck on A, and FaZe are perfectly content with holding onto the double cap and daring Legend and OpTic to try to cross the line. Trippy has already been able to take down Bound. That's the first kill going the way of FaZe. Can OpTic turn things around when they end up going 2 down? Penguin in a battle with Formal. Formal wins that. He has himself a sniper. Suppress, can you get it off? He is able to do so. Almost turns it into a double. It is an absolute war, but one where Legend will end it with perfect shots.
So many times we see Legend as the last player and ends up getting a kill, but he falls right there, and now it's 2 down for OpTic again. Tony, this score is getting a bit closer. I mean, they're about to cross that 200-point mark. OpTic have to solidify some sort of a push, a calculated push to make sure to break into C here.
Took a while for us to get to a reset, but while all of that fight was happening, FaZe continued to score. And now what looked highly improbable before, it definitely looks possible here. But Renegade coming out of nowhere with the double kill. FaZe end up going 4 down, and with that, Bravo's going to change hands. A momentary trip cap is going to distract FaZe and force them to go after Alpha. Suppress can't even look both ways before crossing the street. He doesn't have the time.
OpTic let up just a little bit there, but they were able to capture what they needed to at the very end. I love the splitting of resources to make sure to get C and B both at the same time to make sure to close out that game. But man, that got close. A little bit worrying there for OpTic. FaZe, great job in terms of coming back. Unfortunately, the pressure was a bit too much. So next up, we go to Streets.
But I mean, it tells us once again, if your game plan is to dig yourself so deep of a hole that you can barely climb out of it and then clutch it out in the mid game, well, that's a terrible game plan. FaZe definitely need to come off a lot hotter in this game number 2. One thing I did notice from FaZe is that I did see an advanced understanding on how to control the pace. They were able to speed it up at times, but more important, when the game slowed down, FaZe looked very comfortable. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that. But the opposite side of what you just said is when OpTic were very fast on their pace, FaZe were like a little more uncomfortable. I wouldn't say completely, but yes, I 100% agree with you. And I think it's just again, the individual talent out of this OpTic roster, and then you turn up the speed a little bit. It gets real hot in that kitchen, and sometimes you know, it's hard to deal with.
Well, you know what? Maybe you're just a negative Nancy. Okay, I was trying to hype up FaZe a little bit going into this game number 2, and you're over here like, well, you know what? OpTic actually just crapped on him. Like, oh, you know, thanks. But boy, there was a time where FaZe looked very good in that game, and that's what I was highlighting, Tim. Don't be B-U-Y-E-S-T.
I'm not. I trust me. I'm sure it's all over the place. Oh man, I'll start cheering on FaZe for this round, and I'll hear FaZe. He's biased towards FaZe. It's part of the game, but 100%. We'll see if they can control that pace here. That's something I'm definitely going to be looking for in this game number 2. It's a bit harder to do in Slayer because if you end up going, if you end up going 2 down, and the other team is consistently staggering you off your spawn, it gets a bit tough to control the pace.
Big start coming out of Trippy right there. 3-0, and his camouflage still in his hands as FaZe doubling the scoreline of OpTic early on. And now can you snowball this into more? Can you attack these spawns? Trippy looking for his next victim. Camo running out at a non-opportune time, but Trippy gets the kill onto Bound, and Legend and Renegade gonna bust through the front door.
Yeah, so far, great job by FaZe, controlling that pace that you talk about. They've got the lead as well by 2. But OpTic, look how they're trapping them on both sides of the map. It's on the B side and the C side right now.
Formal. He's going to work with Bound to try to trap Falcade over toward the back line, but Falcade going right at Bound, and the cleanup does end up coming in. Not a bad trade for Falcade and FaZe Clan.
Yeah, not a bad trade. And again, OpTic were pushing on the Cafe side and B side at the same time. So the fact that they got those trades and maintain this lead is pretty impressive, to be honest. Now they come off a spawn onto purple, and with Camo coming up, they're getting a couple of really good kills here at both trades.
Double kill.
Not only was that impressive, but FaZe Clan continued to impress us here, holding on to a 3-kill advantage in every push that OpTic try to formulate. FaZe have been able to find the angle. If they get their second camouflage in a row, this could be huge for FaZe Clan.
They're set up for it. They're by Estoni. They're definitely set up for it. They were on that C side, which is the most powerful side for Camo. I don't think anyone's in position to get it just yet. And with Trippy being down and no shields, OpTic are looking for that C side control. Formal scoops it up.
I want to point out, I didn't mean to say like FaZe up. I meant FaZe are up.
Gotcha.
Double entendre. I listen I've been listening a lot of Lil Wayne before I cast. Just double entendres, triple entendres. I'm on it right now. 19-17 lead in favor of FaZe at the moment here as Renegade with the Stalker, aggressive with the curb slide, but curb slides his way right into a grenade, right into the trap that Penguin and FaZe set for him. But Penguin poking out while one shot.
Yeah, again, you never know what routes they're gonna take. So sometimes when you're poking out like that, you're just trying to get maybe a little bit of info. Maybe they doubled back the other side. Unfortunately, the shot was clean, but Trippy and suppressing the kill feed get 2.
Stalker in the hands of Trippy at the moment here. Oh, the 3.0 KD, not even including the couple assists to his name, and FaZe Clan need every last bit of it, because despite this start, they're only up by 2 kills as he's trying to find somebody with the Stalker, but does he know OpTic? They have completely given up the strong side. They're actually pushing up over toward the weak side.
I'm curious what he does with the information here. There's no one pushing him on the B Street. His team's going to get pushed on purple side momentarily. Or OpTic just take B Street and play it slow. This is interesting out of OpTic. Very interesting.
At this point, FaZe Clan are very comfortable with slowing it down, but with that, Formal finds himself that first pick, and that's exactly what they were waiting for. And just like dominoes, they all tend to fall. 3 down go FaZe, and Camo's coming up.
That was gorgeous. It was so beautifully played. I mean, to pick apart all the players on C like that without losing a life is just so good. It's clinical work out of OpTic Gaming, and the Camo still put to work as well from Bound.
27-23 lead here for OpTic Gaming as they've taken back control and now look to run away with it, because once OpTic get a kill, they play through it. They speed up their gameplay, and FaZe may not be able to handle it because out of nowhere, a 5-kill advantage.
Man, I wonder what causes this from OpTic. There's just moments where they flip the switch and they're just different, right? They have done a great job of playing their life, playing angles really tightly, but at the start of this game, it was very wide angles being taken, a lot of 1v1s, pushing lanes that were heavily guarded, and now it's FaZe trying to answer back here, still down by 4 kills.
Penguin finds himself multiple members here from OpTic Gaming. One-shot legend as a nade landed perfectly between them and turns into an assist real quick. And just like that, FaZe able to weather the storm.
Yeah, look at the pace on that purple side, Tony. You saw that. They rushed OpTic. They didn't let OpTic move. They're not even letting Bound move. No one's able to run away. It's FaZe on the aggression. Oh my word, Legend. Another 1v1. This guy, he was MVP for a reason. This kid is disgusting.
It feels like when OpTic get a couple of kills their way, they're able to activate through it. FaZe tried to do the same thing, but they were stonewalled. The green wall was built on the outside of Subway, and OpTic still hold on to a 3-kill advantage.
That camo coming up again, and that C side, once again, the most important side. And you see OpTic is already prepared for the C side push, and well, it's a little bit of a trade on B Street, but camo coming up right now. Suppress is taking a beautiful angle. This play is important to secure this camo. Look, it's gonna free up Trippy to grab it.
One shot was surviving right now, and now it's Suppressed has to deal with 2 members of OpTic over towards Subway. Stays alive for as long as possible. Trippy tries to provide some cover fire, but eventually both players will fall, and OpTic getting dangerously close to that 50-kill mark.
A great job by OpTic right there to minimize the damage, right? It was a good push by Suppress to allow that camo to get picked up, but they don't let camo make too much of an impact. Now it's a triple push onto purple.
39-34. Trippy with a huge kill onto Bound. That's going to start a push, and collapsing from both sides. A 2-pronged attack by FaZe. Bring them back within 3.
Great job by FaZe right there. That was a triple push by OpTic, and like you said, FaZe come in from different angles easily and are able to infiltrate there. It was 3 down for a moment, still by 3, and again, they need a couple more plays like that. They need a couple of clean breaks so that this game can get a bit closer and a bit more comfortable for them.
Despite the 15-9 performance coming out of Trippy, it's FaZe that still find themselves down by 3 kills, and Suppresto with a pivotal fight against Formo and almost turns it into more. Quite the performance coming out of FaZe as they claw their way back into it. It's still doable, and FaZe now gather the troops.
Every death matters here, and you're gonna see players take a bit better positions, play their lives a bit more than you'd see previous. Things are getting tight.
Renegade with the Stalker is going to be huge as he works with Bound here on the strong side of the map. Bound getting aggressive, wants to attack Tires with direct route, takes a lot more damage than expected, but finds the exit route. Camouflage being baited by both of these rosters. Legend taking a lot of damage, but the cleanup is there. And not only does Bound get the kill, not only does increase their lead to 4, but he gets active camouflage. Active, this can't be good.
I'm glad you highlighted Bound right there. 2 years ago, he would have chowed that guy inside of Tires and died. It is beautiful to see his growth. We don't talk about growth of these top players very, very often because they're top players, right? But that was beautiful out of Bound, and he literally, I mean, that play just won the game. That was beautiful. Not challenging that guy on the Tires, goes around, stays alive on B stairs, gets a cleanup kill, scoops up the camo, and there it is. Beautiful.
You said 2 years ago he would have took that challenge. Damn it, 2 months ago he would have took that challenge. 2 weeks ago he would have took that challenge. Damn it, I know Bound 2 hours ago he would have took that damn challenge. But a heads up, high IQ play coming out of Bound, and OpTic Gaming give them not only the win in that game number 2, but also a 2-0 advantage. 1 game away from pulling off the sweep and getting their revenge on FaZe Clan.
Again, Trippy with a massive performance there. It is something we're seeing time and time again this weekend. 15, 10, and 4. The only player that's positive on his roster. I mean, you love to see that, but you want to see more out of the rest of the roster. We know they're capable. It was in just that winter semis that they performed enough to bring it to a game 5 and win out that game 5. So I'm expecting to see a bit more fire under their butts this game to try and bring this series to a game 5.
Well, I know I'm a fan of game 5s. Tim, I know you're a fan of game 5s. Other people at home are a fan of game 5s, but you know who doesn't care about that? That's OpTic Gaming, because they're looking to sweep right here on a recharge. King of the Hill could be the final time we see FaZe. Something needs to change, and maybe it's an aggressive Penguin. Maybe it's an early double kill and an active camouflage going in the hands of FaZe. Love this start coming out of FaZe Clan.
Man, an aggressive Penguin is a scary thing. Sliding down the hill in the snow. Picture that with a bandit in his hand.
They got claws.
Yeah, you gotta watch out. Penguins are not this cute little thing, man. Have you seen this penguin perform? Man, he's got camo. Let's see what he can do with it.
Somehow has become more deadly when changing his name to Penguin from Dead Zone, but Penguin with a 2-0 start, and his camouflage turns it into 3, grapples his way right out of dodge, and then bounces right back in. Penguin absolutely going off, but where's the hill time?
No need. Just get more kills. We don't care about no hill.
No, that's not true.
Oh, you should have told me that, Tony. I didn't know. He is still no hill time for the side of FaZe. Finally, they get in that hill, but it's going to give time for OpTic to spawn up, and Formal's already on the glass.
After the squad wipe, FaZe finally get their butts in the hill, but not much time being accumulated. They're maybe about 10%, and you give OpTic an inch, they often take a mile. But if FaZe continue to slay like this, they might have 120 more kills than OpTic by the time they win the game, but eventually they could win it.
Penguin just comes off a spawn, another kill. Bound's gonna chow that one though. Oh no. See, a scary Bound is when he's chowing too. Like, you know, you love Bound to stay alive, but when he's chowing, that man gets some doubles. And now Formal helping him out as well. 3 down for FaZe.
Just like that, OpTic about tied the progression as far as this hill, making it look easy right there. It took multiple rounds of slays just to get that, 5-10% of the hill, but OpTic Gaming efficient with their kills.
They're efficient with their kills and their positioning. I love the defense on the tower side here. Both players from FaZe going to take a lot of damage, and because of that, Tony, they weren't able to assist Falcated on that push, and that's the kind of stuff that you love to see out of OpTic. I mean, just beautiful teamwork across the map.
It really is. Sometimes it feels like the perfect team that's been put together here, but FaZe have been able to beat them out on the winner's side, and we could see them potentially do it again. Their teamwork has been great right now with finding the kills, but Renegade and Formal have been simply better with clearing out the Whirlpool side, and now Falcon is the only player alive here, and eventually goes down.
Penguin's still leading the lobby in slays, but starting to slow down just a bit. He's got 2 deaths in a row, and now they come off a spawn, and they end up going down again, Tony. This is not good. OpTic's got you in a bit of a chokehold. You got to get out of it quick.
And OpTic really feel like the ultimate front runners at times. They have the lead. They tend to run with it. FaZe playing behind right now against a team that rarely makes those mistakes. Renegade with the double. He's having quite the start as well. We're talking about Penguin. Well, Renegade, he's 10-2.
Oh, man. There's just so much to worry about on this OpTic Gaming roster. Anytime a player decides it's time to step up, and they just do so, you got to deal with them, and then potentially another player on that roster as well. You've got a suppressed right here that can do some work.
That's a massive double coming out of suppressed, and the large reason why FaZe are scoring right now is because of what that man just did on the map. Seaside cleared out, and Falcated with the long range shots down range gets the double kill. FaZe heating up once again.
You love to see those long range shots and that damage done across the map at the right moments, right? I mean, a lot of people shoot across the map wrongly, but in that situation, it freed up a lot of space. It got a kill, and it allowed Penguin to score this hill. It is tied up at 1.
I gotta agree with you. There's a time and place for everything, and right there was the time and place for Falcated to cross map and dominate. And now it's suppressed time to shine once again with this shock and camouflage combination, because he's going right up towards the mid map. OpTic slow to push out over towards A, but here we go, just barely missed it on that headshot, but luckily Penguin has his back, and now a momentary 4v3. FaZe needs to clear out A.
I really like this by Suppressed. He's playing it slow, but he's also getting hill time with this camo, and you know, you get a little bit of value out of the camo, but watch out, you got a Formal playing his life really well there, but Falcated's gonna win out that kill. He has to win out this one for the spawns. It's trade.
Some huge kills coming out of Falcated there, and both teams fighting for that A side spawn, even willing to give up a bit of hill time. Is Legend to take space onto the A side, and with that blocks off the line of sight. Legend is here, and FaZe, you're not.
Yeah, FaZe are trying to push through Legend, but they cannot, and they keep going down because of it. It's 2 down for FaZe once again. Elevator, the most important spot on the map to control. Like you had just mentioned, Tony, very important that they prioritize this, and they have.
Falcon are going to try to find a lane through that bottom gold stairs. We got to see Bound go down courtesy of the underrated Slayer. 11-9, 5 assists to his name. And Trip is also doing some work here. There's action all over the map. And with that, FaZe have the advantage.
Trippy having a little bit of a slower game here, which is, he's a human being. He's not a bot. So, you know, it is what it is, but I love how Penguin and Falcated are kind of picking up the pieces right now. Great to see. Of course, the press got a lot of assists as well, but it's not enough. OpTic, again, they're so spread on the map, but they're just able to win those 1v1s or get those cleanup kills. And at that point, it just makes it tough to get any sort of control.
And we do normally call him big game Trip. Well, I can't think of a bigger game right now. You're down 0-2. You're in the elimination bracket finals. If you want to make it into the grand finals, you're going to have to step it up right here, right now, and forcing OpTic away from the favorable spawns. FaZe might just steal this hill away.
Huge by FaZe right here. I love to see it. They've got full control of this side. Falcated's got the cross as well. He's sitting deep on those gold stairs, and I don't think they're sending any resources that way, Tony, so he's able to do what he wants down here. Look how much damage he's done. FaZe put 2 on the board.
2-1 lead in favor of FaZe. 1 minute and 40 seconds worth of neutral time on the clock. OpTic now in must-win mode here, and they're the ones that tend to fall. They're the ones that allow FaZe to get the seaside control, forcing OpTic away from long haul side, and FaZe, they have the advantage in yet another hill.
Great point, Tony. The seaside control is so important, and guess who's forcing it? Like you said, it's Penguin sliding through the long haul, making things clear that he's got control of it.
Almost said he wanted some players to win some pivs, well, right now Penguin's winning his pivs here, but he's doing it for FaZe Clan. Down 0-2, this is where we see what you're truly made of, and right now Penguins are looking like they could fly, because he's just flying across the map, but I don't know where Bound just came from. Penguin did not expect that one.
That's what makes Bound and players like Bound and Renegade so good, is the routes they take. Unexpected routes with unexpected timing. Bound literally just helped his team take control of C once again.
And with that, OpTic sucked the air right out of the room. Luckily for FaZe, still less than 1 minute in neutral time, so they can find their kills. They could even win it 2-1, but look at how much time that OpTic are able to accumulate. Over halfway done with this hill. This could be tied up soon.
This is the problem here. You're starting to stagger a little bit. Penguin, die already. There it is, the kill on the Penguin, but you're starting to stagger if you're FaZe, and OpTic are doing a great job doubling up on the hill. What that does is it gives them that time, but it makes it even more difficult to push the hill and get any sort of space.
That's crazy that was you said that. I thought we were in it listening. I thought that was exactly what Formal just screamed into his mic right there. That was you. Okay, well, very good, very good. Tied up into a piece right now, and it really feels like this next hill could win it. 41 seconds is not a lot of time to take a middle hill.
Thankfully, it will go to overtime if none of them do take this hill, so very good for both sides, but not so good for FaZe. They're 3 down. OpTic take control. Trippy's in a good spot to try and get to C side, but he knows there's pressure coming from that A side as well.
Trippy trying to survive on tower here. Meanwhile, Suppress about to navigate his way to a 1v2. Finds a weekend Bound, gets himself a kill, but you still got Renegade to deal with, and Renegade's trying to deal with the entire FaZe roster. 3 down, go FaZe Clan.
Great job by Falcated, though, to, as the last player alive, make sure Renegade gets shut down. It's going to allow him to get towards the seaside here, but you can see OpTic got a lot of time in this hill so far. Finally, FaZe get in with a kill onto Legend, but is it enough?
And this is exactly why I said this is a must-win hill for both of these rosters. I mean, 16 seconds right now in regulation. Most likely by the time this is capped, it's either going to be 0 seconds on the clock or damn near close to it. FaZe Clan know what's on the line.
You're 100% correct, Tony. I don't think these guys are going to let it go to overtime whatsoever. The pace of these teams is just too quick. And right now, FaZe are in it. They're in it. They've got it all the way to 60%. This is solid out of FaZe.
There's no moment too big for Penguin right now. That was another pip that he won over toward that seaside corner. Mind you, man's 20 and 14, 10 assists, but Falcade gets overwhelmed by OpTic, and we switch on over to Bound, who's also applying a bit of pressure on C-side. FaZe are feeling it from every angle on the map.
Love this out of bound, though. Change the pace of the game. Wait for your teammate on the C plat. Legend gets a little too crazy there, so he ends up going down. And it's Suppressed who grapples the Shroud by accident, but he's still going to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to fly over towards him, but this is overtime. Next point, we'll win it. 3 down, go off the game. Somehow Legend's able to back down 2 players by himself. Penguin, though, still ends up getting the kill towards Legend. They baited him into that quarter, and Penguin's taking nades left and right now. OpTic are coming off a spawn. FaZe are making their presence known. The trade is what they're fighting for. 3 down, go OpTic Gaming, and there it is. FaZe Clan put their first win on the board.
It was so many clutch plays out of Penguin and just the entire team that allowed for that to happen. Now they've got a bit of confidence. Now they're feeling good going into CTF Forbidden. I'm excited to see how this one turns out. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed they were able to close out that last hill. There was, I believe, around 40% of that hill captured by OpTic. And then it was a push, a nice slow push towards that seaside. They started to get that hill. They started to get scrappy, and FaZe closed it out.
I'm gonna need y'all to spam some W Penguins in the chat. Some W Penguins and W Zane. My man was insane in the membrane right there. That was throughout that entire game. And mind you, I think Suppress was excellent as well with the damage able to create, the kills, the assist. He was great. But for me, the impactful plays that were being made, dude, the pivots that were won by Penguin, just the way that he asserted himself on the map. That right there, my MVP for that game was Penguin, easily.
I just picture him like scooting up in his chair. It's like, all right, it's enough. You know, like it's good to see, man. And gosh, when the stakes are even higher, it is going to be crazy how many players we have leaning all the way in, and excited to see how that turns out. This has been an amazing weekend so far. Penguin doing what he can in that last game, everything working out in his favor. And like I said, Snakebite had talked to me about this. There's, singular players are going to have those stats, but it's generally when a player's stats are like that, it's because the teamwork was there, because the team made it easier to get those kills. And like you mentioned, Tony, Suppress was doing work as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wanted to make sure I gave him his flowers as well, but just Penguin was looking, to me, was just looking different in those situations. And you talked about players earlier that get better as the moment gets bigger. Yeah. And I definitely feel like Penguin is one of them, but especially in that game. But also I got to think about it. Like, I mean, now that game is over, going into a game number 4, like you had to empty the tank for that one. Is it left empty, or do you have more to give? Like, it took everything in order to win that game, and you have to do it 2 more times in order to advance in the grand finals. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm trying to be realistic here.
I love that you bring that up, and I love talking about this stuff. I think endurance is a big factor of some of these players. You'll see, obviously, all the teams have championship players on them pretty much, right? All the top teams have championship players on them. So that is there. That endurance is there, and I think that FaZe definitely emptied a lot on that last game. The question is, do they go into the reserves, Tony? Because every player has a reserve tank. Some of them just don't know how to tap into it fully. I'm excited to see, and if I can request this, I'd like to watch Penguin right off the bat here, because he started that last game off on fire. I want to see what he can do here.
I might tap into a reserve tank here in order to finish this cast, because what could have been a sweep, now we're going into a game number 4, and if Penguin and FaZe Clan ultimately continue to play like this, we could be seeing a game 5, and dare I say a reverse sweep. But I'm getting way too ahead of myself, because how good are OpTic Gaming on Forbidden?
Very good. I'm not exactly sure what their record is. I don't have that on hand, but I do know that they very rarely lose on Forbidden CTF. So we'll see if FaZe has watched some VOD, if FaZe is able to counter what they're doing so far. They're 3 dead.
Don't worry, Tim, I have the stats right here for you. On the wins column, it's a lot, and on the loss column, it's a little.
Okay, well, there you go.
For some reason, on these 2 sniper maps, somehow OpTic Gaming are able to find both snipers.
I wonder how.
And use it to dominate, but Renegade with a huge snipe on Trippy. I guess that's how.
Yeah, somehow they're able to find these snipes, and somehow they always end up in this man's hands. And you know what the story says from there. You know what's written from there. Renegade always doing work with this snipe. I'm excited to see how FaZe kind of deal with his positioning here. This for me is the big thing, and so far they're not dealing with it very well.
Easily one of the scariest players in the entire league with the sniper in his hands, man. The dynamic plays that he's able to make for this OpTic Gaming roster are felt through the entirety of FaZe, but still tied up early here, and FaZe still applying pressure.
Renegade, I like this route. It makes him, you know, it's an unconventional route, and now he's got angles on the flag runner, and he's got angles on Trippy. I'm surprised. He actually was surprised he missed that shot. You saw him sit still there for a second. Just beautiful routing, though. Beautiful positioning, and because of that positioning, he'll be able to stop that flag momentarily.
Flag stopped here, but are OpTic able to get the return becomes the new question. Is Trippy surviving here gonna keep that flag alive and somehow threads the needle? It's made it much farther than I thought it would, and I don't think OpTic were prepared for it either. They get squad wiped, and FaZe are going to be the first team to score.
That was beautiful. You said thread the needle. He curb slid perfectly right there. And, okay, I was going to say if they stop that West grab as well, it'd be huge. But like you said, first cap goes in already for FaZe.
1-0 lead here for FaZe, and Trippy gets himself an overshield, so this could snowball into so much more as FaZe have now infiltrated OpTic territory. This is the FaZe that you saw in the winners bracket. They do not fear OpTic Gaming. They're willing to challenge him, and that includes every single member on this FaZe roster. Finally, OpTic able to heat check them, slow them down just a bit, and a Renegade may just find suppressed here.
Yeah, the movement is a little too crazy out of, okay. Oh my goodness, I don't think he got it. He didn't get any damage on a formal, but yeah, that's a big 1v1. At least it allows FaZe to be 2-on-2 on the map now.
Suppressed winning that piv in a 1v2 was crazy. I mean, the man went from throwing 80-mile-per-hour fastballs back in high school to just one of the best players that we have in the league, man. I'm so happy, and often not talked about is Suppressed and his slang ability, but right now it's about Bound and his ultra-aggressive play style. And who's the player that he loses? It's Suppressed. Who's the player that just no-scoped the dome off a formal right afterwards? It's Suppressed. Fastball Donnie in the building.
It's so beautiful to me that FaZe is able to step up in every regard. You had Penguin last game. You had Trippy the first game. Now you have Suppress in this game. This is exactly what you love to see out of a roster. Everyone's got each other's back, and FaZe continuing to dominate.
Snipe in the hands of Suppressed right now, 9-4, 3 assists to go along with it, and a responsibility to keep OpTic far away from this overshield as FaZe have it surrounded right now. But mind you, who's on the other side of the sniper battle? It's gonna be Renegade, and that's a player I wouldn't want to battle, but Suppressed has won many of Sniper's tournaments back in Halo 5. Don't worry, I was there casting him. I'll tell you about him as I tell you about Falcated doing his thing as well. OpTic Gaming go 3 down, and this is FaZe's opportunity.
You just shut down Renegade, you took the snipe out of his hands, and now you hold the only sniper on the map for this moment. This is just beautiful out of Suppressed, watching the overextension push as well.
Suppressed with that sniper. 10-4 stat line, anticipating a push here, but Renegade down to 1 shot. Tries to thrust his way out of dodge, but a well-placed grenade by Trippy will end up leaving Legend by himself. Back-to-back kills here for FaZe, and Suppress. I was like, is he still watching that angle?
Yeah, and I think Renegade's snipe fell off the map, Tony. So, Suppress. Oh man, that was honestly a very difficult fight to track. The fact that Bound tracked that fight is impressive, and now he's got a snipe to work with.
3 down go FaZe, and this is where bad turns to worse here if you're a FaZe Clan fan, because OpTic, they don't leave anything on the bone. They are always finishing, and Bound have to settle for a trade there. Luckily, Formal gets the cleanup, but a missed flag when allows FaZe to stop it short. 2 down go OpTic Gaming, and FaZe live to see yet another engagement.
Bound did a great job right there, thrusting to get the timing on the spawner, but Suppressed somehow gets that kill onto him, and because of that, everything just falls apart for OpTic Gaming. And like you said, Formal missing that pull. The spawns come up pretty quickly. Just a great job overall by Suppressed there.
Gonna switch gears over towards Falcated, and he's found himself over towards the sniper of the opposition. Also found himself catching a team grenade there. Legend was almost in position to grab this overshield, but both snipers and OS are coming up, and I'm really enjoying the positioning out of FaZe. That's a kill. That's an overshield. This could be a pull for FaZe.
It's beautiful. Falcated just needs to pull it quickly, though, because the spawns are going to come up. Formal's already up, and Bound is coming up now. So, yeah, just a little bit slow on the pull right there. Maybe didn't feel comfortable enough to go for it. Penguin still has that OS, but it gets deleted instantly.
Had that OS, I guess would be the proper way, the proper vernacular, I guess, as Trippy gets his shields back, but Formal wants to make sure that he's down to 1 shot. I think Trippy needs to find the exit route here, but his teammates are covering his back. Problem is, he didn't count for Bound and Renegade on the cross map, and once again, Suppressed has his sniper. Body shot allows Penguin to get the headshot there, and 3 down go OpTic Gaming.
You know, I love me some stats, Tony. Penguin and Suppressed continuing to dominate in this series. If they can keep this pace up, it'll be good. But I love this by Falcated. It's so important to do. You've got a Renegade that we know can take over games. It's a bit of respect being shown to Renegade and OpTic Gaming by Falcated.
Aids are going down here. Renegade gonna take height. Falcated needs to get the no-scope, not able to connect. Renegade strips that sniper away from Falcated, and now trying to line it up, and bit of Halo timing there. Suppressed almost got peeled.
I like that he backed up and he's continuing to watch the angles, just playing off of information here. And again, that's what's important. You got to play off the information, play off the timing. Bound is in their base, though, making things a little bit difficult.
If I remember correctly, back in the day, Suppressed and I think it was Gunplexion used to be a little bit of a duo back in those sniper tournaments. He knows a little thing or two about the sniper, doesn't know that he's out of ammo. You gotta put that one away. And Bound ends up taking him down. Renegade gets a sniper for his own, and Trippy may want to play for the touch, but Renegade, he's watching with the S7.
Penguin sitting behind the pillar there, gets the return. And that was right when Legend was about to go in and touch that flag. So Penguin with a huge play once again, and still on that top of the stat sheet.
Suppressed down to 1 shot. Overshield not grabbed just yet, but a Hail Mary grenade explodes about an hour after he threw it. Body shot onto Trippy, just like that. FaZe get a wipe off of the face of Forbidden.
This kid's insane. I mean, that's so beautiful. The fact that whenever you see Renegade slow down his reticle, you should worry. Now he gets the overshield, and he's got more kills as well. Tony, that is 5 kills in a row for Renegade.
But mind you, Legend does end up going down. They're not able to relay this flag forward. True. Renegade says, you know what, I'll just do it myself. I'll get all the kills, I'll touch the flag, don't worry, I'm here, says Renegade. But FaZe doing a great job of surrounding that flag, finding the kills necessary. Penguin and Falcated awarded the kills for that one. And just like that, that flag run is stopped.
It stopped, but OpTic find themselves 3 down once again. And Formal, the last player alive, trying his best to get to Nest. Nest is where you want to control here if you're FaZe, and great job by Formal to take space here.
It feels like the old battle between the offense versus the defense. Right now you have OpTic's overwhelming pressure, but FaZe's defense has been quite impressive so far in this game, in this tournament, in fact. And they're the ones holding on to a 1-0 advantage. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Can they hold the line?
If you're OpTic, you're not only fighting FaZe, but you're in FaZe's defense, you're fighting that game clock. That neutral game clock is going to be very important here coming up shortly. Still 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so enough to get at least 1 cap, maybe 2, but still something to look for.
It's Legend versus Suppressed with the snipers right now. And in this stalemate, FaZe definitely have the advantage. They're just buying time, a commodity that ultimately OpTic just don't have right now. And Overshield could be the catalyst here. Could be FaZe's advantage to give them a 2-0 lead, or OpTic's what they need to get right back in this game. Legend forced to back down. Falcated with the spawn right in front of him, and Legend gonna make him pay for living there. Overshield's up. Penguin is down. The MVP making MVP plays.
Legend had such a rough game last game, but this game, once again, the consistency is key. He answers back, and he's making some big plays in big moments.
Closing the distance right now between their positioning and this flag. Bound needs to get the grab, but he's down to one shot. Somehow is able to sneak it through. Legend has to come in to provide the cover fire, but it is grabbed and relayed back towards the rat tunnel, and that should be OpTic tying things up, right?
It's probably OpTic tying things up, but it's Formal that does a lot of damage there. They'll tie it up, but I was a little bit worried about maybe Formal getting into their base as they push top center. They took so much damage. For FaZe, this is fine because they'll reset here just a bit.
Legend curve sliding his way around the entire map. The man just capped the flag 2 seconds ago and almost found himself in the base of FaZe's 2 seconds later. 54 seconds on the clock right now. We could see it overtime, but don't forget, sudden death is real. We could see a pull.
Suppress is so impressive. I mean, 23 and 12. It's just a beautiful performance out of him. A vital performance. If FaZe want to bring this to a game 5, and they're looking like they have the potential to do so. They take out Renegade and they take out Bound, two of the players that are the biggest threats in the lobby, and now Legend, another threat, is in their face.
Penguin, the former OpTic member, has been having quite the series here in the elimination bracket finals, but they needed one more time. Penguin, one of the better objective players in the league, prides himself on making the plays that don't always show up on the scoreboard, but trades out his life there. Suppress does end up getting a double, but OpTic are so quick off the spawn. Trippy and FaZe want their sniper, but Renegade finds the flank, finds the kill, and now has sniper in their hands. That flag would not be ran, but OpTic not able to grab it and force the sudden death either. We going into an overtime. Next cap is going to take it.
It's impressive. You talked about the stats, Tony. We're well aware that OpTic Gaming are proficient on this map, and apparently someone's done their homework. I never used to do mine, but FaZe have done theirs, and you know they're countering whatever OpTic was doing pretty well. This is a beautiful overtime match we get to see here, and now we get to see Renegade versus Trippy with the snipe.
You're not gonna be suppressed this time. Big game Trip wanted to make his presence known, and it's gonna be really important. This sniper battle, one break could be the decider of this overtime, and OpTic starting off 2 down here. Falcated grabbing a hold of overshield. FaZe putting themselves in a favorable position right now.
Penguin is down though, so I'm seeing why Falcated is kind of playing slow here, but he plays slow enough for his OS to not be a factor any longer. And you see OpTic, they have full control of their base. A bit aggressive there by Falcated.
FaZe try to set the trap, but OpTic simply run right through it. A big body shot coming out of Trippy, but can't finish the kill. Bound and Legend, the Bound combination now controlling the snipe side of FaZe, who just gone 3 down. Suppress gets involved and just barely misses out on that sniper shot. Bound tries to go for yet another. The rest of FaZe driving away Renegade and his entire OpTic roster. They slowed it down just enough.
And just like Eli the Ninja, that play by Bound was beautiful, right? Staying alive with snipe, making sure to not overextend his life, and he gets more damage and a kill onto Trip. This is big by Bound, but finally they take him out. Very impressive they're able to do so, because he could have caused some havoc.
Penguin making sure this cave side is clear. There is Legend, and luckily they're able to spot him. Looks like he wanted to push up towards Pistol. Don't worry, there's a block right. We'll get there.
New OS coming up shortly. You know what's interesting, Tony? Is the fact that OpTic are constantly in their base, and that just goes to show that, you know, even though I was talking about FaZe not having that pressure and that speed earlier on, they've picked up their speed pretty quickly, and they're doing a great job of making sure OpTic are on their toes at all times.
Both teams obviously having a ton of respect for each other and not wanting to make any mistake here at overtime. One life could snowball out of control and cost you this entire game, which may just cost you the series. That's how important every single bit of damage, every life is here on Forbidden.
Finally, Renegade looks like he's going to push up on the map, and I love that by OpTic. I feel like it's a less risky opportunity for them to sit in their base, make sure they get slays, and not allow anyone through is good, because all they have to do is play off the kills. They get one onto Suppressed, and still no one's wanting to move here. It's a very tense match between these two.
I feel feels like a very important point in the game where 10 seconds until both snipers end up coming up.
Yep.
It looks like both teams are going to respect the 50% portion of the map and play for their respective snipers. That's going to put a lot of responsibility on each S7 sniper player. Legend, though, luckily able to level the playing field just a bit. FaZe having that man advantage are going to start this flag run, but don't exactly have that timing just yet. They need kills and suppress. If they can find an easy one from across the map, it could be devastating for OpTic Gaming.
Suppress is in trouble. A lot of OpTic players focusing on him. He takes out one. Is he in trouble, though? Is he actually in trouble? No. Yes, he is. 3 go down for OpTic. Renegade's the last player, and he's got the snipe now.
The hunted momentarily became the hunter, but now it's Renegade with this snipe, and he's in the base of FaZe. FaZe focus of the fight needs to be to get this snipe out of the hands of Renegade. If he gets just one pick, it could be the catalyst. It could be the win condition that OpTic needs. So he's taking massive damage, forced to back down. Mind you, an overshield coming up, but Renegade won't live to be able to fight over it. Formal still having at least one sniper will use this overshield as bait. Splits his head away from his body. Overshield is there, and Formal is daring them to run. And with 3 down go FaZe. Legend takes advantage of the situation. Trippy and Suppressed will overextend here, but Falcade is being kept at bay. Trippy trying to deny this overshield from Formal, but he has to play for the flag. Legend still has it.
Okay, so yeah, that's Formal out of the play. That is OS off the map. And somehow FaZe are able to stop this. I don't know how that happened, Tony. You're saying what? But I have no idea. It's a counter cap on a FaZe clan.
FaZe moving that flag back over towards their base. Penguin being aggressive onto the final player alive. It's going to be Formal, but there's nowhere to go. FaZe clan might just be pulling off the craziest counter cap that we have seen. This should have been OpTic Gaming. They had everything, but FaZe defend, FaZe live. We're going to a game 5.
Oh my word! Halo is here, ladies and gentlemen! Season 4 of the HCS! This is nuts! We have never seen. You said the best counter cap we've seen. Tony, I think you're right for once. For once in your life. That was the best counter cap we've seen on Forbidden. That was beautiful. OpTic had everything. Wow. Incredible. Out of FaZe to clutch it up, and look at Suppressed 16.3 KDA. Goodness me.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So I got one, baby. I got one. Oh my gosh. OpTic Gaming, we're up 2-0 in the series and about to sweep. FaZe not only clutching up to send us into a game 4, but a counter cap in overtime in order to send us into a game 5. And I always am talking about momentum. Right now, this feels like FaZe's game to lose. They can pull off a reverse sweep against a team that they've already beaten in the winner's side and make it into a grand finals. This is how you start off your 2025 season. It's your major qualifier right now. It is do or die. If FaZe are able to give themselves a top 2 seeding going into LAN, this could be huge.
Tony, we got to think about the drama real quick. I'm sorry. I got to bring it up. Penguin and Trippy have something to say about getting dropped. They are not happy about it. They want to make sure that Formal knows he made the wrong decision. There's intangibles at stake here, and it's being showcased right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, tweet the stream. Let everybody know. Let everybody know. Tweet the stream, send the text messages. Everybody needs to be in here right now because this game 5 is about to be crazy. OpTic Gaming going up against FaZe Clan, and Renegade with the Rockets, a huge slay onto Penguin. OpTic turn things around right away, early, doubling the score line of the opposition. Bound, backing down with this sniper. And mind you, FaZe don't have one of their own. This is not a dual sniper map.
Renegade's looking for just one solid kill. There's been trades back and forth, and guess what? We have another trade. Bound with a snipe, though. You said there's only one. It's Bound. That has it.
8-5 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming. Bound with snipe in hands and looking to line up over toward the snipe side. The strong side being manned here by the sniper player, but FaZe sending bodies towards it. Falcated on the high side. Form almost runs into a couple grenades as Falcated finds the kill onto Renegade, and Bound just looking for the no-scope.
I know this is like common amongst the top players, but we really have to look and do some analytics on how FaZe positions when they know a player has a snipe. Bound was getting completely isolated there. They blocked all angles towards him, but it is OpTic that come out on the fight anyway, and they're leading 12-9.
Renegade finds us a one pick, but Suppress finds a sniper. Hey, I don't know where that grenade just came from. A Hail Mary from across the map. Shreds Suppress, gets the snipe out of his hands, and OpTic turn it around.
FaZe won this map earlier in the game 5. We love to see the fact that we get to play game 5s on Origin. I love this map, and Slayer's a really solid game type, in my opinion, on this map. But can they do it again? Suppress was a big factor in the last game. He's got snipe in his hands with 4 bullets left.
5-kill advantage here for OpTic Gaming. Suppress wants to make his way towards the snipe side, sees a one-shot Renegade, but not able to get the kill. In fact, Bound takes down 2 with him, and Suppress feels on an island right now, but a quick scope right into Formal, turns and burns Renegade, but Renegade somehow surviving, and that's a player you don't want with the snipe in his hands.
Thankfully, he only has 1 bullet. It'll be
that's enough.
He's gonna get a Quigley. Oh man, I miss when you used to tell me who Quigley was. I never knew who he was until you mentioned it. But it's Renegade. Can he get at least a body shot onto one? Well, he'll go down. No more snipe on the map now.
23-17 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Legend goes at 1, but with Sniper coming up, he has to focus his attention over there. Trades out his life with Suppress. Quite the light coming out of Legend now, as Penguin does enough damage to allow Trippy to get 1, turn it into 2.
Double
Everybody
kill.
on the map stepping up, but somehow it's OpTic that hold on to a 7-kill lead.
Penguin and Trippy working really well together right there, but a 7-kill lead and a full sniper in the hands of Renegade.
Will he make Joseph F. Quigley proud? Renegade with half the members of FaZe going down here. A 10-kill advantage erupting out of nowhere. Bound finds way over towards window. Renegade on the other side. OpTic have control of the entire map. Something needs to change here for FaZe, and needs to change fast. Luckily, Falcated able to find the kill, and Suppressed is just playing with fire right now. Has no idea.
Ideally, it has to change before OpTic get 40. You never want them to get... Oh, goodness me. This is scary, Tony. Renegade, another snipe. He's taking over this elbow, and he's not leaving anytime soon! Oh, my word! A pixel of his head taken off!
38-25 here, but mind you, Trippy does end up getting a double kill. Still not enough, because you find yourself down by double digits, and the Demon is looking to line you up. He brings Sniper towards the Rocket side, confident with his positioning, but just too confident, as the nades will get him out. Still down by so much. Can FaZe come back in this game? We've seen one incredible comeback. Can we see another?
It's going to be so tough. You have to, that's got to be a part of your game plan. It sounds stupid, but don't let Renegade get the sniper. That has to be it. The man is 14-5 now. Bound with 11 assists as well, but OpTic have crossed that 40-point margin, and they're not slowing down whatsoever. It's 43-28.
If FaZe do have a coach, I would imagine it's probably written all over the notebook. Don't let Renegade grab the sniper. Well, we failed that task. 46-29, just one squad wipe away from ultimately taking this game, number 5, and taking the series. They're trying to stamp their ticket into a grand finals.
Oh, man.
Bound with some huge shots onto every member of this FaZe roster, and Legend about to drop a meteor on them in the form of a rocket, but FaZe do get a couple kills their way. Simply too little too late, though, because Legend just needs 1 kill with the Rockets in order to make yet another grand finals. The dreams, they're nowhere.
Incredible. I am so impressed. And, I was talking a lot about Renegade because his plays were flashy with that snipe, but Legend also with, I believe, 17 kills.
It's time for FaZe to go home. Sorry, I'm still laughing at the meteor comment, Tony. Thanks for that one. Did they send FaZe out into space? FaZe get to go home, but they do so with a top 3 finish in today's qualifiers. OpTic Gaming move on to the grand finals with their sights aimed at the top seed for the HCS Arlington Major. But we got to talk about FaZe. They played impressively today, Tony. They've proven that they can take on OpTic Gaming, but there's definitely some room to grow here. What were your favorite moments from them this series?
I mean, I think it's almost a cop-out to say the entire series itself, like I would say all 4 of the games. Origin Slayer to me definitely left a lot on the table there, but go back to the game number 1. You know, FaZe were down by so much. The fact that that was less than a 50-point win for OpTic is crazy to me. Fast forward to game number 3 where FaZe clutch up to take down. What that Forbidden game was amazing. OpTic clutch up to force the overtime and FaZe go crazy in overtime. One of the clutchest counter caps that we've seen to even force the game 5 situation. I feel like from beginning to end, that I guess I'll even include the Origin, but not so much of that one. I was so proud of FaZe, and I feel like they should be in themselves. Think about this entire early season, from multiple pro series to where we're at right now, or open series to where we're at right now. FaZe have been fantastic. They have been the ultimate underdog squad.
OpTic seem to have learned from their previous series against FaZe earlier today. OpTic, what do you think shifted?
I think, honestly, it's kind of crazy to me because FaZe, they brought OpTic to 2 game 5s today, right? Where did we see game 5s previous? It was OpTic against Shopify Rebellion, and we kept naming them the number 1 and number 2 team. FaZe has put themselves in the conversation now. Like, it is crazy what they've been capable of and what they've done. But OpTic, again, they have that reserve tank. And again, when you give Renegade the snipe on a map like Origin, things are going to happen. Legend also popping off. I mean, the scary thing about OpTic, like I always say, very individual heavy. And anyone on that team can not only perform really well, which we have seen, but can completely take over a match. And that's exactly what Renegade and Legend did in that last game 5.
Well, OpTic Gaming is now moving on to defeat or trying to defeat Shopify Rebellion. They're 2 grand finals away to take that number 1 seed. The seed they have their sights on. Now they're coming from the lower bracket, so they have to defeat Shopify Rebellion twice. And Shopify Rebellion has been on fire. A lot of people have been calling them the best team this year, and I mean, rightfully so. They've maintained such control and such impressive showings in all of the series that we've seen them on. What have we seen from their numbers so far?
I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to say the best team in the league right now. I think it's really early here, but I definitely have said it right from the beginning. They're the hottest team in the league right now. Like, from the off season to the early season, Shopify Rebellion have surprised everyone and have really been those guys. I think OpTic Gaming are obviously fantastic. I can easily go toe-to-toe with them. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat that will have OpTic the favorites going into this matchup, despite the fact that they have to do it twice coming out of the lower bracket. But Shopify Rebellion are the real deal. And if anybody, because I know nobody was questioning World 2 and Frosty going into the season, but if anybody was questioning Psycho and Last Shot as far as their experience, I feel like they have put all of that to rest. I knew it. I know Tim knew it. I knew Ali, you knew it. But there was a lot of people that were second guessers and deniers of how real they would be and this whole team are. And I think they've shut everybody up.
Well, this is their chance to solidify themselves as the number 1 squad, at least for this upcoming major, everybody. This is your grand finals for the HCS qualifiers. OpTic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion up next.
believe. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, but there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall, 'cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call.
It's grand finals, everybody. It's Shopify Rebellion versus OpTic Gaming, where we'll head on to next. The grand finals are here, and we have been here before with these two squads. Last time we had Shopify Rebellion take on their back-to-back win in the Open Series, and they are here to do it potentially a third time. Can OpTic Gaming stop them? Active. We have to talk about some of the players here on Renegade side. Sure, the players that are on Renegade side, but let's talk about Renegade.
Yeah, Renegade's the man to watch here. You can see his stats on the right side there. 400 damage per life and a 1.90 KAD. I mean, this guy takes over games. And you remember back in the day when FaZe won that world championship, guess who was the player that took over? It was Renegade. Obviously, again, all members on the team have a role to play. But Renegade really just takes over games, and I'm looking for him to do that.
And I mean, on the other side, right, let's look at Frosty and what he is basically doing in mirror to what Renegade was able to perform. The difference, right? Renegade, that was one series. This is the stats for all of today for Shopify Rebellion. The 1.9 KAD, a fantastic performance so far from Frosty. But what I really want to point out, look at that damage dealt per life. He's averaging almost 4.5 kills per every life that he has.
Here we go, everybody. The grand finals for the HCS qualifier. OpTic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Tools and I's honor to be here to get you into this grand finals once again. It's another repeat story. But right now, the score in those grand finals is having Shopify 2-1, leading in that grand finals all throughout the open season. Now we end up in the last chance qualifier, a chance for OpTic to even up the odds.
The journeys for these teams today could not have been any different. It's been smooth sailing for Shopify Rebellion. 2 3-0s to get them to this point. OpTic Gaming, it's been a Game 5 type of day. They've had some wins, they've had some losses, but they've been able to take each team to the distance. Rebellion, this will be their first time playing OpTic in this tournament, and that could ruin their clean action they've had today.
Both these teams want to end up as that #1 seed going into the first event, and 3 down for Shopify. Makes it look like Renegade has full control, and again, another beautiful couple of shots out of him. Takes out the spawner on Frosty on that cave, and OpTic are already running this flag to their side.
Really impressed with Legend's ability to know when to pull flags. He's pulling that before they get the 3 down. He brings it back home, and Renegade continues to be a monster. His 5th turns into a 6 if he's able to take down last shot. I will give him the assist, but nonetheless, a monster in the middle map.
What did I say about this man? The entire time, the middle map, he's in their window doing all this, and the pressure continues to mount. It's Formal this time. On that window as well. Bound looking for an angle. Legend on the other side. Look how they pinch, but look how Shopify answer back. The double push through the window side to counter what OpTic was doing.
Well, Rebellion trying to make the most of their lives in a tight spot, and they slowed down OpTic considerably here. Now it's up to Frosty to continue on his life and to stop this flag. What looked almost guaranteed at one point turns into a Rebellion return.
It was poetry in motion. You had the split, the push from both sides of the map, but again, Shopify make a beautiful play, doubling up on that window. And they stop it, they slow it down, and now they're the ones to aggress as they go forward, and rockets are coming up.
They're overloaded on this rocket side, and last shot starting to fester at the bottom of these rockets. If they can't handle him, he's going to have a well-timed flank. And remember, if he can get in with these rockets, it will be devastating for OpTic Gaming. They don't have anywhere to move from.
It's a constant tug of war, and now last shot, the strongest man on the line tries to take out one. He'll kill Formal there, but does that open things up enough? Frosty now alone on this side, and he has to win this 1v1, but Cycle comes sliding in to take out one, and that'll allow Frosty to get the weapon we know he's so dangerous with, especially on this map. It's the snipe.
1 week ago, Frosty put the rest of the Halo Championship Series on notice. He is the power weapon specialist. Last week, this was glued to his hands, and it was for a reason. Tough angles here, but nonetheless, Frosty will always be a threat if he has the sniper in his hands.
Still alive, and you know they're prioritizing him at this point in time. It's a great angle, though. A clean kill on the Legend only takes 1 shot of damage, and Formal once again goes to the respawn screen as Frosty continues to push in. Renegade will fall. That was 3 dead as the pull comes out from Royal 2.
And just superb spawn knowledge from Frosty to be confident where to look with that sniper. And even now, as this flag sits on the ground, Frosty not one to just stand and get onto that objective. He understands we need more slays. We need more presence, waiting for his team to come. In fact, they're going to wait for another opportunity, understanding that that flag was dead.
Oh. Beautifully played by OpTic right there to counter and stop that flag. And now last shot. 1v1 right now on this side of the map at least. He'll get taken out by Legend, and because of that, it'll be Shopify Rebellion still pulling though. So a bit aggressive here as Formal has that top rocket spot. And that flag will probably be a dead one.
I don't think Rebellion's too worried about every flag coming back home. What they want to do is just consistently apply pressure into OpTic's gaming's base. Keep an eye on that elbow and notice if there's players in blue that get through. This is going to be their first path forward oftentimes. They'll send an overextend here to just be a nuisance and force OpTic Gaming to deal with them.
And of course, the quickest flag runner in the HCS is Legend. He's the one to pull that flag out. 2 go down for Shopify Rebellion. That's going to leave Royal 2 all by himself. Formal was not aware of Royal 2's position that flag will continue to run, but Renegade, while pulling that flag, him and Legend have to take care of Royal 2, and they do. That flag goes towards the elbow, and now it's the overextenders to worry about for OpTic Gaming.
Legend just setting off those rockets, saying, if I can't have them, no one else can. But superb play from OpTic Gaming to win their fights across the map. They forced Royal 2 to be a player outside of the engagements, and once they're able to get those kills, it was up to him to stay alive, but 3 players pressured him to take him down and to give themselves a 2-0 lead in this game.
Now remember, OpTic Gaming are coming from that lower side, ladies and gentlemen, so they'll have to win 2 best-of-5s in order to win this tournament. The last chance qualifier, the last tournament before that Kason event and before the first event in Arlington. This is their chance to make some sort of an impact, and Renegade's the first one in. Renegade has to kill Cycle, but instead, the objective runner getting that flag towards mid-map.
And a perfect spot in that silver. Very easy to continue that flag run if it's needed, but more importantly, it kept Renegade alive for just a bit longer to try to play a chaotic role in that back base. Although Rebellion are going to be able to recover this flag, we are starting to see the trend for both sides. They want to consistently get as much space as possible, be in a premium position to pull flags and to continue forward with their slays. Shopify Rebellion with a true chance here. They just got 3 down, and unfortunately with that sniper going down, it might slow them down just enough.
I believe Formal got a mid-map spawn there. Either way, he was pretty quick, and he's already in Shopify's elbow. They're pinging him because he's an important kill right now. He's got to create time for the rest of his team to get forward, but Frosty's stopping all of them, and Shopify Rebellion put their first flag in.
You know, this map might have been added just a few weeks ago to Halo Infinite, but Frosty's been playing it for years, and you can tell by the way that he moves on the map. Everything is second nature to him. He doesn't have to check to see if his angle's correct. Renegade, Frosty, back base, 1v1, top slayers, let's go.
This was the 1v1 we talked about. This was the showdown here. Frosty's gonna get away with his life. Well played. Renegade 12-9 so far, but 2 bullets to work with. He's looking for heads to take off. And those rockets are up as well, but look at that. Shopify Rebellion get 2 in the kill feed, make that 3. Renegade, the last player alive, and he has to do something here to even the odds. Otherwise, that flag is gonna go free, and it's already past the 50% portion, and they take out Renegade.
Frosty got 3 of the last 4 kills for Shopify Rebellion. The rocket, it tries to keep Formal back, but he's still laying to hurt. Oh my, he tried his best, but there's nothing they could do. That was perfect play from Rebellion.
Just as quickly as OpTic got 2, Shopify answered back with 2 of their own. They are 2 down though right now, and it's something to worry about. But a trade will lessen the pressure just a tad. And Cycle feels free enough to move towards the top rocket side. And it's about making sure to worry about this one spawner. It's Legend who's going to spawn in that cave.
And they're not worried about necessarily pulling right away. They more want to be able to have the slays before they pull the flag or as they pull the flag. So they want to just keep applying that pressure in the base, be ready to have the opportunity to pull. But OpTic Gaming, every time they've been trapped in their base, they played it considerably well. They slow themselves down, they don't give free deaths away, and they force Shopify Rebellion to go on the hunt.
Bound on your screen, he's been a menace in this game so far.
Whoa.
That's 3 dead, and that's a chance for a pull here. He'll pull it straight through the window side.
And Last Shot's position's known. If he goes down, this should be just about free for Bound. There's no one that can pressure him. He's wrapping around the corner. OpTic Gaming, 3rd flag is in. Game 1's decided.
That was quick. What a game 1. OpTic started out with 2. I got a bit worried for them going into the latter half of that game, but they closed it out. And again, all it took was 3 dead, a clean 3 down. And you talked about how important slays were. Of course, they are in every game type, but it's more important to make sure that when you get those slays, you push up and you force the spawns on that elbow side. That's exactly what OpTic Gaming did, except they did it on the cave side of the map. A free run for them, and what a beautiful run it was.
I really have to give props to how OpTic Gaming was playing as a team there. Every player was getting forward. They were having their options as to where to get that damage and who was going to be the next player up. to pull that flag. At the end, I was very impressed with how Bound was instant on his reaction to getting into that base to pull that game-winning flag. Once he got that first damage in, you could tell that he was already gearing up to try to pull out the flag. And it's a numbers game on Origin. You're gonna have plenty of opportunities to pull flag. OpTic and Rebellion were sharing blows at pulling them out. It's just OpTic a little bit more efficient this time, as it's really a neck-to-neck game between these two teams.
Well, guess what? We've got a lot of matches ahead of us. If OpTic reset this bracket, it's going to be a great night of Halo. But first, we go to Game 2. Slayer on Solitude. We're going to look for that shock and who's able to pick it up and do work with it. We're going to start, though, hopping on board with Formal.
One of two of Frosty's best maps in a row. They were able to keep him tame in the first one, but might be a little bit more challenging in the second. Camouflage and shock rifle already in Shopify Rebellion's hands.
Frosty aware of the position of Bound, but had to throw a nade in order to try and get that cleanup kill. So his location is known, but not quick enough. Great job capitalizing on the damage on Legend. So far, this camo very impactful up until I started talking about it. Bound with a huge 1v1 to take out Frosty with the camo.
Some really awkward spot for Frosty to take that fight. He wasn't close enough to get the punch, and the camo, you get the first shot in, but you miss one, and they'll even it up. While all these players effective at hitting their shots, and OpTic Gaming are taking quick work with the advantage that they've gotten. Shopify Rebellion are starting to see the respawn screen in a staggered time. Frosty must stay alive.
Frosty's going to stay alive. He's gonna run. A great play to run through that loop side, but he comes back. Capitalizes on a kill onto Formal. Last shot trying to distract here. Allow Frosty in, but a great utilization of the LaBound combo. I'm sorry, that was Renegade. My bad. Renegade and Bound. Or I'm sorry, Renegade and Legend. But regardless, that teamwork unrivaled. And it's great to see that aggression pay off out of those two.
So far, OpTic Gaming does have Rebellion in the trap. They've been able to get into their spawns and almost get double kills like that. But what Rebellion has done a good job at is forcing OpTic Gaming to play through into their positions. It's slowing OpTic Gaming down and making the follow-up play just a little bit harder. That's why we're seeing this be a 3-kill game rather than a 6 or 7-kill game. Right now, OpTic Gaming are dominating, but Rebellion are keeping them within arm's reach.
I believe Renegade just got that camo, if I'm not mistaken. He does. Now, this could be useful here. It was Frosty the first time with a camo. We saw him get a couple of kills, and now Renegade has his chance. 16 to 12 now, a 4-kill lead so far. Renegade looking for more.
Freedom of movement's been the name of the game for OpTic. They really haven't had to be concerned about how they move on the map.
Double kill.
It's allowed them to get to their spots in time and to consistently keep Rebellion onto the respawn screen. Very rare that we've seen all 4 players up for Rebellion at once. This is their next chance, all 4. And Bound, you might be in danger. Yeah, I like the quick escape.
That's a 4 push towards the yard side. Bound still alive somehow. At least gets 1. It's a 2-for-2 trade here. And now another 2v2 on the yard side. Make it a 1v1 as Legend's there. Renegade trying to play his life as well. So much damage being output. And once again, it's been constantly Renegade and Legend that are working that 2-man push.
Just about every player went down to 1 shot on the map right there, but it's OpTic Gaming that are doing that little bit better of a job of surviving, and because of that, it allows them to maintain pace and space on the map, and that's the name of the game for this game type and map combination. If you can keep playing forward, you can keep them on their back foot, and well, OpTic Gaming, they've been able to expand the lead to 6.
Legend wasn't aware of those bottom snipe spawns, but like you said, a 6-kill lead is pretty solid here. And OpTic are definitely feeling good about that, but that lead minimized already as you see 2 kills light up the feed in blue. Royal 2 now gets stuck. And I believe he trades out something there. Formal not able to get his kill. And still, it's just a back and forth type of trades here. That's all OpTic needs. Camo coming up very shortly, but Frosty's already on top center to go for it.
Might have been there a little bit too quick. I don't think he expected players to spot him, but Masterful way to get out. Man. Oh my, he was trying to put down the most damage possible. Renegade got lost in the sauce during that whole process, and Frosty, not aware of Renegade's position, gives away that free death. That might just be enough to give OpTic Gaming their map control once again, as you see Rebellion down on the bottom of the map trying to get together.
Something to really point out is at the top left, Royal 2 having a little bit of a rough start here, 4-11, but the game's still so very close. So if he's able to pick it up just a bit, you see a very different game number 2 here. We're on board with him now. The shots are solid, but just unfortunately a little bit too aggressive on that repeat.
Frosty repulses up to try to minimize that grenade damage, and it did just enough to keep him alive. And they've been at arm's reach, but now they have the chance to take the lead. OpTic Gaming, this is a fragile moment for them. And with Royal 2 getting that first kill, the rest of OpTic are in danger. Look, they're all split across the map. They're all going down one at a piece. Formal, last alive, hiding underneath, but Royal 2 is going to have instant information.
It's all about Formal's positioning here. If he can live, it just makes it difficult for Royal 2 to push up. Formal goes down. That's going to allow Royal 2 to get the trade, and guess what? Shopify are 3 dead, but they just took the lead by 1.
Legend lasts alive. He wants to get towards that loop, but doesn't have the timing to do so. With camouflage coming up in 15 seconds, whoever controls the LR is going to have a big advantage as to who can get control. Renegade and Legend understood that. These two hit out. This is systematic from OpTic Gaming. They've completely flipped the map at the perfect time. Camo up, and they're in control.
This is beautiful, too. Shots come out right away from Legend. Getting shot in the back, though. Frosty's a sneaky beaver. He gets on through, and he gets the kill as well. Now tied up at 42. It's Frosty, the man you talked about, having a stellar game here. 15-8 out of him, but Formal gets away with his camo. This could change everything if he's able to play this right.
Frosty spotted him like it was nothing. Full sight line, and he is pressuring. Frosty feeling himself, but maybe an overheat. 16-9 in this game, but Formal having a second chance with this game.
Oh my gosh, that's exactly what he needed, was a second chance. Gets one. Cycle somehow gets away. He's continuing to try to run. The slide is slow, but he gets through. And now OpTic retake the lead by 2. It is Formal coming in to clean up a couple more. He's got the shock rifle. No more camo to use, but this shot can literally end the game here and give them that 2-0 lead that they're looking for. Frosty takes a bit of damage. He's going to go down, and OpTic lead the series 2-0.
OpTic had control for most of that game, but there were opportunities for Rebellion to make the comeback. It was a frosty Formal, but I should say an icy Formal that made the difference. Staying alive with that camouflage, getting the shock rifle, essentially guaranteed the win for OpTic Gaming. And you can see it was really the battle between Frosty and Formal throughout that game. And OpTic Gaming, I mean, they're in a situation they haven't felt all tournament long, Tim. We've seen them go down 0-2 in just about every series, it felt like. Now, they're up 2-0, controlling their destiny. Oddball up next.
Well, we saw this in open number 2. I don't know if people forgot, but OpTic reset the bracket. And then in that grand finals reset, Shopify came out victorious very convincingly. I'm not saying that's going to happen here. In fact, please God, no. I don't want that to happen. I want a competitive series through and through here. But again, it's only 2-0. Shopify still have a chance to bring this first grand finals back if they can continue to perform like we've seen them all tournament long. But a couple of players that were outstanding there in that game that didn't play like we know they can.
Well, we heard you like snipers, so we put 3 maps in a row that have them on it. Shock rifle going to be impactful throughout this game. Keep an eye on who will be those players that target it. And you see someone just naded that shock rifle out towards the grapple. Like, one of the changes that they made to this map was putting it on a pad that allows you to use that combat evolved technique. And well, Shopify Rebellion played it perfectly. Look, a shock rifle sitting at Cycle's feet as he grabbed camo.
It's great to see these Halo pros practicing lineups. They'll utilize that. Cycle will have the shock. Nice and slow and steady, but a little to the right. He'll miss the head on the bound, but Shopify Rebellion will still grab this ball and at least get 2 points at time. OpTic Gaming, though, with 3 down for Shopify, are pushing up.
And they know they have to check the initial spawns. I like that that wrap back to block A. You really have to be standing towards A to really get that block. It forces Rebellion at C. Just fundamental play from OpTic Gaming to ensure they don't let this early control they've earned slip away.
That's what we call a heavy spawn there on that A side elevator, ladies and gentlemen. And like Tools has said, make sure to back up. Frosty's not backing up whatsoever, though. They're trying to take control of the pipe side. Renegade, that nade was beautiful. It clears Frosty's head off. And he'll take pipe control because of it. Ball on the Trippy side, on the Trippy corner side, though, so not really in a position to take.
And now with that ball out into the open, it's essentially a game of Slayer until someone can get towards it. Rebellion, I think they might even slow down this even to another extent and just try to keep their C control. Remember, Camouflage is coming up in another 20 seconds or so.
Yep.
That ball is not necessarily a priority for either side, but more the spawns that'll come next. OpTic Gaming winning these fights, and we'll have probably the first crack at this Camouflage because of this momentum.
With that kill, too, Legend can just push forward here if he wants to. It looks like there's a player called out. That's going to be Cycle. Nice 2 clean kills out of Legend. Continues to aggress here. Frosty in no position to help him. So it's a 1v1 that Royal 2 wins. He's going to win that one out, and that'll allow Frosty to come back in and clean up a couple of kills as well.
But Formal got away with the camo, and that's the big piece of this equation. First target in.
Gets him. Frosty goes down as well. Formal looking solid here in this grand finals. Still, though, no time being had. Shopify find themselves 3 down again.
And this ball is in such a tough spot for Rebellion. It's going to take a long time to grab that ball and move it up the stairs. So Rebellion's really focusing on getting a 3-4 down before they can make a true play. But because of OpTic Gaming's position, I mean, even then, they're getting very tepid with trying to move that ball, trying to find these remaining players of OpTic Gaming, but Rebellion have finally done it. They've gotten that ball back to safety, and they're starting to win some of the crucial fights on the map.
And you see the double back there towards the long haul side. I believe it was Frosty, but that shock rifle was up. I'm not sure if... Oh, it's Formal that grabbed it, and he gets the kill onto Frosty as well. So a big push by OpTic. Shopify Rebellion get 22 points of time here, which is good. Formal can't clean up the kill onto Royal 2, so they'll double back towards the pipe side where OpTic control.
Frosty is feeling confident. Every time we've seen him take a fight, he is the definition of an ego chow. He doesn't necessarily mind taking on a little bit more risk because he's confident that he can hit the shot. So far, though, I mean, we've seen really both these teams about equal into these slays. It's been a very back and forth game, but OpTic Gaming having that advantage for now as they've been much quicker and being efficient with the oddball.
Push from Royal 2 comes in. Another one. Won by Royal 2 and last shot in that scenario. Again, though, that ball's in a really rough spot. We talked about it before. It's really hard to get that ball up towards the pipe side, but finally they find an opening with 2 players from OpTic on to C, and a great couple shots out of Royal 2. That will maybe allow this camo to get picked up, but Formal gets it somehow.
Formal took a massive risk, and he will get away with his life and a little bit more. Oh, it was worth every second to get that camouflage. They take Rebellion 3 down, and now they have the freedom to move this ball towards C. One of the premier setups for oddball in this game, and even then, Formal just staying alive, and that's what's more important. It's not the damage, it's the life that matters.
Yeah, they're all focused on it. They want to take him out, but him being so difficult to clean up is making sure that this push is weak on the C side, and that's exactly what this push was by Shopify. OpTic Gaming deal with it very quickly. They've got 71 points, and that ball will stay on the floor, though, with a couple dead. Here comes Shopify on the long haul side and the bottom blue pipe side as well. And OpTic are dealing with them one by one.
Yeah, Rebellion, this feels bad. They don't have a lot of time to get into the base, but they need to be coordinated on their push, so they're gonna have to wait till this gets just close to 90 seconds before they can force a potential play, and even then, OpTic is so well set up.
The play ball comes out, but some good damage. Gonna allow a couple of, or at least one kill to get cleaned up. Formal goes down. That ball's still inside of batteries, obviously. It just got reset. Legend and Bound in the pipe side already. Very quickly. Getting this control. 10 seconds on the camo, too. Not sure if that's going to play a factor here.
All of the players of Rebellion are staying close and connected. They want to be able to win these gunfights, but Legend just didn't care. Noob combo in hand. He stunts on the last player. The overload will get the kill, and with that, camouflage for Renegade and OpTic Gaming once again. Lunchbox's impact has been felt this game. These camouflages are really slowing Rebellion down at the worst possible moments.
That's a really good point. Lunchbox back as a coach onto OpTic Gaming, and he's already being seen here. The fifth pair of eyes. Such a important thing to have. Renegade. This is important for him. It's called a shock rifle. Royal 2 goes down. They only need 4 seconds. They've got 2 dead, but they still don't feel confident enough to get this ball. The pressure from Shopify Rebellion continues to come off a spawn and continues to pressure this OpTic Gaming roster. 2 down again, and ball still not picked up, but that timer's counting down. I don't think they care.
No, it's been a game of Slayer for them, and they understand that Rebellion's not going to get to this ball. They're already just thinking about round number 2, and a little headshot to go, but that was definitely OpTic Gaming's round.
It's only 1 round, though, ladies and gentlemen. You see at the beginning here, Formal. Great job, right? A risk to get this camo, but stays alive as well. And again, those camos are going to be something we watch as this grand finals goes on. Camos, the power weapons, important things to keep track of. Frosty with a quick double. And that's going to be 2 down for OpTic, but can he move forward? Does he feel comfortable enough with that shock rifle up? You know he wants to get up there and grab that.
Yeah, I'm curious whether he delays grabbing. No.
Ooh, that was smart. Ooh, he grabs it as he jumps back. That was insane. It allows him to get the nice clean shot as well. Some beautiful tech there. And again, the back stick onto Renegade. Frosty is popping off.
He knows there's a player underneath as well. Formal stood no chance. Another headshot. Killing spree. Perfect start for Rebellion. It is not over yet. Frosty is impacting this map in a way that very few can.
The switch has been flipped, ladies and gentlemen. The flow state has been achieved, and he continues to dominate. A scary player to witness in this moment, but finally gets taken out. All the while, it's Shopify continuing to get points here, 46 and counting for them.
Frosty's hitting every head with the shock rifle. Royal 2's dinging the players across the map. It's about as bad, as bleak as it could be to start for OpTic Gaming, but they've finally been able to push in and get their break. Ball time going to be in their possession, and now the setup is what comes next. Renegade with this VR can watch the cross, and Bound can be in a sneaky spot relying on the information that Renegade will provide. Shopify Rebellion have a lot of work ahead of them if they're going to find this break.
Bound's in trouble, though. They have some information on him. That's just a couple of quick nades to the trippy corner. That allows Royal 2 in. They've also got pressure on the top catwalk, too, so this will be a break from Shopify Rebellion. 2 down for OpTic Gaming. Beautiful clean break. They only lose 1, and Royal 2 gets another.
It's so easy to think a gunfight's going to be simple and to just push forward. Royal 2 understood that Legend doesn't matter if it's a 1v4 on the map. He has a chance to take you down. Valued his life and continues to lay the hurt. Shopify Rebellion is pushing this ball into the spawners of OpTic Gaming and are trusting that they're going to win the gunfight and get their position, but it's easier said than done. The gunnies of OpTic Gaming are strong, and they stop Rebellion before they could get set up.
It's LeBound once again. Tony, where are you at? This combo of players has been vital for the success of the teams they've been on. They're so in tune with each other. And it's beautiful to see OpTic Gaming take control of the pipe side once again. Shopify looking for any lane to push through in. They've got to get through that green wall first. And it's not going to be an easy task, but a trade is what they'll get for now.
Legend, he's just pesky in the back ranks, shooting across the map, making these players weak as they take in this challenge, but Rebellion still able to get away with all their goodies. It's a risky play when you have a player that separated trying to shoot across the map. You're trusting those players left behind to finish those kills. That's once they get through that doorway, you no longer have that help. And the one thing OpTic has done well throughout this game is when they lose their setup, they put that ball in the worst possible spot. And we've seen it now multiple times where Rebellion should have gotten some ball time, but haven't been able to get away with it.
Yeah, you go for that ball, you end up throwing away a life, and then OpTic just pushed that advantage. Speaking of advantage, they're already pushing on the gold side. All of Shopify Rebellion very weak inside the pipes. It's going to be a clean 3 dead. OpTic do lose 2, so not as clean as you'd like, but Bound once again with another beautiful shot. 4 down, Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, last shot play in a dangerous position there. It's just caught out into the open. You wanted to get that ball out. Instead, it'll be OpTic Gaming that gets easy time, and that's what's been killing Shopify Rebellion in this game. The fact that OpTic doesn't really have to earn their 15 seconds at a time. They're just collapsing and getting it because you haven't played the ball out into the open.
Cycle, ball right below him.
Tim, I mean, look, the ball's out in the open again. Like, this should be easy time for Rebellion, but because of the play ball that OpTic Gaming consistently does, it makes it tough.
Cycle a little bit frustrated about that. The exact thing you just talked about. So pushes in with the camo. Not a lot of time left. I believe it does dissipate, but he'll get 2 for his trouble and a shroud screen on top of that. Call that a cherry on top, but Formal, he's going to lose his fight, and that's a clean 3 dead for OpTic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion have control.
How fast can they identify the spawner? Cycle, man, that is flying to the front lines. Renegade was ready for him, and they're going to know all these positions. Now, can they keep OpTic Gaming from getting into their weak points?
Those couple of shots on the Bound will definitely make him weak. But Renegade, once again, somehow finds a way through. Cycle takes him out, though.
Shot.
And he'll get traded out pretty quickly. 2 down for OpTic Gaming. Bound in trouble. He goes down as well. And it's Shopify Rebellion putting on the pressure and getting that ball time.
Rebellion have been very efficient when they've been able to keep OpTic Gaming from getting into the ball's face, right? When they keep them from being able to enter into the chaos.
Oof.
If they can continue to do that, they can come back. But there it is. Renegade gets on that ball, and this is where OpTic Gaming's been effective. Finally, shut down, though. Royal 2 has much more to do in this game. 3 players ahead of him. Ooh, this is risky maneuvers. What are we? Camo's coming up, boys.
Oh, no. He played it pretty late. Camo's coming up. Formal goes down to grab it. He'll grab it for himself. And it's 20 points for Shopify Rebellion before they can win this round and tie up the rounds. Formal's going to have to sprint out with Camo and question the value of it, but he gets a kill. It's 2 down for Shopify.
This next shock rifle up, no one's going to be there to contest it. It should be Formal's to get away with.
It's visible, though. It's on that pad tools. They don't. It's so risky now to go for that shock. So many players are just so scared.
He had to value the kill over the shock rifle. It looks like Renegade did get away with it. Oh, man, Renegade, that is aggressive. 3 players were ahead of him. He decides to go in, trusting he'll hit the shot, but just nothing hit the head.
Maybe he was creating space. I don't know, but that was extremely aggressive there. And because of it, I mean, OpTic get a lot of time, and they get 2 down, so it works out. Cycle finds a way through, though. Legend trying to rotate the ball. Royal 2 ready for that rotation. It's there. Kills Renegade. Big kill by Formal. That's an assist. And that ball still in OpTic's hands.
The lead has finally changed. 81 and counting for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion, they're running out of time. And last shot. Oh, last shot. How are you alive? He comes back to challenge Renegade. He just took down 2 players with 1 shot.
He's had a rough game, but is that the play that changes things? 3 down for Shopify. Last player alive is Cycle. He's on the Whirlpool side. That nade does a little damage, but you've got a lot more players to deal with. He runs away. They're going to play for this time, but it's going to be tight. Only 20 seconds left of neutral time.
Bound using that movement. Catches Frosty completely by surprise.
Double kill. Triple kill.
4 dead. There it is. That's all that's necessary, right? The spawns are 10 seconds long. The ball is inside of batteries. OpTic Gaming are going to 3-0 and reset the bracket.
A dagger played by Bound. I mean, perfect timing to get behind him, get the kills, and secure victory.
The score is basically tied now. OpTic Gaming have reset the grand finals 3-0. Both teams are just one more series away from winning the qualifier and earning the top seed for the Arlington Major. Active. It felt like OpTic controlled most of the pace of most of the series and forcing Shopify Rebellion to play catch up. And whenever Shopify looked like they were starting to gain control or to almost tie, OpTic would just take it away.
So there's a lot of things that OpTic controlled, but the one thing that really stands out to me is going to be those camos in that last game. Once again, Lunchbox, the coach coming in, and like I said on Twitter, I love Tusk to death. Great dude. Obviously, he's really good friends with Bound, Legend, and Renegade. Really good friends with them. But sometimes there's got to be a change. And it's so good to have Lunchbox back on this roster. I feel like he provides so much value. And it's shown. It was shown in that last game. And it will continue to be shown as we go to LAN. Very excited to see how much of an impact Lunchbox really does have on this OpTic Gaming roster. Because so far, it seems like there's a lot of it.
Well, we've been here before, specifically Open Series number 1, when OpTic came through and reset the grand finals. Then Shopify. Ooh, was it Open Series number 1? One of the Open Series.
Yeah.
One of the Open Series. They've done this before. Shopify Rebellion came back on top after that reset. Tools, what do you think Shopify Rebellion can change this next series?
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple things different than what happened from last time, right? This is a sweep from OpTic Gaming, and Rebellion are on their back foot. I think the thing that needs to change, like you're asking, Aliak, is the performance from last shot. That's a very uncharacteristic series from him. He had a .69 for the KD, and the big thing that shows out to me was his damage dealt per life. He only was dealing 288 damage, bullets worth of damage per his life, and that's very uncharacteristic. We're used to seeing Cycle at the very top of the leaderboard when it comes to that statistic. If Last Shot can figure it out, I think this Shopify Rebellion has a great chance in the second best of 5, and that's what the early performance in this tournament allows them, right? That second opportunity.
Active, we're seeing some of the stats here on the screen. What stands out to you the most?
Right there. Highlighted in on the screen on the blue side is Frosty. 9,000 damage. He started off really strong in that game, and unfortunately, they took care of him pretty quickly, right? You see a player heating up like that. I feel like one of the comms needs to be like, okay, Frosty's here with Shock. We need to do something about that, or cut the angle, and they slowed him down. So I think that was a pretty big factor. They slowed him down pretty heavily. And then it was players like Bound and Legend that were starting to show up, and you saw their chemistry in that game. So very, very interesting to see how these teams kind of play off each other. And it seemed, again, disjointed for Shopify, at least for a majority of that series.
Well, and Frosty's trend throughout this tournament has stayed consistent, even during that loss. Yeah, he slowed down a little bit, but emphasis on the little bit. The only player from Shopify Rebellion to go positive throughout that series was Frosty with a 1.15. He also had the second most damage dealt per life, almost hitting that 400 mark once again at 393 per life. The only player ahead of him, Legend, at 402. So Frosty still just putting in that performance. I want to see the rest of Rebellion catch up to him and keep that momentum they had earlier in the tournament.
Curious to see how Launchbox has helped OpTic Gaming change their strategy against Shopify Rebellion. I'm assuming they must have studied up to face Shopify Rebellion if they wanted this win. Active. You mentioned Lunchbox. What do you think Lunchbox's point of view or what stance do you think he would take in this next series?
So I think Lunchbox is a massive part, and I want to stress again that love Tusk as a person. I think he should compete. I think he's a really talented player, and this could be his chance to compete again, because I think he can definitely do it. Lunchbox, I don't know the guy fully personally, and I'm not a fly on the wall, but when I have talked to him, the man just seems like he's straight business, right? Get the work done, right? And I feel like it's going to allow this team in practice sessions or whatever to focus up. It's a lot more of a business. Like, again, it's an assumption, but I feel like Lunchbox is taking this very seriously, and he's going to bring a lot of value to this roster.
The Grand Finals reset is about to begin in this Strongholds live fire. Only one of these teams will come out on top, and only one of them will take the top seed going into HCS Arlington Major. Strongholds live fire, ready to go.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's the story we've seen so many times. The Grand Finals reset between both of these rosters, and it seems like OpTic Gaming have really stepped up to play this Rebellion roster today. A 3-0 to start series number 1. Now, all of these games matter. They all count. We're starting over. It's the Grand Finals reset.
Efficiency was the name of the game for OpTic Gaming in the last series. Only one player on the entire team had a positive damage dealt to damage taken ratio, but all of them were even or above with the KD. They have been able to efficiently take down the players of Shopify Rebellion, and we'll have to see if they're able to do that once again, as we have a little bit of a false start.
So looking at this, we've got a lot of sniper maps tools. You got Live Fire, Recharge, Fortress, and Origin. It's going to be a very fun Grand Finals reset tools, and I'm excited for it. Of course, you know, you had Renegade at the very start there with Snipe in his hands. And again, it's just always a show. If he shows up, I think it's, again, a big ifs, because I'm not saying he's like inconsistent. I think he shows up when he needs to. And I think if he's not putting up huge stats, that's a lot of other things he's doing, obviously. But very, very interested to see how that pans out for them. We're gonna take a very quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back and when they figure things out in this lobby, we will have our Grand Finals reset between OpTic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion.
You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your eyes. You got me mesmerized. You're playing tricks and messing with my mind. You got me hypnotized. You got me hypnotized. Just one look, I get lost in your
Welcome back to our Grand Finals. OpTic Gaming 3-0 reset the bracket and have earned their opportunity to be champions once again. The winner of this series will have the first place seed going into the LAN season as HCS Arlington approaches. I'm Tools, joined with me is Active, and we have one hell of a series ready for you.
Oh, baby, Tools, you set us up nice and beautifully. We're up and on with Frosty to start this one, and once again, don't be confused if this goes to a game 5. Both these teams want this number 1 seed very badly, but it's Renegade with a snipe on top tower once again.
Last week, the name of the game was keep Frosty away from that power up, and he almost stayed on the edge. But you can see those two players are going to be the players to worry about with the sniper in hand. Expect Renegade and Frosty to consistently battle it out for control of the power weapon.
Enemy team score.
It will be Shopify Rebellion that do get that back C, and Renegade, with that bit of pressure, going to push on to B here. Beautiful teamwork with Formal and Legends on that big door. So OpTic Gaming have a bit of a hold on B and A.
And this has been a very slow Rebellion compared to what we're normally seeing. And oh my, Royal 2 just hit the corner into a 1v3 and said, I'm going to hit the snipe shot, and just did. Unfortunately for him, there was no follow-up to that play, and the sniper switches back to the hands of Renegade, who instantly puts Frosty down to 1 shot.
Frosty lives there, though. It's a trade between Legend and Cycle. OpTic Gaming, though, are going to be on the lower end of those trades. Formal looking for more as Frosty continues to make his life difficult. Look at this out of Frosty. It's so beautiful. He still gets one, and he's still alive. Finally, he gets taken out, but that's so important. It's 3 dead for Shopify, but not without a lot of pressure from Frosty.
You saw how much respect Renegade gave in that gunfight. He wasn't going to push forward. He understood, I'm only going to get an opportunity if he pushes me. Was able to get that kill, but OpTic Gaming, they're in a dangerous spot right now with Frosty. Man, Frosty has been terrorizing the front lines. Look at his engagement so far. 2 kills, 3 assists, and 4 deaths. He is constantly flying forward and setting up his team to do the rest. A little bit more nitty and gritty. Oh boy, Cycle, what a nade.
Cycle having a great start as well. Last shot having a solid start compared to the last series, and you love to see that. Everyone coming to play when it matters the most. Beautiful kill by Royal 2 on the bound. Great trade. That's another kill for Frosty. On to Formal now, and it's Shopify Rebellion looking to take A.
I'm seeing a frontliner Frosty this time around, and he has been setting up opportunities for his teammates to get those kills, and that's what was I think needed from the last series. He was the only player to have a positive KD for his team, and we saw the other teammates just not quite put up those same stats that we're used to seeing. This time around, everyone is getting involved. Everyone is starting to pressure into OpTic Gaming. This is a Shopify Rebellion renewed.
Max damn out of Cycle. That's what you like to see out of this man. One of the best players is staying alive and playing his life. People call him Ola-esque, and my goodness, does he show it. 7-4 to start. Formal, though, a snipe in his hands. They got to deal with the player on the back of B. Formal tries to watch a different angle. He gets both.
Double kill.
Oh, my word. Snipe still. Royal 2, don't peek your head. Formal misses that one, but once again, OpTic in control.
It's a very confident shot from Formal. That was all reaction from him. He almost got Royal 2's head. Don't peek the man. And this has been a big difference in the series. The power up and power weapon control has favored OpTic Gaming. A new voice in the comms of OpTic might be making a big difference. Lunchbox back to his coaching stint with this green wall roster.
Bit of damage out of Formal. The push initiates. He at least gets a trade. It's a perfect there. Renegade ends up with 1 bullet of snipe. But Frosty doesn't even want him to have that. They both back off as Royal 2 gets a kill on the bound, and it seems the Slays are slightly in Shopify Rebellion's favor.
Renegade's going to be very aggressive, and Frosty right up like a book. Said, come around the corner. You got your back towards me, and staying alive at this tower. He knows the players underneath him.
He's sprinting his Legend. You know he's sprinting. Oh beautiful shots. I love the shot prior to the melee to make sure to get that cleanup. And the melee, if the cleanup didn't count.
Just clean so far. Frosty clearly feeling himself with the accuracy today. Trades are out, and Royal 2 being that last player alive, this is going to give OpTic Gaming the freedom to move on the map, and they don't waste any bit of time getting to their spots. B is going to be secured. They're transferring the ownership of C, and with Camouflage coming up, they know that Shopify Rebellion are going to be in this open field and hand delivered.
Oh, no.
It should have been hand delivered.
3 down for Shopify. Royal 2's the last player alive. That camo's down on the key door. Bound knows it. He goes in there, and he scoops it up. That's a fumble, a big one.
And that's also a trip cap that comes into effect for OpTic Gaming, at least for the time being. Bound, keeping himself low to the ground. Oh,
how? The call out came out. He reacted so fast. Frosty comes in with the trade as well. 2 down for OpTic Gaming. Shopify still have a lead, but great play there.
I think we did see what was interesting was he's jumping up with that camo, trying to keep his feet off that ground. Unfortunately, Bound not kind of able to get too much with it, but OpTic Gaming, although they've been in those trip cap situations and Rebellion's been having some great movement on the map, they just keep this game within arm's reach, and now they have a chance to really put on the heat and the pressure, as they have a real opportunity for this trip cap as Renegade hits the back ranks.
Yeah, Renegade going towards the back of elbow. His teammate teammates, are there to assist him, but they've got to rotate back. It's Spawn's coming out onto A. Legend's got a line of sight on the big door. That's where the first initial push should come through, and he's ready for it if someone decides to peek their head. They've got the lead and a few more points too. Now look at the push.
Very rare moment where we see a game slow down like this.
It's very slow. The assist, though. Renegade with the nade. Cycle trying to capitalize. He cannot. He needs to back off. Formal pressuring the big door, too. No space. Body shot is good. Legend backs down. Renegade's on the brute ramp. He's coming up. He gets the call out. He gets the perfect as well. 3 down, Shopify Rebellion.
And Legend still has one sniper shot left. Last shot. Watch your head. It's gone.
Killing spree.
Sniper bullet is utilized, and there is value extracted. OpTic Gaming continue to score. 185 and counting here. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Shopify Rebellion are your back-to-back open champions. This will stop that in its tracks pretty quickly. Here comes Bound, and a big kill by Frosty once again.
Now it's the fight for camo. Frosty trying to work with Cycle, but this is the first time we've seen Shopify Rebellion get away with camo for relatively free. OpTic Gaming not able to apply that pressure this time around, and well, so far everyone just has the eagle eye. Man, it is basically moving like there's no camo on you whatsoever. Royal 2, you had no business lunging like that. That man went through, it was like a spaceship going off to Mars. Man went high in the sky.
It works out, and it gives him B. Cycle. Trade once again. This time, though, on a last shot, it's not a trade, but it is. Back and forth trades. Every single player getting trades, but Royal 2, the QT, and the stick combination. He'll get a clean one, and he'll attempt to get C, but Bound's going to push it pretty quick. Oh, the nade. Bound takes a weird angle there and goes down because of it.
And both those players were essentially trying to get the drop on each other, and Royal 2 trying to use that QT to stay alive, but his position known.
Double kill.
My, it is chaos at the back of green. It was Cycle that was able to hit some shots to keep them at bay, but that's it. It was just at bay. Eventually, they get back in, and they're scoring once again. OpTic Gaming have had firm control of this game for these last few rotations.
What's impressive to me and vital to OpTic's success is their ability to thrive in the chaos. And I think that's been the big factor, right? They do cause chaos. They're constantly pushing. They're constantly getting the trades, but they thrive there. And it shows in the score. 229 and counting. They got to act quick, does Shopify Rebellion, if they want to take this game.
7 bullets to make a difference. Frosty can change everything if he can hit the crucial shot, but they're just running out of time. 240 and counting for OpTic Gaming.
3 dead. Frosty's the last player alive. He has to do something here. He peeks into the hill to try and stop the timer, stop the scoring, but he can't do it. And it's going to be OpTic Gaming that continue. They get game 1 in the grand finals reset to make it 4 in a row. All they need is 2 more, and they will be your last chance qualifier champions. But I'm telling you right now, don't expect this to not go to 5 games, because I believe it will.
Saw Frosty hit that shot, and suddenly I think everyone in chat became a believer for just about half a second. The problem was there was just too much to handle there, and the slays from OpTic Gaming proved to be too much in this game. Bound with 19 to his name, just able to keep that pressure up throughout this, and it's a bit surprising because Shopify Rebellion, they look so strong to start this game, and OpTic Gaming just never were out of the fight. They consistently found their way back into it, and they were resilient, and this is the OpTic Gaming that I think many have been waiting to see, that resilience come out. And we've seen it not only in this series, but remember the massive comeback they had earlier in the tournament as well. This is the OpTic Gaming that I think many have been waiting to see.
It's that adversity that I think grows you as a team too, because you can always say like, hey, you know, OpTic won that first open, and you know, even I was saying, you know, honeymoon stage, this, that. No, I mean, I think all those storylines are bursted at this point. I mean, it'll be very different on land, but I truly think that OpTic thrive in that chaos, like I mentioned, and they know how to clutch up games, get into that flow state, flip the switch. Let's hop on board with Formal, who has had a very solid couple of series here.
It's been 4 in a row for OpTic Gaming so far. Rebellion just trying to get on the board. Royal 2, he didn't know. Discombobulated double kill. Let's make it number 3. Formal just took over the game.
That is how you start a game if you're Mr. Formal. Cycle was the last player alive, but both players from Shopify Rebellion do spawn on the long haul side. Cycle did get a kill on the pound on the gold stairs, and they're looking for him. Formal will take him out as well. That's his 4th already to start this game off. He's looking for 5, and guess what, Tools? He's not missing a shot. The left stick gamer is on fire today.
Every player has been put on notice. Rebellion need to find an answer. Every kill for OpTic is running through this man. 6 and counting. Oh my, you thought he was going to take that one away. If he would have taken down Cycle there, I think everyone would have been H4F.
I'm very happy for Formal, 100%. It's a beautiful sight. Some of these players are so talented. When they hit that flow state, you know it's happening, and that was Formal here. Pay attention to his scoreline, though. Will it continue? If it does, Shopify have a problem, but on the other end, you got to be afraid of that shock rifle in Frosty's hands, or that shock rifle in Royal 2's hands. 11-8 is the score so far.
Yeah, I mean, if Formal can keep up that pace, right, you'd be on pace for 30+ kills in the Slayer. I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen, but no. So far, you can definitely tell that he's keeping his team's momentum forward. And Rebellion, although they've been on this back foot, and Formal has been, doing what he's been doing, they're still not, too far out of reach. It's only a 3-kill differential.
Look at the assist column on Shopify Rebellion, and then look at Frosty. Poor Frosty. I mean, if Royal 2 just got his first assist, but 6 assists out of Frosty already.
Double kill.
We're on board with him. He gets taken out pretty quickly. Again, it's aggression out of OpTic, which we see time and time again. Last shot, though. He makes it towards the glass. Does he know? Yes, he does. The first cleanup comes in. Formal shares the same fate. And now, last shot's moving a bit diffy. He's pushing on through. He's going to take another fight on a Renegade here. Last shot wants his chance in the sunshine, and he's going to get it. Shopify take the lead.
Last shot, that's a good sign for Shopify Rebellion. His timings have been off in this grand finals. When he's able to hit those front lines and find those kills, that's when he's at his most dangerous. Something that has been missing, and it started to show here in the grand finals.
Look at his teamwork here. Bound goes down to Cycle, and Frosty was there as well for Royal 2 if he needed him. Now OpTic on a staggered spawn. Shopify know it. They're going to push the advantage, but the spawns are going to come on to A. Last shot was a bit too slow on that push, and he goes down because of it. Now shock rifle's up, and OpTic have a chance to grab it for themselves.
Yeah, Frosty, although he was able to deny Renegade, he was out in that open. He'll go down, and just a 1-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion, but with how fast OpTic Gaming sprinted out in this game, that's an accomplishment in itself. Okay, it's a 3-1 split. They get Renegade here. They have complete knowledge of where this push should be coming from.
They're pushing the long haul. Last shot and Cycle are just heavily going towards the long haul. It opens up the A spawns. Renegade's gonna spawn there. And I believe they're pushing this long haul side to get that C plat control, maybe for camo. But now Renegade once again comes off a spawn like a demon, spawning through just running straight for that shock rifle again. In Tools, out of all this chaos, it's only a 1-kill lead for OpTic.
Well, notice OpTic hasn't left their position. They stayed at the back of C this entire engagement. They let their isolated spawners try to move up and create chaos, and Renegade did a good job at that. It put Royal 2 down to the respawn, get that shock rifle out of their hands, and you see it again. OpTic, they're not moving. They're gonna let Rebellion push into them and try to value every life that they have so far.
Well, you do see Frosty moving, but he moves right into the fist of Bound. Last shot gets a trade. And Legend is going to come out on top of his fight with Formal's help. Now the Shroud screen's in the hands of OpTic. Royal 2, though, answers back again. And that's what we're seeing, a lot of off-screen trades. Constantly. Oh, the double push. Triple push on the tower. That's a beautiful push by Shopify Rebellion. They've got players on long now. Are they going to isolate and push this? They've got the numbers to do so. Cycle gets another kill. Royal 2 pushing long. The plasma pistol in his hands. He gets one. He gets two. Royal 2 is solid with the shots, and Shopify take the lead.
Oh, look at that. He is getting right back towards his spawners at A bound. He has no reason to suspect 3 players knocking down his door. There's no way you get out of this alive. But I somehow bound got a trade. I'll take that if you're OpTic Gaming.
I'd be scared too with that body of my teammate sliding in front of me. But Royal 2 not scared whatsoever. He's pushing on through. The plasma pistol is strong. Renegade goes down as well, and still Shopify lead by 2.
You ever seen a grapple used like that? That was overused to get in the face of players. It was nothing defensive about that grapple use for Royal 2. But this game's still tight as ever. Only a 1-kill differential between these teams, and with camouflage coming up in the next 10 seconds, this fight for back C is crucial.
Renegade stays alive and creates time for Bound. Bound comes in, Formal comes in too. What just beautiful teamwork. They're there for each other every time. And now the camo, is it free? No, it's burnt. And Bound and Formal will go down for that, as well as losing the camo.
With that, Rebellion feel pretty confident about their splits that they have on the map. 2 players stuck in the long haul, and Royal 2 working so well in his position to clean them both up. No trades to be found in that gunfight. Royal 2 is dominating.
18-7 tools with 9 assists. My man's not missing. Talk about takeover. Frosty with 12 assists. He's like, give me some of those kills, but Royal 2 doesn't share. Bound looking for some more as well. Still that 2-kill lead.
It's crazy because he has 9 assists as well as 18. It's like he has the third most assists in the lobby. Like it's craziness, but OpTic Gaming, they just found massive 2 kills. That gets them within 1, and with Formal getting that third, that ties up this game. But what's important is they put Rebellion onto the spawn. They're gonna know where they're trapped, and with Renegade having a full sniper, this fight's crucial, and he just won the pin.
That is insane. That is Halo timing if I've ever seen it. Renegade not spotting Frosty, but somehow still gets the kill onto him, tied up at 46. Last shot, don't peek your head. Renegade's waiting for you. Look at Renegade.
You can't tell last shot not
the timing. He's taking the timing, though. This is crazy. Renegade, last shot has no idea. Does Renegade know?
Renegade has an idea. I think he's gonna get shot.
He got in. Oh, the little peek. He knows he's had numbers. All of OpTic stuck on the back of C. Renegade comes in to save. He comes in to rescue, but Shopify Rebellion still lead by 1.
This spot has been nerdy for Renegade. He loves to get his shields back there, but 2 kills necessary for Shopify. OpTic will trust Renegade to make the difference. 3 kills to win the game. Shock rifle, not gonna hit. Camo.
Got it.
1 kill.
Camo in the hands of Royal 2. 1 kill for Shopify. This is literally the game in your hands. This is literally the match. But last shot with the beatdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we're tied up at 1.
Chaos in the end, and it was Rebellion that was able to come out on top. One of the big differences, we saw OpTic not being as connected as we saw them in the first half of the game. Although players were close to each other in their lanes, they weren't quite able to have that immediate help. Rebellion were able to take advantage of that, get those first kills, and continue forward on their path. Although Formal set a blazing pace to start this game, Royal 2 maintained it to end. 20 kills for his team, and the most important part of that, 9 assists, 5,600 damage for the Demon up north.
Gotta give a shout out to, of course, Shopify Rebellion for tying up that series, but also a shout out to you, the chat. We appreciate you guys being here. We are not funded by any outside source. We are a community-funded organization that put on these shows every week for you. And if you're enjoying them, I want to see some W's, because we're going in to Game 3. It's Fortress CTF.
That's the first one. The first win in the grand finals for Shopify Rebellion. Well, if you give Shopify Rebellion a win, they're gonna want one more. Swing game. That's what we call Game 3. It's a crucial one. Dual snipers on the map. Frosty, Renegade, take your positions. This is gonna be a sniper battle to determine the win.
Sniper battle all series long. 4 out of the 5 maps have snipes on them. But this one, a bit more deadly than the rest. And here we go. It's on board with Frosty immediately. Goes towards that bottom center side. Last shot gets the overshield. And it's Shopify Rebellion with a bit of advantage here to start.
And Frosty, he pushes forward for the opposing sniper. It's 2 right away. The spawns are in the elbow, and they have 2 sniper reticles looking towards them.
It's great, though, by Frosty. Stay alive and re-angle there. Renegade, he knows where his sniper is. He says, that's mine. He wants it. The last shot, he wants the flag cap instead. Last shot slides on in, but OpTic Gaming with 3 down for Shopify Rebellion are gonna go for the counter cap immediately. The fast-paced game, we're only 45 seconds in, and we're tied at 1.
Heavyweight blows, right hook, met with each other. That might be the craziest counter cap in the first 30 seconds of the game. We're 1-1. We're less than 2 minutes into this game.
And it's still OpTic Gaming aggressive into Shopify's base. Renegade looking for some sort of an opening, and he'll find the back. No, he won't. Last shot somehow finds 2, but it'll still be 3 down. Shopify Rebellion have to deal with Formal, who's on the high ground. Anakin told you about that, didn't he? It doesn't matter. It's a trade once again.
But the devastation from last shot getting that kill, that prevents OpTic Gaming from being efficient and being able to pull out that flag. Instead, it's Overslay, the name of the game, and they're doing it, right? They're getting these kills, but that flag's not moving quite yet. But hey, you keep getting slays like that, Legend will certainly make something happen. Flag is on the move, and Rebellion consistently are seeing the black screen.
Spawn up and die, spawn up and die. That's Rebellion's cry. With OS coming up, they've got to find a way towards bottom center. That overshield can change a lot, but it's OpTic Gaming to get the second cap. All they need is 1 more, and they will take the lead in the series. But OS, I believe in the hands of one of the Shopify Rebellion members. Bound just being a menace in the back lines, though. He's going to get the reversal at the killing spree. 3 down Shopify.
There's moments in a game where you see a player be disrespectful. Sometimes you think it only happens with the tea bag or the lead in a dead body, but sometimes it's the way a player takes a challenge. Bound gave no care. He was disrespectful the way that he is pushing forward into this team.
He goes in, tries to disrespect last shot, but last shot takes him out very quickly. And it's Formal who goes down as well. Formal having a standout game. 7-4 so far. Bound, though, wants this fight. He picked too many fights too quickly, and it's 3 down for OpTic Gaming because of that.
Frosty and Cycle have gotten both the snipers. That's how they got their first flag cap. And Cycle is deep into enemy lines.
Cycle looking for an angle. He finds the back of Formal. Legend. Another body shot. Rings out. It's Renegade finds a way towards the bottom of base. Cycle doing great to play angles perfectly here. Not take a shred of damage. Legend, don't peek your face. Cycle doesn't get talked about enough with the sniper. He wants it too.
We'll get away for now. This is important. These moments. Oof. Frosty has his help on the other side, and this tandem of sniper rifle play is just so tough for OpTic to handle. And oh my, Cycle! Another one. The double kill is in, but no one from Rebellion is here to help Cycle move the flag. They have to slay once more.
Oh, he's ready for it. He'll slay once more. He gets the first one on the Renegade. Legend takes a bit of damage as well. Cycle somehow playing his life. That's why we call him Cycola. What a beautiful play to delay. But his last shot with that delay that pushes the OpTic base. It's last shot that wants all of these kills, and then he'll feel comfortable enough to pull this flag. But Legend being annoying at the bottom of base here. Both of them doubling up on last shot. The OS was just obliterated.
Every bullet matters. Legend played his life as well as he could, and in turn, it neutralized an overshield. Renegade is on a flank. If he gets behind these teammates, the opposing team, while his teammates push forward, Rebellion are going to find themselves in trouble.
Last shot having to take care of the players in his base. He takes out Renegade. Loves to play that back line very often. So now last shot with that kill pushes up on the map. Big, huge kill on the Formal. That's mid-map control now for Shopify Rebellion. But they need to slay once again. 2 down OpTic.
They haven't been able to put OpTic down 4 at the same time. And OpTic, they've been able to keep Rebellion at bay by their last player alive. It's done a very effective job of that last player staying alive. Formal in that situation, right? Should be an easy death. Turns out not to be an easy death. Stays alive, prevents Rebellion from getting forward. Now Renegade, he's back to where he feels himself comfortable in the base of Shopify Rebellion.
And now he gets a flag pull. It's last shot on the snipe, though, that stops that flag from going any further. And he'll search for Renegade. Such a threat inside the base. A less than 15. That'll be a factor here. Here comes the shots from last shot. Beautiful burst into the face. He'll get that kill. Frosty wants that sniper.
Oh, no.
Formal's ready. Formal's just there. Frosty, a crazy play. Overextension.
Rare bad play from Frosty there. He slid out without thinking about where those spawners could be, and Formal punished him immediately. That slows down the potential push of Rebellion. In fact, forces them back into a neutral game. Though the recovery is pretty quick. I mean, now you got a sniper looking over the opposing snipe, but man, it feels like these opportunities are... Wow, that... Okay, I can't believe I just saw Formal throw a full sniper off map. That's how much respect they're giving Rebellion on this push.
It's great. I mean, he was getting pushed. He knew the pressure was coming. Throwing that sniper off is such a big brain play. I mean, we laugh at it, but it's honestly intelligent. You don't allow them to get another snipe on you, and that's exactly how they capped that first flag. Frosty still has his snipe, though, so there's one snipe still on the Shopify Rebellion side, and Frosty's ready to play this one as well. Look at him. Done. Gone. They have so much respect for each other. Who will come out on top here? OpTic find themselves 3 dead.
Royal 2 needs to find the last player. That little shoulder peek gave him away. Royal 2, here we go. Flag out into the middle, and they are winning their gunfight cycle. This is where he's the best, staying alive, valuing his life, but OpTic Gaming, too many eyes looking for him.
Too many eyes, too many nades, too many explosions to avoid. Because of that, the base of OpTic Gaming is clear. Legend doesn't really need to get this return, but maybe he feels he does. It's a pretty short distance between the front of base and bottom center. And unfortunately, his team goes 2 dead as well, so he's all by his lonesome while the spawners come up.
So far, I mean, remember, this game started with 2 flag captures in the first 30 seconds. We've seen a completely different game ever since. Only one that has gone home. And a very respectful pace from both sides. They are not trying to give up these free deaths and allow opportunity, but that might just be a big one for Rebellion. 2 down as they pull Overshield. Last shot can pull this flag as their 3 players down, but massive kill from Formal. It might slow them down just enough. It's still a dangerous flag on the way, though.
He put a couple shots into him while he was 1 shot. Royal 2's gonna stay alive. This might be a tie game here momentarily. A couple more slays have to happen, though. It's 2 down for OpTic Gaming. They find an opportunity to touch this flag. No one's really going for it right now. And now Renegade's gone up on the map. And look how much damage he's been able to do. Bound gets 1. Legend gets 1. And Renegade goes directly in for this return. He's going to put his body on the line so that flag goes back. And that's exactly what it does. Chances lost for now.
I'm not sure how that flag ended up in that spot, but that might be the most awkward possible position for a flag to be stuck in your own base. I think Royal 2 left it there, and I think that mistake might just cost them this game. That should have been a guaranteed flag home. Instead, they have to go back for the attack, and it's snipers, a new Renegade with his opportunity with the 8 bullets.
He gets the ping. Frosty gets a kill on the feed, though. And the more kills that go down for OpTic here, the safer Renegade needs to play. But now it's Frosty. The flag is already bottom center. Frosty just watching now. Royal 2 trying to put some damage in. Legend gets through the arches, but I think this might be the last cap. I don't think there's anyone in position right now. The flag is dropped, though. It's down. Frosty has to do something here. He has to kill Legend, but he can't do it. Off a spawn, last shot. There it is. My goodness gracious.
They're set up perfectly. They're set up perfectly. Legend was able to vacate those elbow spawns and pull flag at the same time. It's going to be up to crucial kills for Rebellion to stop this thing from moving forward, and Cycle does just that. Massive kill, overshield up, and Rebellion have it. They're starting to fly into OpTic Gaming's base.
The OS goes directly into the base. He has half left. He got shot a little bit. Royal 2 got a couple of kills as well. Bound the last player alive for OpTic Gaming. He goes down too. Formal the first one to spawn, but he's got to deal with a war right now. And Last Shot just as quickly puts in the final flag and gives Shopify Rebellion the lead.
Wow, such a interesting play at the end from both sides, right? It was a great initial flag capture for the second of Rebellion, but OpTic Gaming and Legend had an opportunity there. They had the kills necessary to pull out the flag. They just needed another roundup of slays after Cycle prevented that from happening. 22 kills to his name, but the most important one might have been his last, when he was able to win a crucial fight at the bottom of base that allowed Shopify Rebellion to play forward, get the overshield, and counter cap opportunity that they executed upon.
It was perfectly timed. That kill bottom base was so important. Turned into so much more, but now with Shopify leading the series 2-1, we go to oddball on the streets. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a long one, but a very entertaining one as well. It's OpTic Gaming to have to answer back. They 3-0'd in the first series. Don't forget to reset the bracket. They 3-0'd, but now they find themselves here in the grand finals reset, being down a game. They bring this back, we go to a game 5. If not, Shopify Rebellion will complete the three-peat.
You win this tournament, you're the top seed going into HCS Arlington. You'll have, on paper, the easiest pool available.
Double kill.
Double kill already. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. The Shroud screen comes out. Not utilized for that camo, though, but instead it'll be Cycle that moves forward quickly. Sounds really aggressive. He's got Renegade there with him. Cycle at least takes one for his death.
Perfect.
Another perfect shot from Legend. Camo still up for grabs. And it looks like, oh wow, there's 2 players from Rebellion that are just keeping them away from that camouflage. It is hard fought in the middle of the map, but eventually OpTic Gaming will be the one that secures it. Did he just use a tree? He used a tree to give him the opportunity to pop camouflage there.
Oh, man. I love Formal so much, dude. Oh, what a beautiful play. He gets taken out, but that's a burned camo. No longer in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. They do have a lead just a bit, though. 14 points. And Cycle, once again, wants to do as much damage as possible. He'll take out Renegade right away.
Ball stuck at B, but Rebellion, they're well set up. They have an opportunity to rotate this ball any direction that they want, and they'll be able to get this initial time. And Last Shot, this is aggressive towards the PD, but he's basically forcing the spawn at Cafe for the time being.
I'm so impressed by Royal 2. He's really grown as a player. He's got 12 points of all time. That's 12 times more than he had last season altogether.
Hey, he's been picking it up more. Okay, we gotta give Royal 2 a couple flowers. He had 50 seconds earlier today.
That's amazing.
The man's picking it up.
You love it. You love to see it. We joke, of course. Royal 2, definitely one of the best players of the game, and has always been a straight shooter, but Legend ends up trading one out. 3 down for Shopify Rebellion, and guess what? Maybe due to Lunchbox, maybe due to some beautiful play, OpTic Gaming finding another camo.
Yeah, Renegade, you're gonna have to use this camo to move the ball just a little bit forward, then you get back to your regularly programmed camouflage play, as Renegade will be patient and looking for this push. Oh, here
no.
folks.
This happened before. That happened before.
Hey,
Didn't that
come on,
happen
Gabe. Give us
yesterday?
the medal at least. That's a ninja.
Goodness me. Renegade starting off strong here, but all the while, it's still Shopify in the lead by a bit. They go 3 down, though. Royal 2, the first one to push up. How did he make it through there? Almost gets the kill onto Legend, but Frosty trades that one out. Regardless, OpTic really not able to get any time off of that.
And this is, we saw Oddball earlier in this series. It's almost a complete reversal of what we saw before, where Rebellion was the team that was inefficient. This time, OpTic Gaming not being able to capitalize off their slays. Oh, Cycle, you are just too hard to kill. He forces Legend into the corner, and that will be enough for Last Shot to find the finish the ball time continues into Shopify Rebellion's hands.
Look how scrappy they are, too. Only one down for OpTic Gaming right now, and they're still getting all of this time. And the fact that Cycle timed that beautifully, knowing that Frosty was going to be on the top of C. Now Cycle pushes up once again, comes off a spawn, reads it. Nope. What are we? Are we playing Seesaw? That was insane. Legend using both sides to slide, still going forward. But look at Shopify, they're still getting time.
Yeah, even with Legend putting on this pressure, they weren't necessarily a hurry to throw that ball off, but Legend is making his impact known. Double kill, and with that, 4 go down for Rebellion. The first time in which they'll really be playing off their back foot and having to break into a fully set up OpTic Gaming. Camouflage is also up for the grabs. Looks like it'll be an all-out fight, a foot race towards it. Renegade will be the one to secure.
This is so beautiful, too. Oh, great teamwork from the A side. Shots from, I believe it was Formal up there to allow Renegade to clean that one up. And now, once again, freely walking around the map is Renegade with this camo. And information will be given, but you know he doesn't want to step too far. They're spotting him already, Tools. It's crazy.
Yeah, Royalty's like pre-firing the corner.
Goodness me.
Like, he saw him, predicted the movement, and well, that camo, it just really didn't do much. It gave information, but nothing slay-wise was facilitated from it. And Formal, yeah, his position's known. You see all the nades starting to come out. There's not much he can do, and the tough part is when he dies is as his teammates spawn. The staggered spawns with such little time to find this break is a nasty combination.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen, at least for this very first round. Renegade trying to get as many shields back, or as much of his shields back as he can, but he gets punched out, and 5 seconds is all that matters here. But the ball is dropped, so maybe an opportunity for something to happen. OpTic get a couple of kills, and it will be fight to the back of C.
Wow, Legend made him drop that ball. He got far up into that base, and it's not over yet. OpTic Gaming have bought themselves another opportunity. Shout out to Legend. He was isolated, had to make a play, and a play he made.
This comeback would be phenomenal if they were able to do it, but I don't think Shopify Rebellion are gonna make it very easy. You've got to get past Renegade first, though. Stalker in his hands. Frosty gets a kill on the bound. It's going to force the rotation, and that's, yeah, I think that's going to be a break here. 2 down for both sides, though. Formal has to try and grab this ball, but it's put in, once again, a precarious position. Renegade, once again, a massive kill there to sustain this bottom tram control, but it's going to reset soon. Renegade's got to slide in and get it.
I think they're going to let it reset at this point. There's no way they're going for that. The camouflage is just too important. Last shot just goes right for it, and he's going to be able to put that onto his body. And everyone's fighting towards a reset. Here we go. It's chaos. Whoever wins will get control of the ball.
Well, it's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle. The most difficult kill is, of course, the last player alive. And look how aggressive he is. He doesn't have damage where he feels comfortable to push up. Renegade still has that Stalker. And that's a clean kill by Renegade, but he gets traded out by Last Shot, and the kills continue to fly through. Now it's OpTic trying to rotate this ball towards C. Formal prepared for the rotation, but Bound gets a trade.
I mean, OpTic Gaming have done a fantastic job of just keeping Rebellion at a distance, not letting him get towards this ball. Last Shot, this is aggressive. I don't think you're going to get 5 seconds that way, and unfortunately it'll only be 1 for him. Renegade still up high in his perch. But Frosty, with that kill, that might just be enough to get into a spot. Oh, Legend's pre-firing him. Legend knows.
The nade, that nade's whiz past his face. A very aggressive plays by both sides. But all it is 4 more seconds for Shopify Rebellion. And it's 2 players from Shopify on that purple side. Formal cleans that one up. They're spawning on the B, though, Tools. This is a bit scary. Look at the shots coming in. It's Renegade trying to stay bound, but the nades are flying as well. They have to hold.
No one said it was going to be easy, but OpTic Gaming have a chance still. This is going to be up to their slays in order to do so, and so far the trades are working out in their favor. It's Cycle versus Legend and Renegade. Legend gets around the corner. Never say never. Rebellion continue to apply their pressure, but they're running out of time.
That camo's coming up. Last Shot kills Legend there, and they stop the ball. Pound is there on the B stairs. It's 3 down once again. Royal 2, where's his position? He's hiding. Royal 2's hiding. He gets taken out. Renegade gets the kill. And guess what that means? The rest of the spawners gonna be here on the purple side, ready to rotate to C.
The 1v1 that could have just won the first round. I don't think there's anyone that can get there in time. Stuck. It's a ball that's stuck in the corner. Cycle. Make a miracle happen. No, he goes down. OpTic Gaming have done it.
Wow. The most incredible comeback. Like, that was absolutely insane. You didn't expect it, and it's Royal 2 with the camo. Renegade spotted him at the very last second. The first round going to OpTic Gaming when we thought it was over so many times. I stupidly called it over. Who am I to tell OpTic they're done?
What's so impressive is how they were able to control the spacing on the map. They just never let Shopify get close to the ball.
Triple kill.
Shopify, they put it quickly behind them. Triple kill for last shot. They'll get the early time. Reminiscent of what we saw in round 1. This time, can they play through to the end?
No amount of time is safe here. They were at 95 seconds. 95 points of ball time. Royal 2, another chance at the camo, and another chance at dying. No more camo for the side of Shopify Rebellion. 2 down for each side, though, and Bound finds himself in a really rough position. Ends up having to do as much damage as possible there. And it's last shot once again, taking the 1v1, knowing that his teammate's there to clean it up while he plays his life.
Legend hitting that quick rotation, going to get himself back into Ivy, and that'll give OpTic Gaming one of those traditional setups throughout this that you see often on this map. But with a red gun in hand, Rebellion certainly has the firepower to find their break.
Well, Royal 2 has some help here. He gets a shot or 2, maybe 1, into Formal there. A shot with a red gun is really good. It's a lot of damage, but Cycle doing a lot of damage for himself. A triple, wants to go in for Legend. This would be huge, but tries to back up after throwing a nade. That's a good play because he knows his teammate's there. Royal 2 will get the trade.
Legend, his presence slowed them down quite a bit, and even now, Rebellion's not getting any time. There's almost a case to be said of just letting Legend stay alive there and focusing on moving that ball into a better spot, because now Royal 2 finds himself in between a rock and a hard place. He's getting pushed from both lanes, and he knows that he can't really move that freely.
He tries, though. He gets away towards the B side. They're looking for him, but they can't find him just yet. He's gonna live. That is insane. He gets behind Bound. Bound gets a red room spawn and he kills him. That's huge by Royal 2, but is it enough? It is OpTic Gaming that have the C-side control. They also have 2 down on the side of Shopify, but will this ball make it to C is the question.
3 seconds separating these teams, and everyone is getting ready for this engagement. Wow, Renegade cutting through the middle. He's going to try to get quickly behind Rebellion. His teammates went down in the process. Now, it's almost more important for him just to get lost in the back. They don't know that Renegade's back there.
They don't know. Look at him cut the angle, too, with the bottom pillar on A. They know now. Cycle takes 1 shot, bring him down to no shields. He's still behind enemy lines here, and he's going to have help coming to his aid here very shortly.
Rebellion's all the way across the map. They're nowhere close to this ball anymore. That was heads up from Renegade. Last player alive, and he really slowed down the efficiency of Rebellion. Although OpTic still go down and loses ball control, what could have been a very, very tough situation turns into something a little bit more salvageable for OpTic.
All Cycle gets information on the double push on purple. Bound to kill in the feed. And he's got a 1v1 versus Last Shot, but he forces Last Shot back with half shields. Last Shot's also the last player alive. He gets 1. He gets 2, and he stays alive!
Double kill.
He's gonna be on the PD, and he's so frustrating to kill, but they finally take him out. Not without doing the damage and getting the red room spawns for his team.
Cycle, whoa! Red gun making a big difference, but OpTic Gaming get that ball, and they're able to move it back towards safety. It's Last Shot that has that immediate pressure, and they'll depend on him to win on that other lane while they really throw in the heat on the purple side. And that's pretty. That's pretty from Shopify Rebellion. They basically broke that setup from OpTic as quick as they could.
It's so beautiful to watch the end of a tournament and see all of these players just not missing shots and really not making many mistakes. So it makes Last Shot, come on, man. What did I just say? No mistakes. 3 dead for OpTic Gaming, but Last Shot finds himself with the camo.
That ball is setting. Oh, last shot. Stays alive, and oh no. He gets more than just that. He's gonna get 2 massive kills for his team, one in the form of an assist, but now look at the space that Shopify Rebellion has. They are forcing a spawn and splitting them at the same time. If they can find the timing in the right direction, this is gonna be tough for OpTic Gaming just to even challenge the ball.
It's so impressive. He just turns on a dime, knows the location of the other players. Look at him, a triple kill. He wants the over. There's no way he's not gonna go for it. Renegade backpedaling, and Renegade's gonna get the double, but it will be Shopify that continue to score off of last shot's triple.
It's heads up from Renegade, right? You don't want to close that space against that player. Instead, trust your bandit to get the job done. Not only prevents the overkill, but was basically giving them the first entry kill needed to break the setup. Renegade giving some true value while being the last player alive.
Again, that's why we talk about stats not mattering as much, ladies and gentlemen. 19, 19, and 22, those are 2 game-saving plays we just saw Renegade make in a matter of maybe 30 seconds. And it's plays like that that are going to allow OpTic a bit more time here, but they're still down by 10 points. And Frosty, he wants to get scrappy. He'll grab that ball.
It feels like we're seeing 2 just undefeated heavyweight champions go at each other. It is slugfest out here, and every time you think a team is going to get an established hold, it feels as if that right hook comes out and just dazes them. Even now, OpTic Gaming, massive kills on the backside to at least prevent them from getting that ball time. Last shot, though, did get away with the camouflage. Did he? Whoa, what happened to Camo?
I think maybe it was burned, or looks like it was burned. Rossi's the one that burned that one. 71 points here for Shopify. Last shot with or without Camo. Wants to aggress. He's getting pushed pretty heavily there. That's a reversal and a killing spree out of him, but again, Shopify go 3 down. Cycle did get the spawns here, though. This changes things, Tools.
Pushed out. Oh, he had no option. Renegade got behind him quickly and put in the damage necessary. Only 10 points separating these teams now, and Shopify Rebellion, they need to find these opening slays, and they just aren't coming. Oh no. Reminiscent deja vu. 72-71. OpTic Gaming has taken their lead in round number 2.
Told you, ladies and gentlemen, that this was going to be a very long game. Cycle gets that double, though. It's going to allow Shopify, and last shot here, to get this ball rotation. They just want the lead. The neutral clock at 26. Important factors that decide this game. Renegade somehow, once again, with a double and a killing spree to boot.
They're playing time early. It's only one. There's only 1 second that differentiates them on the game clock, but there's only 10 seconds in neutral time to get to this ball. It's an all-out race for Shopify Rebellion.
They're running. They're racing. Last shot's down to no shields. Formal wants to kill him. He does. He cleans him up. Cycle picks up the ball, though. Cycle tosses the ball. There's no one in position. We're going to round 3. Oh, my word. This is nuts.
He just snuck in. He grabbed it and stole away the victory. Formal. He played his life, but there was no one there to help him clean up that final kill. And there really is a conversation to have about how much of a lead you want before you start playing time because of that exact situation. If they would have held the ball for 4-5 more seconds and then play time, OpTic Gaming had the resources to stop Rebellion from stealing that round. But 2 seconds was the difference between victory in that round and OpTic Gaming pushing a game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not watching Halo Esports in year 4, what the hell are you doing? This is Halo, and this is why we love this game. The most competitive season of HCS that we will ever see. And it's right here, starting off now with this last chance qualifier. Last shot with that camo once again, trying to put as much value as he can into this camo, do as much damage as possible, trying to throw that ball to Formal, make him bait him to grab it, but it doesn't work out. Regardless, he gets the kill. and it'll be Shopify Rebellion continuing to get points.
Bring back ricochet rules. You throw a ball at someone, they're forced to pick it up. But either way, Rebellion have played this position well. OpTic Gaming was set up, but one by one, they've been able to get in there, and they're being tough kills. They're not necessarily just flying forward for the kills. They're very much keeping in mind how valuable their life is in these situations, and OpTic Gaming just were not able to get the trades at an efficient rate.
Shopify do get that clean 3 dead, and they'll continue to try and rotate ball over towards the C side. Cycle understands the mission here, takes out Renegade. He'll get traded out, but that ball already inside of C. Now it's about an OpTic Gaming push as Frosty makes himself annoying on the B rail, and Last Shot takes advantage of the damage he did, and so does Frosty. Oh my word, they're clinical right now. Frosty again, another double, and he scoops up the camo and punches it into his chest.
What turned into a stolen round might just become a firm victory for Shopify Rebellion. They're firing on all cylinders. Triple kill. Formal, you're in danger. The unofficial over as Royal 2 takes down all of OpTic Gaming.
And the entire time, as Royal 2 single-handedly dismantles the wall, it is ball time for Rebellion, and it's Last Shot with 89 points and counting to his name. And OpTic with a last-ditch push. Not going to be able to get there just in time, but they do get 2 dead. Frosty looking to make a play. The spawners come out here. Frosty, as much damage as he can, but staying alive is another factor.
We've seen massive comebacks happen before, and OpTic Gaming, they have plenty of neutral time to work with, so they can play these this elevated game of Slayer and slowly chip away at this lead. But this is the biggest lead we've seen in a round yet. It's just about 80 seconds of time that they have to make up. It's gonna be a tough road ahead.
It's so beautiful too, though. Like, if you look at the stats, everyone's pretty much even. There's no players that are carrying or standing out, I should say, in the game, and that's when you know you got some good Halo on your hands. 3 dead for Shopify.
They don't know. They don't know. Cyclo's behind him. They had no idea. He's causing that ball to sit down and become chaotic. He's not able to get any value from his life, but he doesn't let OpTic Gaming get situated into their spots because of his presence in the back.
Well, he does get that kill. Or, I'm sorry, OpTic do get that kill onto him, so it's still staggered pushes here for Shopify Rebellion. Renegade with a clean one. Escapes towards Red Room. And Shopify break through. The ball rotation comes towards B. It's up to Renegade at this point. He's on a killing spree. He knows where Last Shot is, but Last Shot knows where he is as well, and Cycle's there to help. 86 and counting for Shopify.
86 might be what OpTic Gaming is. I don't know if they have enough time to get here. It is a long trek. It's only 5 seconds.
That nade has got to be perfect, but it's not. And there it is. Shopify Rebellion with the 3-peat going into the Arlington Major.
They have done it again. Shopify Rebellion are your Arlington Qualifier champions after a back-to-back win in the Open Series. Now they also take the first place going into the Arlington Major. Shopify wins today's event. OpTic Gaming started dominant this grand finals, but it was Shopify Rebellion who eventually found their way through. What turned the tides in Shopify's favor?
Oh, it's just such big plays by so many different players, and one of the big players that I witnessed throughout this series and the last one is Royal 2. Let me tell you something. I think it's time maybe in the future to change your name to Royal 4 Rings, because this ring is looking good. If Shopify continue to play like this all season and they convert what they've done online to on LAN, goodness me, this team is scary. It's scary to watch.
Absolutely. I feel like this is one of these situations where Shopify and OpTic are just so close in skill tools that it almost feels like a coin flip. But after a 3-tournament win online, is this still a coin flip, or do you feel like something else will change coming into the major?
It does feel like a coin flip, right? In the sense of, like, when we look at the map counts between these two teams throughout all of the tournament play, it's just about even. I think the difference so far is that Shopify Rebellion's coin might be a little bit weighted at times, and that's usually towards the end of a tournament. And that's been the tough part for OpTic Gaming to swallow, is they haven't been able to deal with Shopify Rebellion's clutch factor yet. Think about what Shopify Rebellion had to do to win this game. They were down 2-1 in the flag game, had to rattle off 2 flag caps after taking down a potential counter cap. They were down and out in the second round of oddball, and then we saw Cycle sneak in and get 1 extra second to allow them to win that round, which gave them the opportunity to win round 3. It's these small factors, that weighting of the coin that's letting it flip towards Shopify Rebellion, just that extra percentage point that's making the big difference in the big moments.
Active, yesterday you talked about the implications of second and third place, and it is now that we know that OpTic Gaming takes that second seed going into the Arlington Major. How are you feeling about this, and what are the implications for OpTic here?
Well, they'll end up in Pool B, and they're against Nemesis, which, of course, you guys know me, man. It's Wootum, the mouse and keyboard player. I'm excited for this Nemesis roster, and then they've got Reversal Perfy, and of course, whatever team wins the Open. So I still think that OpTic will do pretty well in that pool. It's not a crazy pool, so to speak. So second will be okay, but I'm sure they definitely would have rather have had that first place spot.
Well, Tools, any thoughts on Pool A now that we know where Shopify Rebellion's going to be sitting?
Shopify Rebellion, I think they find themselves in a pretty comfortable spot, but there are some dangerous teams in their pool. Notably, Cloud9 didn't get top 6 this weekend, but rather got top 8. Because of that, we're going to see them in this pool, and Cloud9 has been a dangerous team to some of these top rosters. On the other side, Triggers Down also were able to secure themselves a spot in pool play in Pool A, and Lethal, give him an opportunity. You know the history of him. He'll make something happen, right? I think we're going to see some exciting games in the pool, but I mean, let's be realistic. Shopify Rebellion, it should be a clean sweep for them to get out of pools and into the bracket.
Well, congratulations to Shopify Rebellion. They are your Arlington Qualifier champions, taking that first seed and pool letter A going into this qualifier. They have definitely placed themselves on the top of the best teams here in year number 4 of Halo. I also want to thank you all for showing up, hanging out here with us, and also for throwing in Twitch subs. Thank you so much for everybody who has hung out with us, who has spent time here with us, and having a good time. This is the qualifiers, and it has been absolutely incredible to have everybody here, and thank the players for giving us some amazing gameplay.
Yeah, it's I think this was a fantastic tournament, and I do want to give some love to everyone that's been supporting on the YouTube, on the Twitch, and this is our big moment right here, because this is the last online open series before we go to LAN. And with that being said, we're all gonna be at LAN, but there's only one way that's possible, and that's because of the support that everyone's been giving us throughout the years here at LVT Halo. So this is our last big push, right? We have a couple big streams still to go before we get to Arlington, but if you want to help us get to LAN and be able to provide the coverage that we do, we'll be covering the open series, we'll be covering the bracket, we'll be doing interviews, we'll be doing fun game stuff, we'll be having our merch and doing some giveaways there. So please, if you want to help us alleviate some of those costs, subscribe to the Twitch channel. It really does help. That reoccurring sub allows us to know what we're gonna make on the weekend and week out here at LVT Halo and help plan. I mean, we fly, it's 10 people that come out to LAN, so that's 10 flights, hotels, and food throughout the weekend. It's an expensive endeavor, but we know it's worth it because of the coverage that we're able to provide at LAN. So if you can, please help us get ourselves out to Arlington.
Absolutely. You heard it, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, for your support, for hanging out with us. We got more for you guys, though. We have a series of highlights ready for you all to recap the entire day, but also immediately after that, we have our first Tide the Leader live here podcast with Makowski and Eli and guest Mikwin. They'll be going through the entire day, the entire weekend, and I'm sure they'll be able to take care of you guys soon after these highlights. Thank you so much for hanging out here with us. We'll see you guys on the next event.
Team took the hill. Killing double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Triple kill. Perfect.
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take